Early in the morning, two maids walked around the estate and admired their mistress, whom they considered incredible for her actions. They did not understand how Lady Camila could predict many events with such accuracy, and her predictions always greatly helped everyone in life. Here the girls stopped upon seeing the lady herself walking through the estate. Just like them, Camilla greeted her assistants, and if you're wondering how she knew about all these situations, the lady had simply already seen them hundreds of times. The events that were just beginning in the story were already quite boring for this girl, since time and again she saw how Camilla was bullied. Moreover, that lady lived so miserably that she was brutally murdered by her own loved ones who did not believe her. But since the main character was now in place of Camilla herself, she would under no circumstances allow such a thing. But that was not all, because the current mistress was suddenly timidly called by her name, asking her to turn around. The girl did this and smiled, as she had an exceptional ability that no one knew about. The thing is, she could see ghosts in both her world and this one, and now one of them was talking to her. However, she not only helped the ghosts, on the contrary, she asked them for help, since they did not want to disappear, but rather they really wanted to at least talk to someone. But even knowing the plot, the girl accidentally contacted people she wanted to avoid, one of whom was Adrian Sefra, and the second, always speaking kindly to her, was Pedro Javelin, whom the lady was somewhat afraid of. Knowing the entire plot of the story, initially realizing that everything was heading towards friendship with these dangerous guys, the current Camilla became worried. However, now the lady believed in her own strength, and so she smiled happily, believing that she could handle absolutely everything. The most terrible event from Camilla's past always happened on a rainy night, when, besides rain, snow also fell to the ground due to the cold. The girl screamed for help, but her father only looked at her coldly and angrily, completely reluctant to help. This lady was extremely cruel, so when she was falsely accused, no one wanted to help her. But this time, Camilla really was not at fault, since the reason for everything was her brother, who was also tied up. If you think about it this way, then the cause of the girl's death was ridiculous, since she was recognized as an accomplice in her brother's revenge. And Ravi Zorfel himself, who was truly to blame for everything, was not even going to admit that he had done wrong. At this point, the main character always felt sorry for Camille, who suffered only for her false involvement in the fraternal revenge. Despite all her daughter's pleas, the Duke said that the attempt on his eldest son's life was too great a sin to ask even his own children for. And no matter how much the mistress screamed that she had done nothing, no one believed the girl, and she could only cry bitterly. Each time in the end, Ruthville Sorfel, who was the Duke's eldest son, killed his sister and his younger brother, thus getting rid of those who tried to kill him. The boy coldly raised his sword over the lady's head, and she froze in fear, realizing she could not escape. The tear-stained girl's last thought was that she had lived so little, and so sadly, and all thanks to communication with Ravi, whom she now hated. The protagonist had that dream absolutely every night, and not only that, causing her to wake up horrified in her bed. From time to time, Camilla's death changed to other methods, but still, when she woke up, the girl felt that lady's pain as her own. She had no idea why she was dreaming about this story, but she felt great pain because she could not sleep well. The only person the girl could talk about this with this time was the silent ghost of someone's grandmother near her bed. However, the ghost could not help in any way, so the heroine had to think why she had been having this dream alone for 20 years. However, the girl did not stop trying to listen to the opinion of the flying grandmother, asking her why this was happening. But like many other ghosts, this one also pursued only its own goals, and instead of answering Sarah's questions, it only asked for help. The girl herself began to see ghosts at the age of 5, after the death of her mother, but she was never afraid of it. She quickly learned that no matter what ghost it was, if you were not afraid, it would not touch you. Now Sarah has grown up, and for a long time has been successfully working as an actress in the world-famous studio. The scenes where filming was necessary varied in complexity, but the girl always managed with ease. Because of this, Sarah was often thanked for her work, not only at the end of the shooting day, but even throughout every filmed scene. The producers considered the heroine a professional in her field, and were very happy when she agreed to star in their project, so they often praised her. Sarah began to build her career as an actress nationally at the age of 14, and since then, she has only improved her skills with every shoot. The girl managed to daydream, so she did not immediately hear the voice of a woman calling her. It turned out that her colleague Jane had come to thank her for the advice she had given earlier. Sarah thought this girl should have been home now, but she explained that she had requested time off. Jane said that she was able to properly say goodbye to her deceased grandmother, thanks to the help of the famous actress. When a colleague mentioned that Sarah could predict fate, the heroine laughed awkwardly and said that it was nonsense. In fact, the ghost of Jane's grandmother came to her house asking for help, so the girl had no choice but to help. Although in this situation, Sarah did not regret the time spent, because they had known their colleague for a long time. Then Jane said that she had dug near her grandmother's tree, as the actress had said, and Sarah asked what she had found there. The girl was very surprised because she found her grandmother's will there, in which she left everything to her. To this, the actress laughed and said that apparently she knows how to look for treasures, and she herself was glad that the old woman no longer bothered her with this. Moreover, now Sarah will finally be able to sleep normally, without the whisper of an inconsolable old woman under her ear. At that moment, the actress decided to end the dialogue and said goodbye, as she had time off from filming during which she wanted to relax. While walking to her room in the office, the girl heard the ghost of her grandmother whispering gratitude for her help. She quickly turned around, but saw no one, which meant that the old woman had disappeared from this world forever. This circumstance suited the heroine very well, so she hurried into the room to hide from people for a while. As soon as she entered, Sarah immediately slumped into a chair and realized how tired she was from lack of sleep due to solving other people's problems. The girl decided to close her eyes for a while and take a nap, hoping not to even have that dream, and to get some sleep. But it was not so. Having fallen asleep, as always, Sarah began to have a dream about the scaffold and Camilla's death. The death was different every time from the last one, but invariably, the girl woke up at the moment of the lady's death. But then, Sarah felt someone's cold and furious gaze upon her, which made her very uncomfortable. Trembling, the actress tried to wake up, but then realized that for some reason she could not. Having experienced a severe panic attack, the girl, after several attempts, managed to open her eyes by jumping up. Sarah could not understand what was happening to her, because she always woke up before seeing Camilla dead. To distract herself, the actress had already headed to the set, although she still had an hour break. She was still haunted by eyes full of rage and sadness, which she had seen for the first time in 20 years. Recalling them, Sarah shuddered and was worried about continuing to see something similar now. Because the dream had changed, when the girl arrived on set, the screenwriter was surprised, but agreed to start filming earlier. Having picked up the script, the actress reread the desired scenes several times to remember everything and get used to the role. Now they had to film a simple moment, so Sarah was not worried about not being able to handle it. Carefully rereading the script, the girl did not notice how the chandelier above began to swing very violently for no apparent reason. But the actors around quickly noticed this and stepped back, for some reason, without calling the heroine. As a result, in front of everyone, the chandelier detached from its mount on the ceiling and fell right onto the lead actress. Screams about the need to call an ambulance as soon as possible immediately began, but it was already too late. The girl lay on the cold floor, crushed by the chandelier, and tried to understand what had happened. She looked up and saw a ghost, but this ghost greatly resembled Sarah. As the ghost smiled cheerfully for some unknown reason, the heroine lost consciousness, and the whole world gradually became blurry to her. Struggling to wake up from these events, as if from a dream, the girl jumped on the bed with cries of protest. And then the actress was surprised that her body was very light, and she herself was in a beautiful dress. And on a soft bed, Sarah immediately carefully felt her face, trying to find any damage, while remembering that the chandelier had fallen on her. Then the girl saw a mirror in front of her and could see her face, which surprised her very much. The thing is, it was this face she saw in her dreams, and looking at it, she didn't notice someone approaching her. And the boy who appeared was also from Sarah's dreams, and she even remembered that his name was Ravi Zorfel. Sarah was frozen in amazement, looking at Ravi, while trying to understand how she ended up here, and why in Camilla's body. Now being the lady of her dreams, the girl decided that perhaps she was still dreaming, and having such a strange dream. Then Camilla's brother shouted at the actress, making her hands tremble with surprise, which was unpleasant for her. Ravi himself decided that his job was done here, as he called his sister for lunch, so he turned around and went back. But the current Camilla was not happy with the fact that, because of his inferiority complex, this guy constantly criticized the previous one. Therefore, jumping up, the lady strongly hit her brother on the back of the head, as she had long wanted to take revenge on him for his attitude towards the girl in the dream. At such a surprise, Ravi's eyes and mouth widened greatly, as his sister had never touched him with a finger before. Camilla felt no guilt at all, because she believed that her brother had done more wrong than her. It so happened that Camilla and Ravi's mother married the Duke after divorcing her first husband, and the woman's children began to live with the man's son. Even in childhood, Ravi had a talent for magic, which made the boy very happy. But unfortunately, it could not compare to the magical talent of his older brother, Retville. It was because of the inferiority complex that developed in him that Ravi decided to kill Rootville in the future. And to achieve his goal, the boy decided to use his sister, whom no one paid attention to. Therefore, even now Sarah wanted to hit the boy, but realized that this would be too much. Ravi could not find the words to scold the girl, as he was too stunned by the surprise. The actress, taking advantage of Camilla's beauty, became sad and asked what was wrong with her. The girl said that she did it in her sleep, and the brother could no longer object. So this time, the boy really believed the lady, since she was afraid to even touch the maids. So, Ravi once again reminded the girl that she was late because of him and went to the dining room. Camilla tried to get ready as quickly as possible and managed to catch up with her brother on the way. On the way, the girl wondered if she was still asleep, as what was happening around her was very realistic. Although she always saw the story in the first person, she could never change the events. Moreover, it remained a great mystery to the actress why she saw her own ghost, and how it was related to what was happening to her. But the lady had no time to think about all this, as she and her brother had already approached the dining room. Their father, who was Duke Zorfel, was already waiting for the children and had not started eating yet. Camilla looked at Rodville's empty seat and realized that it was now the period when there were riots in the western region. And the guy went there. Turning her gaze to Ravi, the girl remembered that his envy of his older brother would begin when Rodville returned with a great achievement. Only after sitting down at the table and feeling how real it was, did the actress think about how problematic it would be if she couldn't return. At that moment, Camilla was overwhelmed by memories from her dreams about a girl being killed by her father. And the lady looked at the Duke. He was completely calm, but the look in his eyes was as cold as at the moment of his daughter's death. The father scolded the children for being late, and the actress, because of the coldness of his voice, realized that she could well die if she stayed here. In response to his father's reproach, Ravi jumped up because he wanted to defend himself and put all the blame on his sister. But then, the boy was surprised to hear Camilla apologize to the Duke for the first time for being late. Meanwhile, the girl, with sweetly shining eyes, said that she couldn't sleep for a long time, so she fell asleep. The Duke frowned, as the lady was always silent during meals. Meanwhile, the servants were already delivering the food prepared for dinner and placing it on the table. As always, the maid politely, but was the last to serve the food to Mrs. Camilla. While no one paid attention to her, the attendant hurried to turn around and leave. In fact, the girl did her best to hide her laughter, because she knew that Camilla's food was spoiled again. In the dream, the Duke's daughter was bullied for a long time by some of the maids, something that continued even during dinner. But Sarah was not Camilla, and therefore she knew how to punish the servants for spoiling the food again. The lady decided that the best way to punish the maids would be to do it at the hands of her father, so she turned to him. Therefore, Camilla said with a smile that she wanted to make up for the delay, and therefore cut him a steak. This act of his sister frightened Ravi, as she had never done anything like this before, and the boy doubted that she had really woken up. The Duke decided to accept such an apology on behalf of his daughter, and calmly took the steak that had been cut for him, immediately bringing the piece to his mouth. At that very moment, the man was very surprised by the taste of the meat, as it was very salty. The girl exhaled in relief, as the nets were now laid, and she awaited her father's reaction. The actress felt sorry for the old Camilla, who could not defend herself, but she was different from her. So, feigning great remorse, the lady jumped up and asked her father not to eat the steak. While the sister begged the Duke to return her plate, Ravi sat down and understood nothing. Then the Duke's face distorted with anger, and he asked if his daughters always brought such dishes. Camilla put her hands to her chest, as she was an actress, and knew very well how to show sincere remorse. But the girl could barely contain a malicious smile, because she understood that the maids could not escape punishment. She could already imagine the faces of the defeated offenders, who clearly did not expect the mistress to do as she wished. Then the heroine decided to tell the whole family why Camilla always ate so little. After listening to his daughter, the Duke said that they would talk a little later, but now she wants to punish those who dared to offend her. The lady was very happy that the Duke would even kill to save his reputation, although she did not show it. Approximately 1 week later, Camilla still woke up in the body of the girl from the dream, and she didn't know how to stop it. The girl did not know if she died and was transported here, or if she was in a coma and this was still a dream. The lady really hated this whole situation she was in. But then someone knocked on her room door. The door opened, and her assistant Donna, who woke the lady up every morning, entered the room. The maid was worried because the lady had hardly eaten anything lately, to which Camilla replied that she had no appetite. Following the situation at the table, the Duke ordered the food brought to his daughter to be carefully examined. Moreover, the cooks in general started behaving more carefully, although initially they were not to blame for what happened. As for the maids who abused the ladies, they were dismissed without even being paid. But still, the actress only wanted to wake up, so she didn't eat, but Donna didn't like it. Therefore, the maid once again personally invited the chef to the ladies' room, but she was not happy with him at all. Donna said that this time the chef brought food, whose taste she was 100% sure of. But the chef's dish was once again made with apples, and the lady did not like them, so she did not eat the cooked food. This was not the first time that a ghost, who had apparently been her master during his life, shouted at the proud boss. And now the dead chef could not influence his students' cooking, which he considered unworthy. The girl did her best to ignore all the shouts of the ghost cook, so that he would not know that she could see and hear him. At that moment, at Fabler Academy, 2 students were walking down its corridors and talking about Camille. The blonde asked the brunette if he had heard anything about the girl there were many rumors about. The student seriously considered Duke Sorfel's daughter very strange because of her various pranks. But his interlocutor didn't care. He only asked to follow his friend's words, as they were still talking about the Duke's daughter. Then, the guy who was making fun of Lady Sorfel noticed the silhouette of a student ahead, and he got scared. Immediately, he suggested to his friend that they go in the other direction, but the brunette didn't understand what was happening. The student explained that the guy ahead of them had a very bad temper, and that it was better for him to stay out of sight. As if sensing that someone was talking about him, Adrian Cephras turned towards the hallway, but besides him, there was no one else around, as everyone preferred to avoid the boy. The first time the chef's student tasted his food, an unquenchable fire was ignited in the boy's heart. Even then, he decided that he would definitely learn to cook something like that, and he would be happy about it. The boy considered the apple pie his mentor taught him to be the foundation of all the dishes in his life. However, now Camilla was hitting him blow after blow, never finishing the current chef's meal. In fact, the cook's food was delicious, but the girl didn't want to eat what she was given just to cook, without considering her tastes. Once again, the boy tried to insist on apple pie, but the girl grimaced when she saw him. The cook believed that the lady should be grateful for the simple fact of tasting his food. All the words of the unfortunate student, as well as his approach to cooking, greatly angered the dead mentor. The chef, named Pierre, shouted at the boy once again that the lady did not like apples, but it was all in vain. Looking at the ghost, the actress thought that during her life in show business, she had gotten used to rude people, but Pierre embarrassed her. Even as a ghost, the former boss was too loud, so the lady was afraid to imagine what he would be like in life. As a result, to calm the ghost's bad language, Camilla told her student that she would try the food. The girl calmly took a fork and broke off a piece of apple pie, tasting it. But as soon as she tasted it, the girl immediately put down the fork and pushed the plate away, because she was no longer going to eat. And deliberately turning her head aside, Camilla said that she had not tasted it, which surprised the boy. To the cook's lamentations, the girl said that the pie was missing a gram of cinnamon, which silenced him. Then, the lady scolded the boss that he shouldn't care who eats what, because she didn't like apples. Camilla finished her speech by saying that if no one needs the cook's dish, then it is no different from garbage. The current boss immediately remembered that his mentor once said the same thing. So, angry with himself for such a careless attitude towards cooking, the boy ran out, promising to return soon. Camilla waved goodbye to him, and then couldn't resist and still turned to the ghost. The lady asked Chef Pierre to leave her room too, but the ghost didn't immediately believe that she had seen him. The man immediately tried to find out if the girl really turned to him, but the lady went to bed. However, the ghost, astonished by this fact, was not going to give up just like that. Instead, a little later, he called another ghost, convincing him that Camila was talking to him. This ghost turned out to be a former butler named Daring, who did not particularly believe in the truthfulness of his friend's words. The ghosts argued a bit about the fact that even though they were dead, they still had their memories, and they had never before heard or noticed that a lady could communicate with ghosts. The butler quickly realized that the only thing they could do now was to wait and observe the girl's behavior. For several days in a row, they stayed in Camilla's room while she was angry because she couldn't return to her life. The girl didn't understand at all how she could survive in this world and what to do. In the end, the lady decided to urgently take care of her reputation, which was damaged by the pranks of the previous Camilla. After all, the cause of that girl's death was precisely perjury. Although she did not intend to kill anyone, Pierre closely watched the actress's torment and wondered how to approach her. While the lady thought she should improve her relationship with her father, the boss decided to ask her if he could be heard. Camilla was still trying not to pay attention to the ghosts, but the ghost boss wouldn't stop and constantly called her. Pierre even started making faces in front of his lover when he realized that the lady was not responding. This angered the actress more and more, who knew how to reproduce the necessary emotions. But she didn't know how to contain her own. Therefore, very angrily, Camilla asked out loud, "So what if she sees ghosts?" The girl immediately stated that it would not solve any of her problems, so it would be better for them to leave. However, at this moment, the ghosts were not listening to the lady, as they were very happy that she could hear them. The lady could only sigh, watching Pierre continue to make faces and ask if she saw them. In the end, the lady was very tired of the dialogue with the former butler and cook, so she sighed sadly. The lady slumped onto the bed and asked out loud if the Duke would like her. Imagine Camilla's surprise when the ghosts reported that they could help her with this. It turned out that Butler Daring worked on the estate in the days when the Duke wasn't even in the plans. And Pierre personally cooked for the girl's father many times, because when he was a child, he was even more demanding. Therefore, the deceased asked Camilla if she needed advice on gaining the Duke's approval. The lady's eyes immediately lit up with joy, as with this information, the ghosts could really help her a lot. A little later, the girl's father came for the first time in a long time to his favorite garden to enjoy the flowers. Then, the man saw a female silhouette ahead and looked closer to see who was there. The Duke recognized that girl as his daughter, who for some reason was peacefully picking flowers into a bouquet. However, the father was afraid that Camilla would destroy the flowers, as happened last time. Then the lady completely broke the rose bush, and no one understood why she needed it. But the flowers in the Misty Garden were very different from roses, so the Duke grabbed the girl by the shoulders in a panic. Surprised, the bouquet that she had carefully gathered for her own father fell from Camilla's hands. Gasping, the girl immediately bent down to pick up the flowers before they had time to wrinkle. Looking sad, the lady told her father that she was just picking misty flowers. The Duke was surprised by this, as he had not noticed his daughter among the plants before. Then the girl added that she wanted to decorate her father's room, because he loves these flowers. The man, perplexed, asked if he had understood his daughter correctly, and she nodded affirmatively. Camilla smiled sincerely and cheerfully at her father, showing with her whole appearance that she was not planning anything bad. Meanwhile, the actress carefully observed the man's emotions, as she knew how to consider what other people felt. And at that moment, the girl saw that the Duke was very moved by his daughter's idea. Continuing to play according to her plan, the lady sadly asked if she had done something wrong. To this, the man hesitantly replied that she could do whatever she wanted, and the actress immediately promised to bring him flowers in his room. The Duke loved misty flowers because his mother planted and cared for them diligently. So, following the ghost's advice, Camilla gave her father a bouquet of these flowers. The lady noticed that when she gave flowers, there was none of the usual coldness in the man's gaze. Turning around, she headed to her room, thinking she was taking steps in the right direction, improving the relationship with her father. Camilla understood that it would not be so easy to remove the coldness and distrust from their dialogues. Therefore, opening the door to her chambers, the lady proudly decided to continue with her next plan. A week later, the Duke sat in his office and listened to a report on the estate's affairs and about his son. His right-hand man, Jactor, shared all the information he had gathered, especially talking about the achievements of his eldest son. Radville, having told everything he could gather, the boy noticed that his teacher made no special comments on the information. But the Duke still couldn't stop thinking about his daughter's behavior, and about the fact that she had picked flowers for him. Throughout the week, the girl quickly changed one bouquet for another, picking fresh flowers. Therefore, the man asked the assistant how Camilla had been eating in recent days. But Jactor was unprepared for such a question, which angered the gentleman, but the boy promised to find out quickly. Then, someone knocked on the office door, and butler Rube, who had decided to feed the Duke earlier due to his business trip, entered with food. The right-hand man immediately turned to the butler, as he had already finished his report, and he didn't want the gentleman to be angry about the lack of information about his daughter. As Rube watched his master, he moved from his work chair to a soft one intended for eating. The gentleman noticed that the butler was not leaving, but asked not to pay attention to him. So the man finally started eating, and from the first bite was very surprised by the taste. This food reminded him of something he had eaten a long time ago when he was a child, and that he loved very much. Then his favorite chef, Pierre, who, unfortunately, died a long time ago, prepared such tasty food for him. Therefore, the gentleman asked if Gerald could really recreate Pierre's recipe, to which Rube replied that it was not the cook who prepared the soup. The man was surprised by this circumstance and immediately asked who exactly prepared the food. The butler, smiling cheerfully, replied that Lady Camila had prepared dinner. Looking at the bowl of soup, the father thought deeply, because he could not believe that his daughter had prepared it. At that moment, the cook himself tasted the soup prepared by the girl, and he too was very surprised by its taste. This golden color and exquisite aroma reminded Gerald of Master Pierre's soup. The lady, perfectly seeing the boy's emotions, asked him if he liked the food. In complete shock, the cook exclaimed how the girl managed to cook something so wonderful. In response, Camilla merely smiled, not wanting to reveal her culinary secrets. And at that moment, she looked at the ghost, because she only succeeded thanks to him. Pierre showed the girl a thumbs up and winked at her, as he was very satisfied with the work done. Her secret was that Camilla allowed the ghost to enter her body and thus prepare the food. Pierre died suddenly, and Gerald never learned the recipe for his soup, so he was now very jealous of the lady. Then the lady called the cook in a soft voice, which sent shivers down the boy's back. The girl reminded him that they had an agreement, and that since he liked her soup, he must do what she told him to do. The cook was very scared by this circumstance, as he did not know what exactly the girl would want. Camilla hinted to the boy that her neck already hurt looking at him, so that he would kneel. A little earlier, the boy confidently shouted that the lady could never cook better than him, and that's why he himself suggested that if she surprised him, he would kneel before her himself. Camilla was offended by the cook's impudent tone, so she decided to show him who was boss at all costs. And now Gerald had no choice but to grind his teeth in frustration, as he had lost the argument. Therefore, the boy obediently knelt down and bowed his head, admitting his defeat. That same evening, Camilla sat in her room and drank tea satisfied, as she was tired during the day. The only thing preventing her from fully enjoying the peace were the ghosts flying nearby. Pierre and Daring whispered among themselves and sometimes looked at the lady, which irritated her. In the end, the lady could not stand it and called the ghosts, telling them that she wanted to ask them a question. Camilla has been seeing ghosts for over 20 years, and during this time, she realized that they simply do not help. Therefore, the lady began the dialogue very delicately, and first thanked the butler and the cook for their help with the flowers and the soup. She also added that she felt she would need their help more than once, because to survive in this world, and to improve Camilla's reputation, knowledge was needed. Therefore, the girl herself wanted to offer the spirits to fulfill their last wish in exchange for helping her. The ghosts listened silently to the mistress's conversation, not quite understanding where she was going with this. Then, the actress directly asked the ghosts to say what exactly they wanted from her. Darren and Pierre looked at each other and repeated their mistress's unexpected question. Suddenly, to Camilla's great surprise, the ghosts began to laugh heartily, but harmlessly at her question. When they calmed down, Pierre explained that he only wanted one thing to cook. The lady immediately thought that then she would have to set the table and hold a memorial ceremony. And the cook kept talking about how only cooking made him truly happy. Therefore, the ghost politely thanked the lady for giving him that opportunity again. Realizing that the two really didn't want to talk about their specific desires, the actress decided to leave them alone. Moreover, Durin added that he only wants to help the Zorfel family in every possible way. The butler moved away, that the lady could make the Duke smile by picking misty flowers for him. Therefore, he thanked Camilla for her help, although she was planning to thank him. The girl could not understand why these ghosts were so good, but it only worked in her favor. The only thing is that the actress did not like the fact that Pierre and Durin regretted not being able to afford to use their labor more. But since they had no special requests, the lady could not help them disappear. Therefore, bowing courteously, Camilla asked her ghostly friends to continue helping her. And 10 days later, Pierre happily helped the lady prepare a delicious wine drink. Gerald was about to bite his elbows when he saw how wonderful the girl's cocktail turned out. But Camilla had no intention of revealing her secrets, so she just smiled mischievously. After that incident with the soup, the lady began to cook every night, which pleased the ghost cook and angered the living one for not understanding why she cooked better than him. The boy even thought that the lady had found the secret recipe book of her mentor, and that's why everything was going well for her. Moreover, the current chef did not really like the girl's behavior, which had changed a lot lately. For some reason, the lady navigated the kitchen as if she had been working here for many years. In the end, Gerald could not restrain himself and asked permission to taste the drink, and the lady agreed. The boy enthusiastically took the spoon and brought it to his mouth, not yet knowing what to expect. The cook was very surprised, because he always did everything according to the recipe, but his result was different. Approaching the boy, the girl asked him if it was delicious, and he, hesitantly, praised the thick drink. Camilla realized that the cook was clinging to the little pride he still had left, and she asked him if he wanted the recipe. The lady added that if he wants it, he has to be kind and nice, and then she will tell him exactly how she prepares the food. Kneeling, Gerald clenched his fists while planning to do something he didn't want to do. Here the boy deliberately put on the sweetest face possible and asked if the lady would give him the recipe. But contrary to what the boss thought, Camilla made a face and asked him never to speak like that again. Then the butler looked towards the kitchen, as he was ready to serve drinks to the guests. The girl quickly added the last ingredient to the thick drink and handed it to her assistant. Camilla had full confidence in the dish she had prepared, so she handed the tray to Rube with a smile. Leaving the kitchen, the butler turned to see what would happen without him. It turned out that the lady had put the always grumpy cook on his knees, and he did not dare to argue with her. This made the man laugh, as he knew that the cook had a bad temper, but the lady managed to appease him. As he walked down the corridor, Rube tried to understand why the Duke's daughter had changed so much and had become so interesting, but he never had time to find an answer, because he reached the hall where the Duke was communicating with his guests. Upon hearing the butler, Camilla's father immediately allowed him in, but he did not show his joy about it. Ruba announced that the lady gave her father dessert and did the same for the guests. All the guests were pleasantly surprised by the taste of the dessert, as they did not know the girl's skills, and no one spared praise, talking about how well the Duke's daughter had changed. The father himself was incredibly proud at that moment, and therefore sat happily and listened to the guests. The Duke casually commented, as if saying that nothing was needed, but the girl cooked it anyway. Rube, seeing all this, realized that the gentleman specifically wanted to show off his daughter. Then, one of the guests put the glass on the table and said in a malicious voice that this was really surprising. The boy began to talk about how Camilla had done so many bad things and now was finally correcting herself. He laughed and suggested that the girl was simply making peace with everyone. Such speeches from the man greatly angered the Duke, who began to be proud of his daughter. The father could not stand it and reminded that the guests said he did not drink wine, which meant he was not entitled to wine-based dessert. Therefore, the Duke demanded that the dessert be given to him so that he could enjoy Camilla's efforts instead of the guy who doesn't drink wine. The butler obediently took the thick drink from the unfortunate joker, leaving him with nothing. Only at that moment did the boy realize that he had done something wrong, but he did not understand exactly what. At that moment, the lady was walking down the corridor, arguing with the ghost about what they would cook tomorrow. The lady was completely unaware that her brother was waiting in front of her and wanted to talk. Only at the last moment, Camilla noticed Ravi and stopped. The girl herself called the boy, which he did not expect, as he did not dare to talk to her. As a result, he had to come out of hiding, which he did, after which he asked what his sister was doing. The actress could not predict such an unexpected question, and therefore froze for a while. Stepping back a little, the girl asked what exactly her brother meant. The boy explained that he meant her daily cooking, something that had not happened before. To this, the lady replied that it was none of his business, and the brother became very angry. Suddenly, Ravi asked if Camilla really thought the Duke would accept her after all. The actress did not understand why her brother was so worried about his sister, because they were not close. The boy suddenly whispered angrily that no one in the family appreciated them, which the girl heard. These words frightened Camilla, because she never thought Ravi thought of her that way. The lady wondered if what she was doing now reminded her brother of her childhood. Meanwhile, the boy told her not to waste time, as it would lead to nothing. But the girl replied that she knew that perfectly well even without him, and was not eager to be part of this family. Ravi wanted to know why his sister was trying, but she ran away saying it was time to sleep. When the boy called her, the lady slowed down and said she just wanted to survive. This confused Ravi so much that he fell silent and no longer tried to talk to the girl. And Camilla, upon returning to her room, thought she did not need any family. The next morning, the lady calmly drank tea and the ghosts watched her. Under their constant gaze, the girl could not relax or rest. Therefore, sighing, the lady asked what exactly the spirits wanted to know. Since they were constantly looking at her, it turned out that Pierre and Darren were interested in knowing why the lady said she wanted to survive. Camilla understood that if she told them the truth about her dream, they would not believe it. Therefore, the actress used her acting skills and replied that everyone wants to live. The spirits could not object, because this statement was logical, so they fell silent. Then, the lady remembered that if the ghosts can move around the estate, they must know where an object is buried. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Camilla finally decided to ask Pierre for help. And Darren, but first asked if the two had heard about the incident that involved her in the flower garden. Then the maids, laughing at the former Camilla, buried her ring somewhere in one of the garden flower beds. In her search, the girl ruined almost the entire garden, but it was all in vain. So the lady never told the real reason, and everyone decided once again that she was simply crazy. Also that day, the Duke scolded his daughter a lot, because he was afraid she would get to the misty flowers. But now, thanks to the help of ghosts, the actress knew exactly where the ring was, so as not to have to dig up the flower beds and anger the maids for their cruel jokes. Very quickly, she found the ring that was so important to the former mistress, and which she could not find. Pierre immediately began to complain to the girl for not having asked them for help with the search sooner. Darren joined the dialogue and said in his throat that ghosts can do a lot and contact them. Although her friends offered her their help, the lady refused, saying that she would take care of her problems herself. And Camilla already had an idea of with whom to start and how exactly to take revenge on them. At this moment, the actress wanted to deal with her past aggressors, who were still servants, and they laughed at her. But the servants did not know that they were now powerless against the new mistress, and she wanted to take advantage of this. Having completed all the preparations, the lady summoned the three who offended her to her chambers. The maids did not understand why the lady suddenly needed them, as they believed they would remain unpunished. One of the attendants confidently said that Camilla's good behavior would not last long, and that they could continue to laugh at her. But as soon as they opened the doors to the lady's chambers, the opinion of the three servants immediately changed. Camilla's body appeared before them, as if she had recently died. The main instigator of the jokes fell to the floor surprised, as she was very frightened. After examining the scene, she concluded that the lady had committed suicide by taking pills. Since she did not want to attract unnecessary attention, the maid immediately shouted to her friends to close the doors. The guy obediently ran to the door and locked it, so that now no one could enter or leave. The attendant, who was the youngest of the three, immediately began to cry out of fear. Meanwhile, the other girl kept looking around, trying to decide what to do. Then she saw an envelope near Camilla and decided to read it. All the servants gathered around the letter, left by their lady, because they wanted to understand what the problem was. It turned out that in the letter, Camilla asked to blame her death on the very servants who were now reading it. Then the maid immediately said that this letter must be urgently destroyed. At that moment, the actress slightly opened her eyes and decided that it was time to play the next scene. She called the trio and frightened them greatly, saying that luck was not on their side. Laughing, the girl asked if they really thought they could find her corpse first, while Camilla sat proudly on the bed, enjoying the situation. The servants tried to reason. The most experienced maid still could not believe that this was the same lady they had been making fun of. A slight panic began among the attendants, as they could not understand if the lady was dead or not. Dispelling their doubts, Camilla said that she was quite good at pretending to be dead. The girl could not understand if this idiot was really laughing at them now. Here the lady added that any pretense can always turn into reality. And the actress, directly threateningly, said that she could enter the kitchen one night and never come out again. Very soon they will go to look for her and find her in the kitchen with a letter and pills in her hands. The maid could not stand it and shouted if Camilla was really threatening them. But to this, the lady replied that they only threaten those who can offer something in return. Camilla, abruptly approaching the aggressor, said that she could simply step on such pathetic insects. This really frightened the boy and the girl who were following their friend. Then the three servants knelt down and begged for forgiveness for their antics, saying they would never do it again. At this, Camilla smiled and asked if they knew what they should do now. The servants looked surprised at their lady and asked what she meant. Then the lady said that she wanted them to find her ring right now. Panicked, the attendants immediately ran to the garden, as they still remembered the spot where they buried the ring. When they left, the lady sighed in relief, as she was quite tired of playing the villain. From the very first scenes, the actress realized that playing a villain is very interesting, but it requires a lot of strength. The lady was so absorbed in her thoughts that she did not immediately notice that ghosts had reappeared in her room. Camilla asked what was wrong, and they replied that they were surprised by her behavior in a good way. To this, the lady boasted that she once even received an award for the best villain role. But the spirits did not understand what she was talking about, as such awards did not exist in this world. Then, Durin remembered that the girl had already found her ring, and asked why she had sent servants to look for it, imagining how the culprits tried in vain to find the object they had hidden themselves. The actress smiled, and then explained to the butler that she wanted these three to get what they deserved. At that moment, the servants were still trying to find the ring, even though dusk was falling. However, wherever they looked it was empty, and the girl even began to think that the ring had already been taken and sold. Then, one of the Duke's associates, who was walking around the estate at night, noticed the company. The man called the servants and asked what they were doing here, which frightened them. It turned out that the butler Rube saw them and immediately reported what had happened to the master. The next morning, the Duke slammed his fist on the table in anger after learning that the servants had stolen a family heirloom. Rube added that the reason Camille once damaged the flowers was because the lady was looking for a ring. The father wondered why his daughter did not immediately tell him what was wrong, but accepted the punishment. To solve this problem, the man asked the butler to bring the girl, and he immediately said goodbye. Left alone, the father began to think about his actions, as he regretted them. The Duke thought that it must be difficult for Camilla to communicate with him, since he is a stepfather. However, he could not allow servants to mock even his own daughter. A little later, the lady entered the office very cheerfully and asked why she had been called. Before the lady had time to deal with the culprits, something had already happened. But she was calm and ready. Unexpectedly for the actress, her father asked her why she hadn't told him about the lost ring. The Duke began to quietly scold the girl for only finding out about this incident now. Looking at her father, Camilla could not understand why he was so angry about this. The actress really did not believe that the man could trust his daughter in such a short time. The Duke, meanwhile, not knowing how to start a dialogue, sighed and thought for a bit. Then, still sadly, the father said that the lady should have told him what happened. The girl was surprised that the man regretted what he had done, since according to the dream plot, he felt no pity for Camilla. And now, thanks to the actress's efforts, the attitude of the father who killed his daughter has seemingly changed for the better. However, the lady could not come to terms with the fact that they had become so close. Now Camilla was trying to find words to figure out how to continue the dialogue. In the end, she stated that her father was so busy that she did not want to bother him with her problems. The man jumped up, declaring that it was not his daughter who should ask for forgiveness, but those servants. Anger mixed with remorse once again overwhelmed the man, and he even fell silent. And then the father said that the girl could come to him at any time and tell him anything. He sincerely asked his daughter to always talk to him first, which surprised her. Camilla did not expect the Duke to look at her with such tenderness. Therefore, upon returning to her room, the lady took out a map to think about whether she should run away. The The spirits immediately asked what the lady was doing, and she replied that she was studying the map. The ghosts were frightened when they heard that Camilla was planning to run away, but the girl calmed them down. The actress said that maybe she won't have to run away at all, but she can't guarantee it. It was dangerous for her to rely solely on the Duke's attitude, as another of his killers would arrive soon. That is, the eldest and native son of the Zorfel family, named Rudeville, who is a powerful mage and swordsman. While the lady was sitting and completely immersed in her thoughts, thinking about something, an attendant approached her. It turned out to be Donna, who invited the lady for tea with the Duke, as he was already waiting. Camilla calmly accepted the invitation for tea, as she had already thought of it herself. The girl realized that since her father asked her to come, it meant that their relationship had truly improved. Quickly preparing, the actress immediately headed to the tea party so as not to keep the man waiting. But as she approached, Camilla saw someone who made her frown. It turned out that the Duke not only invited her to tea, but another person was waiting for the tea party to begin. This person turned out to be her brother Ravi, whom the lady never expected to see here. As soon as he saw his sister, the boy smiled sweetly and invited her to sit down. Playing the role of a meek girl excellently, the actress calmly accepted this invitation. But in fact, she was annoyed because her brother did not speak well to her in private either. Since it was impossible to leave the tea party, the lady took her seat and thought. It seemed to her that for some reason, her brother was in a good mood, which was rare. Just as she began to think about what could have made Ravi so happy, he himself boasted that he had been chosen at the academy for a demonstration. Camilla did not expect this day to come so quickly in the story, and therefore, she was not ready. The fact is that once a year, a demonstration is held at the magic tower of the academy, and only the most talented and experienced mages were invited, and Ravi was considered one of them. Now the lady understood why her brother did not hide his joy at all. Then a servant burst into the room, interrupting the snack because he had news. He reported that Rodville independently found the enemy headquarters and defeated everyone. This news made the Duke so happy that he jumped up and completely forgot about his younger son. Ravi became noticeably sad about this, but his father no longer paid attention to him. Only Camilla noticed how much her father's lack of attention affected her brother. However, she did not expect anything different, knowing full well that luck was not on Ravi's side. Camilla realized that the worst thing was that the banquet for Rootville's return was on the same day as the demonstration. And indeed, it was very difficult for the boy, so he said goodbye and hurried to leave. Despite offers to stay, to talk with her brother, Camilla also said goodbye to her father, saying that she also had business, and the Duke calmly saw his children off, highlighting the tea party, as he was more interested in talking to his assistant about Rodville. And at that moment, the lady ran after Ravi so that she could catch up with him and talk to him. It was very difficult for the boy now, because he worked hard, but never received recognition. Rabbi even thought that he should have learned dark magic and gone to the battlefield. But then his sister called him and told him that he was great for having managed to attend the demonstration. However, the brother initially did not understand the truthfulness of the girl's words, and so he asked why she was making fun of him. But Camilla did not give up and said again that only the best of the best are sent there. Then she ended the dialogue, but as she left, she put a hand on Rabbi's shoulder to support him. The lady said again that he was great, which finally touched the boy, although he did not expect it himself. The sister no longer saw this as she left, but the brother was very amazed by her words. The point was that the two words Ravi wanted to hear from his father were said by Camilla. A few days later, the lady was preparing for an event, and Donna was happy to help her with it. The maid assured that at the banquet, the lady would be the most beautiful of all. The actress agreed that the previous lady was very lucky with her appearance. Moreover, Donna knew how to work with Camilla's beauty, always making it better. Since the older brother returned home, there are banquets every day, which the lady does not really like. However, she needed to stand out. Therefore, every day the girl chose a new outfit. Then she heard Ravi's voice, who for some reason asked her not to create new problems. The lady asked him if he really wanted to fight for no reason again. But the brother explained that he behaved badly at the last party, which the actress admitted. And then she cheerfully added that, even though it was her fault, she liked it. Camilla specifically described how she grabbed the girl by the hair, which confused the boy. Then, the lady looked at her brother's suit and asked if he had bought a new one for the special occasion. Ravi quickly said that he would never come to the banquet, no matter what. Then his sister surprised him, reminding him that he had already had a magic demonstration today. The boy did not believe that this girl was capable of correctly remembering the date of his event. But in reality, he felt sad because he wished he would be paid attention to. The actress suddenly whispered that if you don't choose the right outfit, you will be compared to everyone else. To this, the brother replied that clothes are not that important at a banquet, only that you should not draw too much attention. In response to this, the lady once again raised her fist, as if holding someone by the hair, making the boy frown. At that moment, all the workers were in full swing preparing for the banquet, trying to be on time. As soon as Ravi walked down the street completely calmly, not wanting to share joy with others, it saddened him that his older brother was being talked about even outside the estate. To try not to think about it, the boy clenched his fists and walked away. At that moment, Ravi personally concluded that, with or without family, he still felt lonely. That same evening, the middle brother arrived at the demonstration shortly before it began. He kept away from everyone and tried not to pay attention to anyone so that they would not bother him either. Then his companion Jael approached him, which was strange because they did not communicate. Ravi immediately tensed up because this guy had never spoken to him before. But then Jael said that he considered him one of the best mages in the course, like many others. Ravi was about to relax when he heard someone call his interlocutor. It turned out that his mother and sister, who were already sitting at the table, came to support Jael. The boy happily waved back at them, thanking them for their much-needed support. And then he abruptly turned to Ravi to look at his emotions at that moment. And unexpectedly for the son of the Zorful family, Jael asked where his family was. A classmate began to jokingly lament that it was impossible for no one to come. Only now did Ravi realize why the person approaching him was clearly not his friend. The guy gathered all his strength and said that it should not matter to anyone whether someone supports him or not. At this, Jael smiled very slyly, and Ravi realized that something bad was about to happen. And indeed, a classmate said that since the eldest son had arrived in the Sorful family, the middle son was no longer so necessary. Although Ravi was prepared for such words, he was still offended. The boy tried to fight his emotions for some time, but his eyes were still filled with rage. Fearing no one at all, Ravi suddenly raised his hand and turned it towards his classmate. Jael immediately covered himself with his hands, but his brother only placed his hand on his shoulder and said that his family was the only thing he could be proud of. The guy who came to mock Ravi did not expect this at all. Meanwhile, Sorful's son whispered in his classmate's ear that he knew very well how the teacher helped him. Stepping back, he added that if you have money, then life is definitely wonderful. At that point, Jael could no longer restrain his emotions, but showed them to everyone, shouting loudly that Ravi was a bastard. Suddenly, the boys noticed a man who should not have been at the demonstration. And then they froze, awkward. It turned out that Camila was preparing in the morning to support not Rodville, but Ravi. The actress knew the situation where no one comes to you from childhood. Being Sarah, the girl constantly heard evil rumors about herself everywhere. Moreover, her parents constantly cursed and shouted, blaming their daughter for the troubles. And little Sarah heard everything perfectly, but just silently observed what was happening. Therefore, looking at Camilla and Ravi's life now, the actress remembered her past. At least Donna treated the lady well, for which the lady thanked her. If she hadn't become a popular actress, she would never have been able to gain the recognition she needed. But under different circumstances, the girl might have gone crazy like Ravi. Now Camille has come here to try to change that. At that moment, the brother was called onto the stage and was forced to stop thinking about his sister. Looking at the boy, Camilla realized that he was still upset because he was using her due to his inferiority complex. But she was still worried that the boy felt lonely, and she was familiar with that. That is why Camilla decided to support her brother, knowing how important it is to him. So she wished that he would not lose to idiots like Jael and perform well. And this time, Ravi truly shone and was genuinely happy that everything was working out for him. And Camilla, who had watched this moment sadly many times, was now finally happy too. When everything was over and everyone started leaving, the brother approached his sister and asked her what she was doing here. What confused the boy the most was that the girl showed up at the demonstration in a very beautiful outfit. Ravi did not understand at all when the lady learned to highlight her beauty. To this, Camilla replied that she herself did not really know why she wanted to do this. All because the actress could not tell her brother the truth, so she had to come up with stupid excuses. So, Ravi concluded that there was no point in even asking anything from this child. Then the boy called his sister so they could go home, which surprised the girl. The brother turned around and asked how long he had to wait, because the demonstration was over. These words of his caused another attack of surprise in Camila, who did not expect such behavior. The girl smiled imperceptibly, because never before in her life had a boy waited for her. Running to her brother, the lady declared that his face was cuter than the back of his neck. Although this was out of place, the boy did not even understand what this meant, but Camilla just laughed, explaining nothing. At that moment, the Duke placed his hand on his eldest son's shoulder, thanking him for attending the banquet. Rodville arrived very late, but his father had no intention of scolding him for it. The boy calmly replied to the Duke that it was not difficult for him to come from the front. In response, the father pitied that the other two children were not with them to keep them company now. As the man quickly let go of his son, he headed to his room, thinking about his family on the way. Through the window, he saw his sister and brother returning together from a magic demonstration at the academy. The eldest son found it interesting that Camilla was taking care of Ravi for the first time in his life. In the carriage, the brother and sister quickly arrived at the estate, and since it was already late, it was time to go to their rooms. Camilla noticed that sounds of celebration were coming from the estate, which meant the banquet was not over yet. But the lady deliberately ate even later, so as not to run into Rodville. Ravi said he would still show up at the banquet and asked what his sister would do. But the girl still did not want to meet her murderer, so she refused to go to the banquet. In the dream, most of the time she died at the hands of her older brother, and therefore, she didn't really feel like communicating with him. With his sword, Rodville often cut off Camille's head or pierced her heart. The next morning, the actress set herself the task of learning at least somehow to understand her older brother's emotions on his face. Meanwhile, the girl noticed that it had rained a little during the night, as the entire ground and the grass were wet. The lady thought that if she managed to gain the Duke's favor, they must not kill her. She was so lost in thought that she did not notice someone approaching her. This someone was Redville, who for some reason decided to look for a girl on the estate. The lady did not expect to hear anyone's voice, and therefore stumbled accidentally. And then she managed to turn wonderfully, because she used all her acting skills. Turning around, the actress looked closely at the approaching person. And I was very surprised to meet my older brother, as I didn't want to see him yet. Camilla stood still, thinking that this man had completely forgotten about it. The girl understood that there was no point in angering her potential murderer again, so she put on a wide grin and smiled very cheerfully at Ruthville. The lady said she was picking flowers just for him and that she was happy to meet him. To confirm her words, the sister handed her brother a bouquet of freshly picked misty flowers. Rodville accepted the flowers, but at the same time, his face remained almost unchanged, which was bad for the girl. Camilla even thought he didn't like flowers, as there was no reaction from the boy. To stop guessing what her older brother was thinking, the actress quickly said goodbye to him, saying she still had things to do. A little later, the butler asked why the young master needed that bouquet of flowers. To this, Ruthville calmly replied that they had been given to him, which surprised Rube. The butler thought he would like to shake hands with that daredevil, who dared to give his eldest son a bouquet. The man asked for a bouquet to put in a vase, but Ruthville didn't give it to him. Instead, the boy briefly and confidently said that they were his, which surprised Rube. The butler tried to explain to him that he was not going to take the bouquet, but it was useless. Unexpectedly, the boy said that this was the first time this child had given him a gift. Rube didn't understand exactly who he was talking about and tried to find out. But he couldn't. This is because Rodville fell silent right in the middle of the dialogue, and nothing could be done about it. In the end, the eldest son said he would go to his room, and the butler didn't bother him. And the boy himself smiled for the first time in a long time, because Camilla called him brother. During lunch, the girl seriously thought she would go crazy from overexertion. Now she had to think even more carefully about every step she took and observe Rodville. Very quickly, the servants placed delicious food on the dining table, freshly prepared, and then the eldest son remembered how he once found out that Camilla's food had spoiled, so he handed his portion to the lady, demanding that she exchange the plates with him. The girl didn't even have time to object before her brother took her food and started eating it immediately. While Camilla was angry with her older brother, the Duke asked the younger brother how his demonstration went, and Rabbi was immediately pleased. The father apologized for not paying much attention to this incident, but the son was not offended. The fact that the Duke paid attention to Rabbi surprised Camilla a little. Then the man turned to her and called her, which surprised the lady even more. But she did not show it. Her father said with a smile that everything was settled, and she could return to the academy soon. The actress completely forgot that it is now spring break, and she will soon have to study. The only thing is that her father suggested changing the direction of her studies, but the lady did not remember where she studied. So nothing changed. The actress immediately realized that, when her studies started, her life would become a complete headache. Above all, she did not want to cross paths with certain people, but she understood that she would have to act according to the situation. However, the memory of the current Camilla did not leave the two most dangerous boys at the academy, whom she was going to avoid. While the lady was thinking, the Duke suddenly said that they had brought him new chocolate. He also added that the misty flowers had wilted a little, and the girl realized that it was necessary to bring new ones. Ravi, who was sitting nearby, was confused that his sister did not understand the hidden implication. The boy tried to find out if the lady really missed everything, and she really didn't know anything. Camilla wondered when she managed to lose the thread of the dialogue, but she didn't get anywhere. As a result, the actress decided to keep eating and not think about something unclear. And Ravi couldn't help but smile, because he assumed that the Duke himself had invited his daughter to the tea party. The only thing the boy didn't understand was why he felt so proud of his sister. A few hours later, Bradville went to his father's office to help him with some matters. The Duke asked what his son was thinking about, and he replied that he was putting the desserts in order. Since Camilla didn't like apples, his brother crossed out everything that contained them. Only after this was he completely satisfied with his work, because he knew it would please his sister. Unexpectedly, in a conversation with his father, the son admitted that he overheard the servants making fun of Camilla, and he noticed the spoiled dishes. Therefore, Rodville now asked what the Duke was doing with the servants and wondered whether to answer or not. A little later, the man replied that he made sure they could never get a job anywhere again. Then the father suspiciously asked if his son had stumbled upon one of these dishes, and he lowered his head. Although he didn't want to, Rodville admitted that this was the case and asked for forgiveness for his silence. The father forgave his son and moved on to the next topic of dialogue by taking something out of his inner pocket. This object turned out to be a medallion, inside of which was supposed to be a divine beast, but they couldn't find it. In the Favler Empire, the three duchies were under the protection of divine animals, and Zorfel was under the protection of the white tiger. The second duchy, called Sephra, was under the protection of a divine animal such as the black wolf. And finally, the third duchy, called Javelin, was defended by a red eagle. The Zorfel family once had a divine beast, but the previous duke died of poisoning, and he didn't have time to hand over the beast. The duke understood that his reputation would not change due to the absence of the beast, but the other two families pressured him. The man even thought it was time to give up and stop being a tiger, since 3 generations couldn't find it. At that moment, the eldest son called his father, who changed his mind and decided to abandon the search. What angered the Duke the most was that he had to listen to the mockery of the other 2 families with divine animals. As for Camilla, she was returning from the garden to her chambers and did not feel very well. Then Daring suddenly appeared in front of her and told her that he had a request for her. The butler said that he would like the girl to meet someone, but that she had to come to him. But the lady, as soon as she heard that it was also a ghost, immediately refused, since she was not in a good mood. The lady was surprised to notice that the spirit was clearly nervous when she didn't want to go with him, but the lady still said she would go to her room, explaining that she had stomach problems. Camilla felt somewhat guilty, as the butler had helped her more than once. However, she absolutely did not want ghosts constantly gathering around her. Therefore, the girl quickly said goodbye, and to her surprise, Durin quickly gave up. But the lady didn't even suspect that those pleas from the spirit were just the beginning, because the ghost bothered her whenever he could, even at night. And even while the lady was eating with her family, she couldn't answer him at all. Every time, Durin said that this spirit really wanted to see his lover. Camilla realized that it was an illusion that the ghost had given up quickly. In the end, the girl couldn't stand it and shouted at the butler to stop bothering her. Durin immediately put on a very tragic and sad look, because he didn't even think about retreating. Sighing, the lady agreed, however, to meet the spirit the butler talked about so much. The only thing is that she clarified whether this ghost was a resident, but Durin didn't know such a thing. So, the lady explained that a resident is a spirit that cannot leave its territory. And she was right. The butler praised Camilla for her intelligence, and she asked him where this spirit was. Daring gallantly bowed his head and said that he would definitely say goodbye to the girl himself. When people think of ghost places, they always mention cemeteries or the family homes of the dead. However, Camille knew that, for some reason, spirits rarely frequent those places. For some reason, the dead find it unpleasant to be near their corpse. However, at this moment, the lady was in the cemetery, and there were many ghosts here. The girl thought that, since this was the Zorfel family cemetery, great personalities should be buried here. At that moment, the butler called the lady, and she lost the thread of her thoughts. So she followed him. The actress noticed that the tomb they reached was clearly meticulously cared for. The only thing that bothered her was the fact that on such a sunny day, the lady was forced to walk through the cemetery. But fortunately for Camilla, Durin suddenly stopped and said that they had come to the right place. Camilla heard a spirit that had not yet appeared in the air asking her if she was the right girl. And the butler confirmed it. While she had time, the girl paid attention to the inscription on the tombstone and realized that this ghost had died a long time ago. Then the spirit asked if Camilla could really see and hear him. Hearing confirmation of this, the ghost was clearly very happy as he laughed cheerfully. Before the deceased stranger asked her for a favor, the actress asked permission to ask him a question. Looking closely at the deceased 39th Duke of the Zorfel family, the lady asked him if he really had that genetics. The lady meant that the deceased Duke was completely bald. Without answering the lady's question, the man said that it was his duty to hand over the divine beast to the next Duke, but that he died first. That's why the ghost was so happy that the lady could not only see him, but also hear him, because the deceased Duke wanted the girl to find the divine beast's egg for him. Camilla was extremely surprised, as she did not expect such a responsibility to suddenly fall upon her. A little later, the lady was having tea, trying to accept the fact that she would now have to search for the beast's egg. She understood all the circumstances, but she also knew that she could not accidentally find what 3 generations had been looking for. Above all, the actress was afraid of being questioned, so she wouldn't be able to explain anything. Camilla was sure that no matter what excuse she came up with, she would still be considered crazy. Meanwhile, Darren paid several compliments to the lady, happy that she was helping the Duke's spirit. The lady decided to ask jokingly if she hadn't been so beautiful before, which baffled the ghost. The butler tried to justify himself by saying that he thought this dress suited the girl better, but she simply dismissed him. At that moment, people other than Camilla arrived at the cemetery, but she did not notice them. And the 3 boys who visited this place for personal reasons immediately recognized the daughter of Duke Zorfel. Friends asked Pedro Javelin if he knew what this lady was doing here, but the boy himself was surprised to see her. But what surprised this company the most was that the girl did not run towards the redhead. The thing is, the actress had no intention of approaching the boys, and moreover, she was too worried about her own problems. Pedro said it was rude to consider Camilla his personal dog, because the girl ran after him. But his friends continued to prove it to him, recalling how she took things from the boy and didn't give them back. However, when they looked at Camilla, they concluded that she looked different today. Here, for some reason, Cablon decided to leave the boys, saying that he had already done everything he wanted. But as he was leaving, the boy briefly looked at the lady and smiled mysteriously. He didn't know the reasons why the girl ended up in the cemetery, but he was interested. And the lady was still worried, even at night, because the beast's egg was deep in the lake. Realizing that she wouldn't be able to sleep because she was thirsty, Camilla looked into the teapot. But there was no water. In order not to disturb her assistant Donna at such a late hour, the actress herself went to the kitchen for water. Approaching the kitchen, she was surprised because she saw light coming from the room. It only meant that someone was already in the kitchen at this late hour. As curiosity got the better of her, the girl didn't even think about turning back. Instead, she quietly opened the kitchen door and looked inside, surprised. All because her brother Ravi was sitting in the kitchen drinking tea, while eating the food prepared for him, and reading the newspaper. The lady entered and asked if the boy was having a late-night snack. In response, Ravi started complaining about why his sister wasn't sleeping at this hour. But she came to the kitchen. Camilla calmly replied that she didn't want to bother the servants and came herself to get water. The boy said that none of the assistants were sleeping, and then asked why his sister sat down next to him. Camila smiled and said that she liked watching someone eat because it calmed her down. The brother tried to complain, but quickly realized it was useless and changed his mind about sending the lady away. And the lady indeed started watching her brother eat because she heard it helped her sleep. Ravi was so focused on reading while eating that he didn't immediately pay attention to his sister. At that moment, she was sitting with her eyes closed, but no matter how much the boy sent her to the room, the girl did not go. As a result, Camila fell asleep right at the table, and Ravi couldn't help it. After thinking about it, the brother realized that at any other time he would have simply gotten angry with the lady. But now he couldn't do that. Instead, he got up from the table and hesitantly approached his sister, wondering what to do. Then Camila shivered, and Ravi feared the kitchen was too cold for her. The boy was about to carry the girl to the room, when suddenly his older brother's voice startled him. For some reason, Rodville wasn't sleeping either, and now, upon arriving in the kitchen, he himself wanted to carry the lady to the room. Before Ravi could even utter a word, the older brother picked up his sister in his arms and told him he would take care of her. These actions by Rodville greatly surprised the younger one, but he didn't figure anything out now. Moreover, the boy holding the girl in his arms asked for silence so as not to wake her up. The next morning, Camila woke up early and had no idea what had happened when she fell asleep. Furthermore, the lady couldn't even say exactly when she fell asleep, and the girl was sure that she herself would not return to the room. So the actress realized that at night she went to the kitchen, where her brother Ravi was quietly sitting and eating. Camila decided that he was the one who brought her back and thought she had caused him trouble. The actress was a little worried, as she decided that Ravi would definitely complain next time. She also remembered having a very bad dream that night. In it, the lady was begging Rootville not to kill her because she strongly wanted to live. The boy in the dream replied very seriously that he would never kill his sister, so she had nothing to fear. The girl could barely hold back tears, because while sleeping, she had difficulty understanding what was happening. Finally, she realized that her brother had promised not to kill her, and Camilla smiled cheerfully. Now, remembering all this, the girl burned with shame, wishing she remembered nothing. She considered it just a dream, and didn't understand why she cried and smiled so much. A little later, the sister found Ravi and called him to talk. The brother immediately started complaining as usual, but the girl just smiled. Camilla admitted that she was very polite because she was a little embarrassed about last night. The lady asked if her brother was glad that she was lighter than she looked, but he didn't understand what she was talking about. The sister continued proudly saying that the boy was probably surprised by her lightness when he picked her up yesterday. Realizing that Ravi was looking at her too angrily, the lady decided to remain silent. Then suddenly, Rodville, who was walking around the estate, approached the sister and the brother who were talking. Although Camilla was not happy to see him, she wanted to live, so she sweetly greeted her eldest son. But the boy did not react in any way, so an awkward silence hung between them. Camilla also tried to sweetly continue the dialogue, although she herself was angry because her brother was silent. Then, the girl noticed that Rodville was looking at her intently and considered that there was contact. Suddenly, Ravi drew his sister's attention and asked what kind of discrimination that was. The sister did not understand what was happening, and the brother explained that he felt the difference between communicating with him and with his older brother. Camilla was surprised that Ravi even mentioned the topic, as he was being rude to her. In response, the girl asked him why he was asking such obvious questions. Then, the lady added that she was behaving this way because Ravi was her brother, essentially family. The actress did not understand why the boy was so surprised by her words in the end, but she didn't want to realize it, and Ravi was indeed very surprised. He even fell silent and asked his sister no more questions. Realizing that the boy was laughing for some reason, the lady tried to find out what was going on, but Ravi just said not to pay attention to him. Having decided to do so, Camilla turned and looked at her older brother, as she had completely forgotten about him. For some reason, Rodville looked petrified and didn't move at all, but the girl couldn't understand why. A little later, dinner began at the Sorful estate, and the actress still hadn't decided which of the two brothers to please more. Furthermore, for some reason, my father was also in an incomprehensible, almost angry mood. The daughter noticed this and only dared to ask the Duke if everything was fine with him. The man replied that everything was fine, but that unpleasant guests would arrive soon. When her father mentioned the surname Javelin, the actress did not immediately remember exactly who he was referring to. But literally, a few seconds later, the girl realized that they were talking about a friend, and at the same time a rival, besides the owner of a divine beast. The father also said that a gentleman named Pedro would come along with his father Javelin. Upon mentioning Pedro, everyone immediately looked at the lady, as the former Camilla was in love with him. However, there was now an actress in the former lady's body, and she considered the boy from the Javelin family too dangerous to continue pursuing him at the academy. The current Camilla did not understand why the previous one suffered so much for her unrequited love for Pedro. She even once tried to invite a boy to an event with her, but the son of Duke Chamberlain rejected the girl under the pretext that he already had a partner for the party. So, the lady obediently said that she understood everything perfectly, because Pedro was a very popular boy. At first, the girl thought that he was rejecting her not because he didn't like her, but then she met that very partner. It was painful for Camilla to see another lady walking arm in arm with her lover. But the lady had no choice but to accept it, since she periodically communicated with Uella. Then the girl approached Camilla and praised her dress, which the daughter of Duke Sorfel did not expect. But the compliments did not last long, because Uella almost whispered that she heard Pedro reject her. To this, Camilla vehemently objected that the boy had simply already decided on a partner. But Uella said that the girl was deceived when she asked the boy to be her partner just 2 days ago. The girl crossed the line and started openly laughing at the poor lady. Yehuela did the most painful thing by saying that Camilla was only the Duke's adopted daughter. The teacher could no longer stand the fact that her peers simply called her fake, so she ran to the arrogant lady and grabbed her by the hair. At that moment, the Duke's daughter was already considered crazy, so it did not get any worse. Therefore, now the father asked the girl to tell him if she felt uncomfortable receiving such guests. After preparing the sandwich, the actress proudly stated that she did not want to have anything more to do with Pedro. With a smile, Camilla added that her feelings for the boy had disappeared, so there was absolutely nothing to worry about. The whole family, however, looked at the girl in disbelief, although she never loved Javelin. In the end, coughing, the Duke decided not to return to this topic. The actress realized that they did not believe her, but she still did not try to prove anything to anyone. Meanwhile, the father began to lament again about Javelin's arrival at his estate. Hearing the words about the divine beast in the man's phrases, Camilla once again realized that she needed to find him. Since the lady did not even know how to swim, she accidentally sighed, which was audible. The Duke immediately asked his daughter what she was thinking so much about, as he was now almost always worried about her. And the girl said that her father seemed so upset that she felt sad. The father immediately smiled, and Ravi was surprised by such a successful phrase from Camilla. The Duke told his daughter not to worry and to enjoy the meal, and she asked him to do the same. A little later, the head of the family asked what kind of dessert the cook had brought, and said that it was a special order from the lady. Then the Duke asked the girl what she had ordered, and the lady replied that it was a special black bean juice dessert. And sorbet, the girl added that they have a good effect on genetics, and the man did not understand why she was so concerned about this. Most of all, when offered a new dessert, Camilla worried whether Rodville would eat it, but the boy did not refuse. A little later, Duke Javelin, as he had promised, came to visit the Zorfel family. The man cheerfully said all sorts of nonsense, which quickly tired the Duke, and he asked him to move on to more important dialogues. Then, Duke Javelin directed his attention to Camilla and Ravi, who were nearby. As always, the man simply chuckled, without even greeting the two of them. The girl noticed that the guest deliberately seemed to pass by her and her brother as quickly as possible. From this, the lady concluded that Duke Javelin had not changed in any way, and he still did not recognize them as part of the Zorfel family. Since blood ties are very dear to a man, Camilla and Ravi are simply scamps to him, as they are his father's adopted sons. Recalling that it was Pedro, who was Javelin's son, who attracted the ex-lover, the actress could not help but smile. Then, the girl heard a familiar male voice behind her, who greeted her. She immediately turned around in surprise, because for some reason, the voice was kind to her. Pedro stood in front of the lady, and the girl was forced to notice that he was indeed handsome. Camilla immediately greeted the boy according to all the rules, although she herself thought that she was simply enjoying her unrequited love. Duke Javelin's son, as if nothing had happened, clarified that this was their first meeting after the banquet. Then Pedro starred in a touching scene, apologizing, but the actress received them rather coldly. Not losing hope of regaining the lady's favor, the boy asked her to show him the beautiful Sorful garden. The actress confirmed that the garden was indeed very beautiful and suddenly called the butler. The lady asked Rube to accompany Pedro to the garden, which he did not expect. So the guy stood there confused, not knowing what to do next, as the whole plan to conquer Camila had failed. The Duke's daughter, without worrying at all, wished Javelin a good walk. The butler instantly understood the lady's plan, so he almost immediately began calling the boy to the garden. And Pedro's face changed a lot, and he was no longer smiling, because he couldn't believe what was happening. He wanted to catch up with the lady, but his very jealous brother was accompanying her to the estate. So all that was left for the boy now was to follow Rube to the garden, which he was not interested in at all. At that moment, Duke Javelin laughed at Duke Sorful, as he still hadn't found his beast. The blonde man asked quite rudely why his friend had come, and explained that he had business matters. Javelin got down to business, and offered to represent Zorful's mines for a small percentage of sales. However, the man didn't even listen to the end, and immediately said that he had no intention of sharing the mines. Javelin kept insisting, making Sorful's face angrier and angrier, but he did not back down. So the men argued until the moment Camila brought homemade snacks. The lady tried very hard this time, not just because they had guests, but to cheer up her father. The Duke immediately noticed that his daughter had brought new tea, and explained that it helps to fall asleep. Camila promised to bring her father another cup of tea before bed, and suddenly he invited her to stay with them. The actress immediately made a sweet and innocent face, and asked if she could interfere. The Duke hastened to say that his daughter would not interfere in any way, and joined the men's tea party. The lady noticed that Javelin was clearly not happy with her presence, but this only made her more amused. Looking at the Duke, the girl was very surprised, because she saw something she should not have seen. Sitting on Duke Javelin's shoulder, and guarding his surroundings, was his personal divine beast. It was a little red chick, and Camila didn't know she could see unsummoned divine beasts. The girl quickly realized that no one but her could see the chick. Suddenly, the father praised his daughter again for the tea and dessert, which distracted her from her thoughts about the beast. The lady was pleased because this drink was prepared by Durin, which meant her efforts were not in vain. Looking at the guest again, the girl tried not to pay attention to the divine beast. Instead, Camila invited the now silent man to try the drink as well, assuring him that he would like it. The man laughed as rudely as possible, showing displeasure in every way, but he agreed to try. When the Duke tasted the tea, the lady saw from his face that he liked it, but he would not admit it. At that moment, the little bird sitting on its owner's shoulder looked directly at the girl. This amazed the actress, but she decided not to show it so as not to accidentally get into trouble. But before Camila had time to think that, she heard the chick's voice, who said that he knew she could see him. The lady was saved from communicating with the beast by none other than Javelin himself, who suddenly called his protector. With a single word, the chick turned upwards and turned into a beautiful red eagle. The girl heard that the bird's name was Yeti, and realized that until the eagle is summoned, it is like a real ghost. Camilla's father immediately asked his ally why he suddenly summoned the beast, and he replied that he just wanted to. Javelin specifically added that divine beasts are so wonderful that it is hard to take your eyes off them. But this, of course, is alien to Zorful. The actress instantly realized that the guest was simply making fun of them, and of their lack of a white tiger, and the bird itself, still sitting on its owner's shoulder, clearly did not share his joy, as it was very serious. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, the eagle flapped its wings and flew upwards, and then began to circle around the room. But it didn't fly like that for long, because literally a few moments later it landed, not on its owner, but on Camila. Duke Javelin was even speechless, because no matter how much he patted his shoulder, his beast would not return. Instead, Yeti sat very snugly and comfortably on the young lady's lap, which surprised her no less than the men. In the end, the guest couldn't stand it, and directly ordered the beast to return, ceasing to give it orders with gestures. But even despite this direct order, the red eagle stubbornly shook its head. The man couldn't react to this calmly, so he even raised his voice to his divine beast. To this, the bird replied that he really liked being with the girl, as she had a very pure soul and kind. Javelin was not happy with this confession, and therefore asked Yeti to stop talking nonsense about the fact that he liked his ally's daughter. Here Camilla, who knew she was popular among such creatures, entered into a dialogue and asked for forgiveness. And her father took the opportunity and laughed at his friend just as he had laughed at him before. However, the guest until recently did not want to admit that his beast had stopped obeying for some time. Javelin stubbornly called the bird again and again, but it didn't even move. Duke Zorfel laughed again at the beast's obedience, as the whole situation greatly amused him. The guest almost cried from everything that was happening, as his reputation was very important to him. And the actress herself, caught in the middle, didn't know what to do now. A few days later, the time came for Camilla to go to the academy, and everyone was worried about her. Assistant Donna asked several times if the lady would be fine, and the lady was sure of it. The actress partially understood the concern of others, as the lady had been in captivity for a long time, and now she was outside again. In the end, the girl stayed to study in the same direction, so she almost immediately saw people with wooden swords. And then the sound of real crossed swords, and the order that the duel was beginning reached Camilla's ears. The thing was that the faculty the Duke's daughter chose to study taught fencing. The Zorfel family has long been famous for its swordsmen, and the lady did not want to be an exception to the rule. Therefore, she chose this particular direction to show that she is also part of the family. However, the actress herself condemned the naive lady's choice, as she believed it was impossible to undertake something she didn't understand at all. However, to some extent, she understood Camilla's logic in the past, because this direction could be her only hope for a family. So now the girl would not deviate from the path chosen by her predecessor. But the actress still didn't want to train and thought about getting some sleep. Camilla quickly found a nice spot in the shade of a tree where she could take a good nap. But then, the lady saw that in this very shade was the ghost of a man, and a sword stuck out of his chest. The lady decided that it would be better not to contact this spirit so that others wouldn't cling to it. Therefore, the girl began to look around for an equally good place to sleep. But luck would have it that there was no shade anywhere else, so Camille had to go to the tree. The guy's ghost remained there and continued to stand, paying no attention to the people. At that moment, the actress carefully sat down next to him, trying not to hurt the spirit. The lady was relieved to realize that the ghost was not looking at her, even though she had gotten very close to him. The students around immediately began to whisper that the Duke's daughter was sleeping under the tree. And Pedro heard it. Remembering how the girl used to tremble at every word he said in her direction. The boy was amazed. And then Javelin whispered that it was as if Camilla had now turned into a completely different person. The ghost continued to float in the air, and carefully did not notice the lady next to him. This was only an advantage for Camilla, as she hadn't had enough sleep and was now resting properly. But the students did not give up, arguing that only this girl could fall asleep in the middle of class. After hearing the whispers around him, Pedro sighed with a smile, as he did not want to touch the lady yet. Therefore, this time the boy defended the girl, saying that he would let her lie down, but that they needed to go to class. One of his friends immediately followed him, but he did not notice the other student, and accidentally touched him with his shoulder. The boy immediately began to be indignant with the person who found him, not realizing exactly who he was talking to. It turned out that Pedro's friend ran into someone who was far from an ordinary student, so he immediately began to be indignant in response. This guy turned out to be Adrian Sephra, who remained calm while talking. The poor student immediately got very scared, because he did not want any conflict with Adrian. When the boy started asking for forgiveness, Sephra said with a smile that there was no need to apologize, since he wouldn't do it either. The Sephra family is known for its brilliant mages, and Adrian was no exception. However, there was only one problem, as the guy had no humanity. Last year, a transferred student got involved with Adrian, who beat him to a pulp. The creepiest thing was that, when the student lost consciousness, the guy tended to him and hit him again. So right now, saving his friend, Pedro intervened in the conflict, ending the quarrel. Javelin said it was just a small misunderstanding, so don't pay too much attention. To this, Sephra asked if the guy who intervened was a clown, some guy who came out of nowhere. Adrian kept pushing and said he wanted to see if the redhead would also smile if they fought. Pedro suggested not going that far, to which the black-haired guy asked if he wanted to. After that, without warning, Sephra attacked immediately, but Javelin managed to block. Adrian said that Pedro shouldn't dare call him by his name, since they weren't friends. At that moment, the boys were noticed by the coach and had to retreat so as not to be sent to the principal. Sephra snapped with displeasure and said not to appear before his sight again. Otherwise, they would not get away so easily. Walking to class separately from the others, the boy noticed a shadow under a tree. Camilla was still sleeping there, and the girl felt very good. Suddenly, Adrian whispered if she could also see them, but he didn't explain who exactly. The thing is that wherever the lady went, there were ghosts flying around. They even flew through the corridors and in almost every classroom, which in theory should not have happened. The actress nervously looked at her notebook, not understanding why there were so many spirits in the academy. In the end, the lady couldn't stand it and decided to sleep a little longer so as not to see ghosts. But as soon as the girl closed her eyes, the teacher immediately approached her and asked if her lesson was really that boring. Camilla remembered this woman, who was afraid of Duke Zorfel, and therefore took out her anger on his daughter in every possible way. There were many students in the class sleeping at their desks, but the teacher approached her. The woman threateningly asked if a lady could really solve absolutely any problem if she allowed herself to sleep. Without letting the Duke's daughter say a word, the teacher brazenly called her directly to the board. Camilla thought that this woman was acting like a child and not like an adult teacher. In fact, being Sarah, she graduated from one of the best universities and used to sit behind notebooks in her free time. Due to acting and studying, the actress often had nosebleeds because she tried very hard but wouldn't give up anything. Moreover, Sarah had the opportunity to see in dreams many times over 20 years how the lady studied. Therefore, the current Camilla easily solved the exam task, the solution of which she had seen more than 10 times. Having finished writing the equation, the girl turned to the teacher and asked if she could go to sleep now. Since the woman now had nothing to say to the lady, she silently allowed her to take her seat. At the end of the school day, the actress headed to the estate in a carriage, and it felt like an eternity had passed in the academy. The lady couldn't understand why there were so many ghosts in the academy. And moreover, the slight rocking of the carriage had a calming effect, and she fell asleep. In the end, Camilla fell asleep on the way, so she was in a good mood when she arrived home. Amazed, the girl looked ahead, examining her father's numerous possessions. The actress suddenly realized that for the first time in this world, she was seeing a sunset. Although she thought her life was going downhill, she couldn't help but acknowledge the beauty of the sunset. At that moment, the dreamy girl was called by name, and she abruptly opened her eyes. It turned out that the Duke came out to meet his daughter and decided to meet her after the academy. The father said modestly that he was glad Camilla was back, as he had been waiting for her. The actress was shocked to hear a greeting for the first time in her life upon returning home. Her parents had never known her before in this life, which is why little Sarah was always sad. So now the lady was overwhelmed with feelings and couldn't hold back tears. A crying girl appeared before the Duke and the butler, who couldn't calm down. The lady herself couldn't understand why she was crying, because everything was fine. The father immediately became scared for his daughter, and grabbing her by the shoulders, asked her to tell him what had happened. And the girl remembered her sad childhood, when darkness was always her friend. No matter how many times Sarah returned home hoping not to feel alone, nothing changed. And after her mother's death, the girl's life got worse, as she had to be completely responsible for herself. Her father only came to her once, and then for money, but even then Sarah didn't cry. And now, for a reason unknown to her, tears flowed as if on their own. As a result, Camilla was able to come to her senses and even smiled cheerfully at her father, telling him she was home. The Duke was still very worried about his daughter, but since she didn't give him a reason, he didn't ask. Instead, the man gently stroked his daughter's head and warmly welcomed her to the estate. A little later, already in her room, the lady felt great embarrassment because she burst into tears. She was ashamed that at that very moment, all the brothers and even the servants came out, and they saw everyone's tears. Then Camilla was distracted from her thoughts by the sound of her stomach, and the lady realized she was very hungry. Since there was no way to starve, the girl decided to go to the kitchen and eat something. Camilla spent a little more time getting ready and only then entered the kitchen and noticed that the doors were open. The actress didn't even have time to take a couple of steps when she suddenly heard her brother's voice addressing her. It turned out that Ravi had been waiting for his sister near the door this whole time. Knowing where she would go, the girl couldn't believe that the boy was waiting for her to talk for some reason. However, the lady suddenly felt a pleasant warmth in her chest, and so she couldn't help but smile. Deciding to joke, The lady said that although she was slow, she was still the most beautiful. Her brother didn't like her jokes, so Camila promised not to joke like that again if he didn't make that face. Ravi was angry, accepting that deal, and then, for some reason, he reached into his pocket, searching for something there. The boy easily found and pulled a small item from his pocket, which he told his sister to take. The lady began to examine the small bracelet in surprise, not knowing its properties. Ravi explained that this bracelet should be thrown at anyone who dares to offend the lady. The brother added that this is a magic bracelet that can immobilize the right person. Camila accepted the gift, although she didn't quite understand why the boy gave it to her. However, she was grateful to Ravi because he cared for her from the bottom of his heart. Following her brother, the girl again started teasing him jokingly, but he just grumbled. The lady asked if her reputation would be damaged if she wore the bracelet, to which Ravi replied that nothing could save her reputation. Time passed inexorably, and the ghost still reminded Camila of the beast's egg in the water. So she came to the lake. The butler begged the girl to immerse herself, but she refused because the water was still too cold. However, the ghost did not give up and assured that now was the best season for swimming. Which was true. The actress admitted with a sigh that she had run out of excuses, and it was time to really immerse herself. In the end, the late Duke could not lie, as he simply had no need to do so, which means the beast's egg was in the water. Although the entire Zorfel family had been searching for the egg for years, Camila realized that it wouldn't have occurred to them to search in the lake. No matter how much Durin tried, the lake water was still too icy for the actress. The ghost remembered that the late Duke was waiting for the lady to act, but she replied that she could wait a little longer. At this point, Camila finally decided that she would only return when the lake water also warmed up. The butler complained for a while, but the lady scolded him and he stopped. The actress asked if Daring needed to follow her to the academy, and the spirit nodded. So the lady began to worry that the lake might be deep. But the ghost cheerfully replied that she had no reason to worry, since the butler already explored the lake and knows approximately where the egg might be. With burning eyes, Durin asked the lady to just follow him, and he would take her where she needed to go. Camila was not so enthusiastic because she didn't know how to swim, but she said nothing. The girl wanted to continue the dialogue, but then she saw unfamiliar silhouettes in the distance. The actress stopped in place, trying to understand who was in front of her and what was going on between them. It turned out that one of the students tried to invite the girl to his house, supposedly for tea. Hearing the cheeky speeches of the arrogant guy, Camila got angry and decided to come to the aid of that girl. At that moment, the guy grabbed the poor lady by the hand and dragged her roughly. But the lady approached and called the student, making him turn around scared. The Duke's daughter, Sorfel, explained that the lady didn't care about the guy's gender, since she didn't like him. The student immediately recognized the actress, which was not surprising, as there were many rumors about her. Suddenly, for some reason, he asked if the lady was alone there, and she confirmed it. The student laughed at this, and loudly said that he was very lucky to catch two girls at once. The guy reminded Camila of her reputation, and that if she doesn't want trouble, she had better leave. Instead, the lady began to list, one by one, all the details about a guy named Jude. Even those she had never told anyone. Judas was very surprised, because he did not expect to hear all this from the mouth of an unknown student. The thing is, all this knowledge was dictated to the lady by Darin, whom only she could see. And here, Camila even started to feel bad for the terrible and shameful biography of an arrogant student who behaved very proudly. The guy asked how the girl knew all this, and she replied that she was curious. Then Jude suddenly became very sad, clearly remembering something bad, before continuing the dialogue. The guy suddenly jumped towards Camila and began demanding that she tell him how she knew everything about him. Surprised, the actress even stood still, allowing the student to shout at her for a while. And Judas said that the lady must know what he had done, since she knew all this. The guy smiled like crazy, saying that no one did anything to him after everything that happened. Leaning towards the girl, he whispered that everyone was trying to hide their shame, and that she was no better. Here the blonde student could not stand it, and shouted that Camila had nothing to do with it. But the actress did not hear her shouts, because she was very angry with the guy. Realizing that she still had nothing to lose, the lady decided to resort to Ravi's help. With a quick movement, she tore off the gifted bracelet and threw it at the offender. Jude could do nothing, because he found himself entangled in a magic gift and suspended in the air. With a slight movement of her hand, Camila ordered the tied body to be lifted, and the bracelet obeyed, having lifted the man high enough so that no one could help him. The lady stopped. The girl thanked her brother for such a useful gift, as he had helped her a lot now. The student began to yell at the lady to remove the ropes, and the actress threatened to let him do it, which made him fall silent. Camila noticed that the student did not want to die, as he began to behave very obediently. But the actress forgot to ask her brother how to untie the bracelet, so she decided to improvise. Then the Duke's daughter heard male voices nearby, looking for Jude. It turned out that the guy was not alone, as there were 3 more friends nearby. The trapped student immediately called them cheerfully, as he could use some help. Camila did not expect such a turn, as she only had 1 bracelet. And the guys, judging by their appearance, didn't even think about remembering their conscience. And they wanted to harm 2 girls at once. The lady even wondered if she could run away from these 3 in heels, if she ran as fast as she could. Having taken a few steps back, the girl was very frightened when her back bumped into another guy. But fortunately for Camila, this guy was her older brother, who was somehow nearby. When asked what he was doing here, Rodville replied that he was just passing by. The lady didn't really believe him, but she had no choice but to ask her brother for help. Therefore, the actress, hesitatingly and shyly, took the guy by the lapel, thus showing that she was scared. Unexpectedly, the Duke's eldest son asked if it was because of these guys that his sister had cried before. But the actress didn't even remember crying after returning home from the academy for the first time. However, at this moment, she decided to play along with her brother instead of explaining how things really were. So, the sister slightly drooped her head sadly and nodded briefly but affirmatively. Rodville's face contracted almost imperceptibly from anger, only because he himself was unemotional. The brother told the lady to stand behind him and walked confidently towards the laughing students. Camila could barely contain her smile, because she knew that her older brother would easily deal with the guys. Here a blonde girl spoke, whom the students initially paid attention to. Sitting on the ground, the lady thanked Camila for her help, as she was putting herself in danger. Looking closer, the actress unexpectedly recognized this girl because she had seen her in a dream. The blonde introduced herself as Leela, and the mistress already knew her name and even her story. In fact, this girl was the true protagonist of this world. She was also the only person who helped the former Camila. But the lady did not like Leela's kind and gentle character, so she dismissed her. The lady hated this girl because they were both from foster families, but very different. For some reason, even Pedro, who really liked the Duke's daughter, Sorfel, fell in love with Layla. Due to her jealousy, Camila in the future even tried to kill the lady who wanted to help her. But her father found her just in time, and with just one look from him, the daughter froze in fear. The Duke, with eyes shining with anger, said that she had crossed the line of what was allowed. The actress remembered that it was after this that everyone finally turned their backs on Camila. While the lady was thinking, Leela suddenly called her by name, although she doubted it was correct. After thinking for a moment, the actress decided to help this girl get up from the floor. Leela enthusiastically accepted the extended hand, showing puppy devotion just because. The lady said that if the girl is truly grateful to her, then she should not go with a stranger, and without knowing where. To this, the new friend replied that she hadn't gone anywhere with that guy, which puzzled the actress. And then Leela admitted that she followed Camila into the forest because she thought it was dangerous to walk there alone. Sorfel's daughter was surprised and asked if the blonde girl knew her. Leela smiled and said that everyone talked about her. They talk about everything from clothes to hairstyles, and even try to understand Camila's mood at that moment. Hearing the girl, the actress felt uncomfortable because she did not expect to be so popular. And Leela finished with the statement that because of all these rumors, she herself wanted to meet the lady. Camila asked surprised if the girl really wanted this, but she was completely sure. Looking closely at Layla, the actress decided not to interfere with her attempt to strike up a friendship with anyone. And the blonde girl took this as a good sign and said that she really hoped to become a good friend. Camila did not understand at all why someone needed her as a friend, but she did not object. At that moment, her brother called his sister, and he got distracted by him, forgetting about Layla for a while. The thing was that Rodville had taken care of all the offenders, and therefore, he turned to the lady. The guy approached, while the actress was happy that he was a master swordsman. Then the brother showed a magic bracelet on his hand, which broke during the battle. The eldest son apologized, but Camila said she would just ask Ravi to fix it. Rodville was silent for a while, and then, for some reason, asked if the middle brother had given the bracelet to his sister. She confirmed, and then the guy, for some reason, tensely asked her why she did this. The actress did not know the exact answer, but suggested that Ravi might care about her in that way. Then, Rodville suddenly squeezed the hand on which the bracelet was, causing it to break completely. As if nothing had happened, the guy apologized for this and then accompanied his sister to the estate. As a result, that night the actress tossed and turned because she could not sleep. She remembered very well that the first person Rodville was drawn to should have been Leela. And in her dreams, the lady saw the reunion of these two, but for some reason, today the brother did not even look at the girl. In the dream, because Rodville and Leela were constantly pestered by other people, many things in their relationship became more complicated. It seemed that the guy and the girl were to meet for the first time at the market, so Camila could only hope that everything was due to the location. It is true that because of all these thoughts, the actress still could not sleep, which she did not like. But as soon as she fell asleep, one of the ghosts decided to urgently wake the girl up. At first, the lady tried to drive the spirit away, but he was too persistent, and he did not leave. The late Duke shouted at his great-granddaughter, and Camilla sharply opened her eyes and woke up completely. The man, meanwhile, cheerfully greeted the lady, glad to have succeeded in waking her up. The actress thought that she was tied to the cemetery, and therefore asked how the Duke got to her chambers, but he didn't know himself. The man said that today he felt a kind of lightness in his body, so he was able to fly out of the cemetery. Camilla assumed that it was because she had agreed to help the spirit. Just then, the Duke asked when the lady would take the divine beast's egg. The lady tried to defend herself, but then daring came to support the master. As a result, the actress could not withstand such pressure, and once again promised that she would take the egg. However, things were not that simple because Camilla had some plans to prepare first. The spirits looked inquiringly at the lady, but she was not going to explain anything to them. Instead, the girl inhaled and exhaled through her mouth, as if preparing for something. And literally, a second later, her loud shriek cut through the night silence of the estate. All the servants immediately ran to the ladies' chambers, as they were still awake on night duty. The door to the ladies' chambers opened quickly, and the attendants saw their mistress hiding her face between her knees. Donna immediately ran up to Camille and asked if she was okay. Because of his daughter's scream, even her father ran to her room and jumped out of bed. The actress, without restraining tears, immediately approached him, sincerely seeking comfort. The Duke asked what happened, and the lady said that she saw him burning in a dream. Camilla explained that a fire broke out in her father's office, and he stood in the middle of the flames, and he did not move. Suddenly, Ravi, who did not remember how he ended up here, rushed into his sister's room. The father, after hearing his daughter's story, smiled sweetly at her and told her that all the terrible things were over. In fact, the actress deliberately created such a fuss, drawing everyone's attention. She knew that a large fire would soon break out in the Zorfel family's textile factory, and that is why she specifically talked about this event as if she had dreamed it. At that moment, the Duke's advisor burst into Camilla's chambers, shouting that there was a problem. He sadly reported that the textile factory had caught fire and would not be able to operate for some time. But no one was injured. Upon hearing this, the Duke said goodbye to his daughter and took the advisor to his office. The servants immediately began to whisper, supposedly exactly what Camilla had dreamed happened. However, at first everyone considered it a mere coincidence and paid little attention to it. Without anyone noticing, the lady smiled, as her plan began to work very successfully. This morning, the girl rode in a carriage with the ghosts and told them what she was going to do. The Duke still insisted that she must bring the egg, and the lady objected that she needed to wait a little longer. After all, people would probably bombard her with questions about how exactly she found the beast. The late Duke thought about it and realized that Camilla was right, and that she could even be considered crazy. So, the lady was going to say that she saw the egg in her dream, but the ghosts doubted they would believe her. That is why Camilla considered it important to start by preparing the ground for believing her words. When they arrived, the spirits began to ask the lady what they came for, and she replied that it was fertilizer for the land. Once again, the Duke did not understand this riddle, and therefore thought hard about it. At that moment, two men were walking through the textile factory, calculating the damage caused. One of them noticed a girl in front of him, and therefore stopped to talk. The man greeted Camilla, and she smiled back at him, as they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The lady clarified that the Count did not visit them because of the fire, and he confirmed this idea. Camilla decided to support the man with kind words so that he would not worry about the damage. And then she said with a smile that good luck and bad luck always go together. And she had a gift for the Count. The actress handed the Count a small box that she had bought together with the ghosts just a few hours earlier. The man asked what was inside and hesitantly accepted the gift from the girl's hands. Camilla did not tell everything immediately, but replied that luck is inside. The lady had to convince her friend several more times to accept her gift. Only after this did the Count obediently open the box and see small shoes inside. A little later, the maids discussed that a countess had finally become pregnant. They learned that Camilla was the first to know about this and gave the child's shoes to the Count. The maids were sincerely happy about this addition, although they did not know how to explain Mrs. Zorfel's foresight. They even whispered about the girl in the kitchen, telling exactly how she influenced those around her. Even Gerald began to look sideways at the lady with suspicion, because he did not know if he could trust her. Various information about what Camilla was exactly saying spread among everyone very quickly. More and more, the maids began to conclude that all these stories were not just a coincidence. Some now considered Mrs. Camilla better than any divine in their city. So in the end, the Duke called his daughter to talk to her about all this. The father wondered why everyone around him said that the lady could see the future. The actress took advantage of the situation and said that sometimes she dreams of all sorts of things in her dreams. The Duke asked if the girl felt any pain, but she was fine. Then Camilla decided to move forward with her plan and supposedly, hesitantly, turned to him. She admitted that every night she has the same dream, which greatly alarmed the man. The lady said that she would first check everything herself and then tell her father. And he agreed. The only thing is that the Duke made sure that this dream was not something dangerous, but the actress assured that everything was fine. Camilla was satisfied with the result of this dialogue, as it was now possible to obtain the beast's egg. Therefore, she dressed appropriately and took Durin with her, who promised to help her in the search. The lady asked again if it was true that the lake was not deep, and the ghost swore once more. All preparations were completed, and the butler was the first to dive into the water to show the way. For the actress, the water was still cold, but there was nowhere to retreat. The water, although cold, was saved because it was very clean and transparent. As soon as the girl entered the lake, Durin immediately called her, as he had found a spot with an egg. Without thinking twice so as not to freeze, the lady dove in and swam straight to the bottom. She carefully examined the sand around her for that precious beast's egg. Camille thought that daring was pointing to a common glass bead, but she was not going to doubt it. Therefore, the girl picked up the very egg from the bottom, which turned out to be quite strong and light. The actress found this bead very beautiful and immediately put it in her pocket so as not to lose it. Then, the lady felt that she was running out of air in her lungs, which meant it was time to surface. Unexpectedly, the lady heard a sound behind her and then turned around instead of swimming up. Camilla saw her faithful assistant, Donna, swimming towards her with all her might. The maid pulled the lady to the surface and shouted that she must not die. The actress spent too long in the water, distracted by her assistant, and therefore lost consciousness. A little later, Donna, however, restored consciousness to the lady, who had lost consciousness because of her. Camilla immediately checked the beast's egg, but fortunately it was there. The lady turned dissatisfiedly to the maid and asked where she came from, but Donna was excited and therefore could not explain anything clearly and kept crying. Then the assistant said that if the lady dies again, this time it will be forever, which surprised the girl. Donna explained that the mistress would no longer be able to return to the past as before. Camilla was so astonished by her assistant's words that she froze, not knowing how to react. The lady returned to the estate in a bad mood and paid no attention to anyone. Before she could reach the room, someone carefully covered her with a warm cloak. The lady turned around and saw that it was Rodville who had done it, who worriedly asked what had happened. The actress could no longer communicate cheerfully and affably with him. So the girl said she wanted to rest and quickly walked away so he wouldn't catch up with her. The older brother remained standing in place because he was very worried about his sister. As soon as Camilla entered the room, the ghosts also started asking if everything was all right, but she did not answer. In a hoarse voice, the lady asked the spirits to disappear, and Durin tried to object, but the actress angrily threatened not to speak to them again if the spirits did not leave. Since the ghosts really did not want this, they immediately disappeared into the air. As soon as everyone left, Camille looked menacingly at the door because she wanted to talk to Donna. The lady called the maid, and she fearfully entered the room, not knowing what would happen. Donna tried to offer the lady tea, but she rudely asked who the assistant was. The girl started to tell her that she was the mistress's personal assistant, but she interrupted her. The actress asked what Donna meant when she said that this time she would definitely die. Now Camilla was sure that this girl knew why she was in this world. Under such pressure, the assistant clenched her fists, fearing the consequences, but she had no choice but to speak sincerely, so she decided to confess. Donna said that, until recently, she was in charge of the showers, until she was fired. The lady asked what happened, and the maid replied that she had made a small mistake. The girl clumsily admitted that she had accidentally swapped places with two different souls. Camilla was surprised to hear this, because she couldn't even imagine that such a thing was possible. It turned out that Donna had mistakenly put the two souls into the wrong bodies. The assistant gave an example of clothes that only fit certain people, and the same happened with the soul. If the soul falls into an unsuitable body, great problems arise. Donna looked closely at the lady and became thoughtful, fearing her tantrums. But realizing that Camilla was fine, the soul manager added that people with someone else's soul often become outcasts. The assistant added that not even family could feel affection for them. And the lady gritted her teeth. Not seeing it immediately out of anger, the actress jumped up and asked if it was a stranger's soul. Donna happily said yes, because Camilla's and Sarah's souls had swapped places in the first place. This greatly angered the lady, so she asked the assistant to be quiet and not to be so happy. The lady could not accept the idea that her entire difficult childhood life was due to some manager's mistake. And not only she suffered, dying again and again, but also Camilla from this world. The maid felt ashamed because she realized she had gone too far with her joyful emotions. Realizing that, for some reason, the lady was angry reaching for the shoe. Donna asked why she wanted it. Instead of arguing, the actress calmly asked if this body should have originally been hers. The manager confirmed it, and then Camilla asked why everything happened. Pouring out her emotions, the mistress started shouting, asking why Donna didn't switch their places again. To this, the assistant replied that it is very difficult to take the soul out of the body, especially since the girls were from different worlds. And if the laws backed by two swaps are violated, then the entire flow of the world can be altered. Therefore, according to the manager, certain conditions were required for the movement of souls. For example, that the girls must have recognized each other. Camille not only dreamed of her life here, but Sarah's soul also took care of her body. Only now did the actress realize that it was no coincidence that she was in this world now. Just in case, the girl asked if it was possible to go to another world a second time. But the maid said no. Camilla clarified once more that if she died, it would be a final death, and Donna cheerfully confirmed it. Then, the actress realized that even in front of Sarah, she had to die, for which the assistant said that her father had also killed her there. The lady was surprised, because the father had not appeared since he came to ask her for money. Then, the actress worried that the current Sarah might also die, but Donna said she knew it. Just as Camille tries to survive here, Sarah fights for her life there. The actress realized that the life of that girl was now completely in her hands, and she couldn't help her in any way. Donna said that their dreams of returning to other worlds were necessary so that they could recognize each other. The lady wondered how the name Sarah, although it was once hers, now seemed so unfamiliar to her. The only thing the mistress started complaining to her assistant about was that the souls had known each other for so long. The manager objected that she had no right to rush things, so Camilla herself recognized Sarah at the last moment. Upon learning of the broken circle, due to the fact that she was recognized, the lady recalled how she died in that world. She then saw the ghost of her body, but now she knew that it was the spirit of the real Sarah. Donna sadly added that if they hadn't recognized each other, they would have continued living in strange worlds. The manager proudly stated that eventually a gap arose between the worlds, but she fixed everything. Camilla once again became very angry with her assistant, but she didn't want to hit her because she was a girl. Suddenly, the maid asked if the lady didn't like her being disguised as a woman. Before Camilla had time to answer this, the room was lit by a bright light emanating from the manager. And it was not the assistant who appeared before the mistress, but an assistant named Dorman. The actress asked in surprise if it turned out that the manager was a man, but he replied that gender was not important to him, and he posed as a woman to be closer to the lady, as only girls helped her. Camila remembered that he helped her in the bathroom, and Dorman again said that gender was not important to him. Suddenly, the manager started crying because he had been fired, and now he had lost the ability to see souls. The lady asked if he really saw ghosts, because her soul was confused with another one, but the assistant said that was his innate ability. He also added that if these girls live a good life, he will be reinstated. However, Camilla could not forget the fact that Dorman was essentially the cause of her suffering. The manager did not deny it, and then the angry actress demanded that he call the elder. The lady explained that if an employee makes a mistake, then it is also the manager's responsibility. To this, Dorman objected that managers always try to take responsibility only for themselves. The assistant explained that he made a great effort so that the girls could switch places again. But the actress replied that it was not her business at all, so she didn't want to think about it. For some reason, Dorman said that Sarah was originally born with many talents, and they could even bring her luck. Camilla got hooked on the last word, as she suddenly began to analyze her life as an actress. She suddenly realized that the movies Sarah starred in were always a big hit. Then, the lady began to wonder what peculiarities she had since birth. To this, Dorman said he was very embarrassed to talk about this, although the girl asked. After a short silence, the manager still replied that Camilla's specialty was that he was always willing to help her. The lady asked in disbelief if the assistant was really her luck. When he confirmed this, the girl still threw her shoes at the servant, as she could not contain her anger. A little later, after having kicked out the manager, the lady sat in front of the mirror and got herself in order. Camille was grateful to Donna for taking care of her all this time. However, the lady couldn't help but be angry with her, because if it weren't for the manager, nothing would have happened. In any case, the divine beast lady's egg was safely found in the lake. Now the time had come to go to her father and delight him with news he doesn't even know. Therefore, the actress went out into the hall and saw all the servants politely communicating with Dorman. The lady was very surprised, because the manager had recently changed his gender from female to male. But no one noticed. While talking to the maid, the boy didn't notice the open door of the lady's bedroom for a while. And then he turned around. Seeing Camilla, the assistant immediately smiled cheerfully and greeted the lady. The girl asked why everyone was acting as if nothing had happened to the servant. To this, the manager replied that all people naturally perceive their existence. The actress decided not to argue, but asked the assistant not to accompany her. Dorman realized that the lady was still offended by his silence, and therefore, he explained that he could not tell the truth. Otherwise, the souls might suffer. The gentleman asked how the assistant had helped her all these years and offered her a cup of tea, realizing that Dorman had simply been serving her all this time. Camilla came to the cruel conclusion that he was useless. Then, the girl turned around and simply walked away, leaving the assistant alone. Walking down the mansion hallway, the actress thought about how exactly she should tell her father about the egg. Then, further ahead, she saw a silhouette that was not normally near the Duke's office. It turned out that for some reason, Rube was standing near the door waiting quietly for something. The girl asked if her father was there, and the butler replied that he was with Duke Chamberlain. This news upset the lady, who wanted to give the beast's egg to the Duke when he was alone. Rube noticed that the lady's hair was wet for some reason and asked if she was all right. The girl realized that there was still water left, but she didn't know how to explain it to the man. In the end, she said she was just swimming, which surprised Rube because it was not the season. The lady replied that her body was always hot, and the butler asked if he should turn off the heating. Camilla objected that it was still cold at night, and they fell silent. The actress said she was looking for something, and a voice from behind clarified what exactly she wanted to find. Turning around, the girl saw her elder, who approached unnoticed. Rodville realized that Camilla had come to her father, and immediately told her to come to him. The actress did not want to give away the egg in front of strangers yet, so she said she would come back later. To this, Drew said that the lady could come in calmly, as Javelin also wanted to see her. Camilla sighed because nothing was going well, and she barely opened the door when a chick flew towards her. Jetty was very happy to see the girl, because he had already missed her. It turned out that the divine beast could sense the presence of others, so it immediately noticed the egg. The chick happily exclaimed that Camille had finally found the divine beast Zorfel. The girl nodded almost imperceptibly, as under this Yeti appearance, only she could hear him. The Duke, seeing his daughter, immediately called her to come closer, because he was happy to see her. And even Javelin smiled at the lady when he saw her, something he had never done before. The actress was surprised that the guest greeted her first and returned the greeting. But as soon as the girl approached the table where everyone was sitting, something she did not expect happened. There was a loud bang in the room, so Camilla even covered her ears. The Zorfel family pendant on her father's chest lit up with a faint glow. The man immediately realized that this only meant that his divine beast was somewhere nearby. And judging by the pendant, he was not mistaken, as it continued to glow and hum. The actress realized that she should have foreseen the fact that the pendant would immediately detect the egg. So the girl had no choice but to show him the found animal. Moreover, the butler had already noticed the light in her pocket, which surprised him. The Duke asked in amazement if this was really what he was thinking about now. And the daughter confirmed her father's conjectures, noticing how the satisfied ghost of the Duke's past appeared in the air. Camilla took the glowing beast egg out of her pocket and held it forward. The Duke's happiness knew no bounds when he saw the egg placed on the pendant. The symbol of the Sorfel family was the white Bengal tiger, which was a very powerful animal. Its roar could deafen the enemy, and one of its steps could freeze with fear. But instead of the strong paw of a tiger, the paw of a kitten appeared before everyone. The actress was, to put it mildly, amazed to see such a divine beast. The fact is that the tiger did not appear with a threatening appearance, but in the form of a small kitten. Everyone watched in silence as the baby happily pawed at the table towards Camilla. Sitting not far from the girl, he meowed provocatively, rejoicing at his rebirth. The father was incredibly happy even to see his beast, which he had been looking for so long. Unlike the lady, everyone around was happy to see the Bengal kit. The Duke's spirit explained that the baby slept soundly for a long time. That's why he looks like this. Camilla suddenly noticed that the kitten did not take its eyes off her, and for some reason was tensing its muscles. Before she could say a word, the baby jumped straight into the lady's arms. The girl was not very happy that the kitten had monopolized her, but the father looked at her with a smile. Camilla tried to put the baby on the sofa, but he did not want to let go of her arms. Suddenly, the kitten tickled the lady and she laughed, which surprised the Duke. Jetty, flying next to the girl, said that the beast liked her and would soon like her. The only thing is that the actress couldn't understand why the family's divine symbol was chasing her. Suddenly, the girl looked at her father and was surprised by what she saw. For the first time in a long time, the Duke was truly in a good mood. The ghost nearby explained that it couldn't be otherwise, because the Zorfel family's biggest problem had been solved. Camilla admitted that the spirit was fine, but at that moment, she herself didn't feel very well. Perhaps due to nervousness, the lady felt very weak and lost consciousness. When she fell, the animals started running anxiously, but they couldn't help her. A few days later, the girl was still asleep, but she could hear what was happening around her. Dorman came several times and asked the lady to take medicine, but she did not wake up. Pierre sighed that he could prepare a delicious dish for her recovery if he were alive. The Duke argued with the servants and demanded another doctor, as his daughter was not waking up. The Duke's ghost said he had something for the lady, so she should wake up. Someone's soft hand gently stroked her head, but the lady did not immediately understand who it was. Only when the man began to whisper that he was waiting for his sister to wake up, she understood what Brother Rodville was saying. Ravi's brother also came and said that he had repaired the bracelet and wanted to return it as soon as possible. But all this did not make Camilla open her eyes, as she still felt like sleeping a lot. Only a little later, the girl finally opened her eyes, as she had finally slept enough. She felt something warm and soft nearby. She looked under the blanket and saw a kitten. The lady immediately jumped onto the bed and asked him what he was doing here, to which the cat meowed. When the lady sat him on her lap, he immediately began to lick her hands with pleasure. No matter how the actress looked at him, this tiger seemed like an ordinary cat to her. Then the lady heard the door to her room open and turned to see who had entered. It turned out to be Dorman, who exclaimed happily upon seeing his beloved wake up. The assistant said he would be right back, and for some reason ran out of the room. Shortly after, he returned and called the Duke, who was alarmed by his daughter's condition. The man rushed to the girl and touched her forehead, making sure she no longer had a fever. The father wanted to ask the lady some questions, but she didn't dare yet. Camilla noticed that, in just a few days, the Duke's face had lost a lot of weight. Meanwhile, the father told his daughter to rest, and that he would leave her alone. But the actress wanted to talk about the divine beast, so she called the Duke. The man reported that the kitten did not want to leave her room at all. It turned out they tried to take the cat out, but it started meowing loudly, so they allowed it to stay with the owner. However, the baby did not reject the Duke, as he recognized him as the head of the family. At that moment, the father finally decided to leave, and Dorman once again reminded him about the medicine. The main door closed with a soft click, and Camilla was left alone. She sighed because she still didn't know how she felt about such a new pet. For a while, the lady sat and thought about this whole situation, but she couldn't figure anything out. In the end, she gave up and decided to go back to sleep, because she wanted to do it again. And the kitten settled comfortably next to her and also started sleeping, snoring quietly. The next morning, there was a meeting of the whole family in the Duke's office. Since Camilla woke up, the three of them took turns asking the lady questions about her swimming in the lake in search of an egg. The father swore the most, not understanding why the girl had exposed herself to such danger. The actress said that her action would not in any way affect the reputation of the family. Since no one had seen her, the men were amazed by the lady's words because none of them had even thought of that. Therefore, the three of them began to scold Camilla with renewed vigor, now for her words. Now the lady couldn't quite understand why they were scolding her and preferred to remain silent. In the end, the Duke sighed and asked his daughter not to do anything dangerous in the future. The actress tried to argue that it wasn't dangerous, but her father shouted at her. Then, a paw slowly appeared near the lady's shoulder and gently landed on her. It turned out that the kitten had approached the girl again, which made her happy. The Duke explained that the beast grows by absorbing energy from the people around it. Camilla didn't know it, so she was a little surprised, but she didn't care. Then the father added that animals always seek the purest energy, which is why the cat chases her. The actress suggested that the beast licks her because it absorbs energy, but the father explained that there was no reason for the kitty to lick the lady, as the kitten simply feeds by being near her. The girl suddenly asked if the Duke minded if the cat stayed by her side. The man explained that it is not necessary for the head of the family to keep the animal by his side. He petted the little tiger, which purred contentedly upon recognizing its owner. Since the beast officially recognized the Duke as the head of the family, there was no problem. The man looked at his daughter, lost in thought, as he tried to find the words. In the end, he supposed that the lady had an energy that all divine beasts liked. The lady did not immediately believe it when her father reminded her of Yeti's reaction to her. Here the girl could no longer argue with the Duke, so she admitted that he was right. The man added that Javelot would visit them again, soon thanks to Camille. The actress wondered if everything would be fine if her animal stayed close. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by her father, who suddenly thanked her for everything she had done. The Duke happily reported that it felt like a weight had been lifted off him now. The actress could only hope that, because of this, she would move away from death. Unexpectedly, the father said he wanted to give his daughter a reward, and that she could choose whatever she wanted because of it. Upon hearing that the Duke could even give her all his money, Camilla's eyes began to shine. It is true that the girl was not sure that, after her choice, her father would not be disappointed in her. So the actress quickly concluded that she herself could not ask for the money. She opened her eyes and carefully looked around the entire room, trying to find something that interested her. Then the lady saw something she would really like to have, but she completely forgot it. So, without hesitation for a moment, she asked for the thing that was on the table to be brought to her. The man turned around and looked at the item his daughter wanted, and then asked her if she knew what it was. Camilla immediately replied that it was a mind stone and that she really needed it. The actress brought out her seductive skills and clarified if she had asked for something too big. The Duke replied that he could give away as many minds as she wanted, because for him, they were absolutely useless, because they were not bought anywhere. The man offered the lady another mine, but she firmly said she wanted this one. Camilla passionately stated that she would like to mine this as yet unexplored mineral. The father thought for a moment and let his daughter follow her own path. In response to this, the daughter happily thanked the man because she had achieved what she wanted. Upon returning to her room, the actress was incredibly satisfied with this deal, but the ghosts around her didn't understand why the girl was so happy about a black stone. But Camilla said that this mineral is a real gold mine. The lady explained that at first glance, an ordinary stone is magical. To this, Durin objected that this was impossible, since even in the magic tower, they said the stone was nothing. The actress smiled and said that the Duke simply asked the wrong people to examine the stone. Then she added that there was absolutely no need for a black mage in the magic tower. The fact is that, in this world, all mages are divided into white and black, and there are many more of the former. Black magic differed from white magic in its methods of controlling power, which is why they were previously despised and ignored. However, now it is black magic that has become the axis of all magical forces. And to use the mineral, what was needed was the magic of rare black mages. Although it is not amenable to the magic of white mages, it will be an excellent magical stone for black ones. Furthermore, it is possible to perform purification with the help of black magic, and then the stone will be subject to white magic. So the lady sat down and laughed happily until the ghosts could figure out why. Then, Camilla remembered that the Duke's spirit had promised her something while she was asleep. The lady turned to the man, but he didn't immediately understand what she was implying. So, the actress directly said that she heard the spirit promise her something. As a result, a little later the girl dressed properly and went to the cemetery. She was a little disturbed by the fact that ghosts were flying and moaning around her, but she tried not to pay attention. The Duke called the lady to come closer to one of the graves, and the girl obediently approached. Camilla was not happy to be back in the cemetery, so she began to complain about the spirit. Suddenly, the ghost pointed to the grave and said that it was necessary to dig it up immediately. The actress froze, as she did not expect such a turn of events at all. The lady immediately started screaming that, despite all his reputation, she was not going to finish the grave. But the ghost did not understand what the girl was referring to, as he was talking about something completely different. He pointed to a spot near the grave and said that they only needed to dig there. Since Camilla did not have any digging tools with her, she had to arm herself with her own shoe. The ghosts were still flying around her, and she diligently continued digging. Although the actress was very tired, she paid tribute to the durability of her shoes. The Duke watched the lady's efforts with a smile, as he could not help her in any way. After finishing, Camilla saw that there was a small grain on the ground. She asked what it was, and the spirit replied that it was a powerful detoxifying medicine. The ghost asked if the girl knew exactly how he died and why, and Camilla openly replied that the Duke was poisoned on the estate itself. The man added that he was given a very strong poison, against which his body struggled for a long time. And as a result, according to the spirit, this seed resulted, which is why the actress was shocked. Without thinking twice, she threw the seed on the ground, but the Duke said it was something very precious. To figure it out, Camilla asked the ghost to tell her more, and he said that in her hands, she held the result of purifying the poison with her energy, that he had been collecting for a long time. The man added that if the lady swallows it, she will not be afraid of even the most powerful poisons. As a result, the actress took the seed, although she remembered that Camilla died many times, but never from poison. She truly thought about whether to use it and when, or maybe even give it to someone else. The girl asked if there was a secret place that only the Duke knew, but he replied negatively. This slightly annoyed the lady, but she was not offended since she still received the gift. The ghost, who had been silently watching the girl all this time, suddenly changed his face. The man called Camilla, and she asked him what else he wanted, as she was already tired. Instead of asking something from his great-granddaughter, he placed his hand on her head, and petting Camilla on the head, the spirit thanked her very much for everything she had done. The actress was pleasantly surprised by the actions of the deceased Duke, as she did not expect praise. She watched as the spirit gradually dissolved, having finished all its work here. The girl concluded that all the ghost's wishes had come true, which was what she wanted. As she said goodbye, the lady whispered that she would keep this grain because she was also grateful. The spirit managed to reply that he wanted the girl to be happy, and then disappeared completely. The next morning, Camille sat in her academy classroom as quietly as possible. For the lady, it was very important to think about how to obtain the magic stone without anyone noticing. She still needed the power of a black mage to activate this stone. And the problem was that the only available black mage might not want to cooperate. Moreover, he was a dangerous person, so the actress did not want to get close to him and cooperate. However, she had no other choice, so the girl decided to go ahead and be the first. Without paying attention to the fact that everyone was turning to watch her, Camilla arrived at the black mage's class. Nobody understood why this girl, who had been quiet for so long, she was doing something again. Many decided that she wanted to see Pedro, who was in her same class. After all, the ex-lover used to be the poor boy's constant stalker. The girl perfectly heard all the conversations, but she also ignored everything. She went directly to the desk of one of the boys who who was sitting alone behind her. The actress silently looked at the student and realized that only he could help her. Therefore, the girl activated all her acting skills and smiled sweetly. Camilla, trying to speak confidently, told the boy that she had interesting things and that he could look at them. It turned out that she approached Adrian Sephra because his father was the officially active black mage. That is, to sell minerals. The lady, in any case, needed the help of the Sephra family. Camilla remembered very well how cruel this boy was, so she did not want to get involved with him. But without him, it was impossible to build a business, so the lady now endured his silent gaze. Suddenly, Adrian abruptly stood up, and the lady got scared, immediately remembering her brother's bracelet. But Sephra's son, yawning, simply walked past the girl who had approached him, which she did not expect. The actress turned around, not believing in her quick defeat. However, she could not give up because she wanted to reach an agreement before the end of that day. Just as the lady was about to follow Adrian, someone's hand stopped her. It turned out that Pedro grabbed her, asking what was wrong. The boy, forgetting his usual smile on his face, asked the girl what she had to do with Sephra. But Camilla was not going to tell him anything, but rather asked him to let go. However, Javelin insisted on finding out what was happening and helping. Camilla was surprised that this boy suddenly decided to help her, although before he had ignored her. But quickly this circumstance simply infuriated the lady, so she pulled her hand out of Javelin's and said she could handle it herself. But Pedro did not back down and offered to convey her words to Adrian through him. The guy explained this by saying that a person like Sephra could be too dangerous. But the actress was aware of this, so she calmly replied that she did not need help. Javelin tried to hold the girl a little longer, but she abruptly stopped the dialogue, and the boy was bewildered and open-mouthed, experiencing that feeling for the first time. He chuckled when he realized that Duke Zorfel's daughter had changed a lot. Camilla at that moment tried unsuccessfully to find Adrian, who had gone who knows where. Then she heard someone's voice offering to help her find the boy, if she didn't mind. The lady immediately turned around because she was happy to receive help, especially from a girl. But seeing the ghost, Camilla froze, not expecting it and not knowing how to act. It turned out that this spirit, named Emmy, was specially talking to the lady from behind. And now she knew she could hear him. The lady remembered that it was the same girl who was sitting behind her in class. Emmy at that moment explained that it seemed to her that one day their gazes met, and she decided to check it out. The actress tried to pretend she didn't know who she was listening to, but the ghost said it was useless to pretend, and the lady sighed sadly. The lady nervously asked what the spirit wanted from her, as it was forcing her to speak. Emmy replied that she really knew where Sephra's son was and could take her there. However, the lady coldly replied that she did not want to get involved with any ghost. The spirit was disappointed with this answer, but the actress was not going to change her mind. Instead, Camilla decided to try to find out Adrian's location herself. And one of the uncrowded places was the lake, where the lady arrived, displeased that the spirit was following her. The actress told Emmy to have fun with the other ghosts, but she replied that they were too boring. Therefore, the spirit really wanted to communicate with Duke Zorfel's daughter. Realizing that she wouldn't get rid of the spirit, the lady still asked where Sephra was. And Emmy immediately pointed to some place behind Camilla, which she didn't expect. Turning sharply, because she was very scared, the lady saw Adrian behind her. The boy had been standing and silently watching the girl for an unknown amount of time. The ghost suggested that the student had been here from the beginning and heard everything perfectly. The last thing the actress wanted in the world was for someone to think she was crazy. And that's why she clenched her fists. It took her a few moments of silence to figure out how to lie. In the end, the girl smiled sweetly and said that she really liked talking to herself. Adrian did not react to such a statement and continued to look silently at the lady. Camilla realized that her excuse wouldn't work when the boy suddenly said that he could still see. The girl asked in surprise what he meant, as she didn't understand, although she tried. And Adrian explained that he could also see ghosts flying around. But for some reason, the boy spoke very angrily about perfume, which was noticeable in his emotions. And the actress and Emmy were frightened by such an evil look from Zephyr's son. Camilla couldn't stand it and shouted that Adrian was scaring the girl, so he better stop. The lady asked the spirit if she was okay, and Emmy replied that she thought she was going to die. While the girls argued among themselves, Adrian watched them with many questions in his head, and Emmy whispered to the lady that this guy was the sworn enemy of spirits like her. The actress quickly realized that Sephra was capable of destroying all ghosts. At that moment, the boy was very surprised that the lady could talk to these entities. There was an awkward silence, as Camille did not expect such a question. Adrian thought he was communicating with them in vain, but the lady asked him how he could ignore their emotions. The boy did not expect this, so he again experienced strong surprise. Barely containing it, from an excess of emotions, he shouted directly at the actress whether she could really see their faces. The girl confirmed this, and then Adrian explained that in his eyes, all ghosts are just black smoke. Camilla did not expect this and was also surprised, as she was used to talking to spirits. The fact that someone could see ghosts, but not see their faces, didn't fit in the lady's head. The girl suddenly declared that in this case, Adrian had no right to simply destroy ghosts. The boy fell silent, and the actress didn't think she would ever side with the spirits. Unexpectedly, the lady noticed Zephyr's gaze, which was unclear what it expressed. The actress remembered that the boy was cruel and got scared because he shouted at her a lot. But instead of getting angry, Adrian suddenly asked her if she saw a spirit near him. The guy pointed to his feet, where for him there was only black smoke, which he saw so much. Camilla, at Zephyr's request, looked closer and discovered a ghost. It turned out to be a small child, diligently hiding behind the boy's legs. The lady had never seen this child before and could not say who he was. The girl described the child to Adrian, and he was very amazed because he recognized him. The actress did not understand why Sephra was so surprised and angry at the same time. Suddenly, the boy turned around and walked away, without explaining anything and simply leaving the lady alone. Camilla tried to stop him, but couldn't, so she got very angry. At the end of the school day, the girl returned home and decided to rest in her chambers. She kept remembering that child, afraid to imagine why he had died. Then, unexpectedly, a tiger cub appeared in the room, which the lady named King. The girl hoped that this name would allow the baby to grow and become the best among the divine beasts. Ravi mocked his sister, telling her that she had given him a stupid name, but the lady thought it was better than Yeti. Besides, King responded very cheerfully and calmly to his new name. Meanwhile, the lady thought she would have to postpone the search for Adrian for now. This is because the Sephra family were very reserved people and hated interference in their lives. But turning to the boy, the lady achieved nothing to her great regret. She couldn't even understand why Sephra was said to rule the darkness. During the 20 years of sleep, Camille had very little contact with this family, but she had heard many rumors about the ruthless divine beast of the Sephra family. Looking at the cute and small King, the girl did not quite understand how the beast could be evil. The actress thought she had given the kitten the wrong name because he was too kind. She even ordered the cat to flee immediately during a fight. The next morning, the lady, as expected, returned to the academy to study. Emmy praised Camilla's outfit and said it was great. The actress thought it was ironic that she was talking to the ghost in the middle of the whole class. Therefore, the girl wanted to continue, ignoring the intrusive Emmy. Unexpectedly to everyone, the classroom door opened with a noise, but only Camilla didn't turn around. It turned out that Adrian had arrived at her class, immediately causing a commotion. The boy walked confidently towards the lady, which surprised her greatly. He stopped near her desk and leaned slightly, showing that he definitely wouldn't just leave. The actress had no idea why Adrian came to her class, especially in front of everyone. And the boy, seeing that the girl stubbornly wouldn't look at him, stubbornly called her several times. Camilla had no choice but to look Adrian in the eyes. She asked him what he wanted, and Adrian seemed a little embarrassed, so he was silent at first. And the lady said sternly that if he takes someone's time, then he has to pay for it. Then, the boy said quietly that he would do whatever she wanted if she would help him. And then, realizing that she hadn't heard him, he added a little louder that he would do whatever the girl wanted. Camilla was surprised that the boy suddenly did something like this for some reason, but it only worked in her favor. However, first she decided to find out what made Sephra change his decision, and she accompanied him to the lake. Adrian immediately asked if the lady could really talk to ghosts. The girl confirmed it, as she could really hear and see them her whole life. Hearing the confirmation, the boy looked at his feet and pointed to the spirit, and then asked to know who this boy was who was always walking around him. The actress was not entirely happy that she was forced to do this, but she wanted to help. Remembering that the boy was very shy, she slowly and carefully knelt down next to him. Seeing that the boy was not afraid, the lady slowly reached into her pocket. Then she handed him the candy and asked if he wanted to eat it. The ghost froze, unsure, not daring to answer the unknown girl in any way. He suddenly asked what it was, if it was safe, and if it was food or not. Camilla was surprised that the spirit didn't even know about sweets, and she explained it to him. At that moment, Adrian asked what the girl was doing, and she replied that the ghost seemed hungry. The man asked confusedly if these creatures could really eat, because he couldn't imagine it. The actress explained that, like people, spirits, of course, cannot eat, because they are already dead, but they are capable of absorbing energy from the food given to them voluntarily. Noticing that the boy had already devoured the sweet, the lady asked him if he wanted more. When the ghost agreed, the girl gave him a drink and then asked his name. The boy thought for a while, hesitating whether to answer or not, and still said his name was Closure. Camilla conveyed this information to Adrian, and the boy repeated the boy's name in amazement. The actress didn't understand why, but Sephra suddenly knelt down on one knee, and sadly, he called the ghost by his name. Icier, after standing for a while, suddenly started crying and called Adrian brother. The lady could only stand and silently observe the family reunion in the form of a man and a spirit. Camilla did not expect this boy to be Adrian's brother. At that moment, Sephra recalled the story of when he and his brother were in prison. The younger brother tried to give all the little food to the older brother, but he refused. Seer even offered to divide a small bread roll in half, even though he himself was very hungry. But Adrian turned around and told him to eat the bread himself. The younger one apologized for starting to eat himself, as he knew the older one was also hungry. Adrian was sad because both were in this situation, but he couldn't change anything. The only food they had during the day was just a piece of bread and a glass of water. The father who locked the children in such conditions said he would kill Seer. Adrian was given the condition that only one of them would leave this prison. Young Zephyro even felt dizzy at the thought of having to kill part of his family. The younger brother was immediately scared, but the boy stroked his head to calm him down. Looking at Seer, Adrian thought that even if he died, he wouldn't let his brother die. That same night, the older one had to wake up in the middle of the night, as he heard terrible sounds. It turned out that his brother became seriously ill and even started to choke. Adrian jumped to the bars and started begging to be let out, as his brother was dying. The boy cried for the first time in his life, because he was very worried about Sierra. He suddenly noticed that the younger one was laughing for some reason at such a sad situation. Seer explained that he was happy, because due to his poor condition, his brother was able to get out of prison. These words greatly surprised Adrian, and he was even paralyzed in place. The older one got angry and started shouting that the younger one shouldn't say such nonsense. But Seer only smiled in response, because he knew very well that neither of them would survive. As a result, the youngest lost consciousness, which forced the older one to beat the bars even harder. Camilla, to whom the adult Adrian told this story, was scared by it. However, the lady still didn't understand why she had to be the conductor between the brothers now. The girl said that Seer was talking to her and asking her for another sweet. Adrian, as if nothing had happened, said to give his brother more sweets, which angered the actress. However, she still gave the sweets to Seer because he looked like a cute child. The ghost was very happy with this offering, because he hadn't eaten since the day of his death. Looking at the spirit, Camilla realized that she really wanted him to gain weight. As all the sweets ran out, the girl asked if she could leave, but the boy didn't allow her to. To this, the actress said she had no more sweets, but Adrian said he would buy them, and he would bring them. Then the lady asked to speak first, and then take care of the sweets. The lady was very interested, so she asked since when Sephra sees spirits. The boy wondered if it was worth answering this question honestly, because it was personal. But still, Adrian replied that he started seeing black smoke after Seer's death. The girl realized that Sephra knew about the ghost nearby, but for some reason left him alone. The actress suggested that the boy didn't know how to get rid of the spirit, but he replied that it wasn't the case. Then the lady asked why Adrian didn't get rid of the spirit if he could, and he thought about it. In the end, the boy replied that he just wanted to leave everything as it was. Sephra remembered that his brother had followed him since he was little, and after his death. This didn't change. The only thing is that the boy couldn't quite believe that the incomprehensible entity was his brother. Seeing how Camille could communicate with the spirit made Adrian jealous of someone for the first time. The boy was sad because he himself wanted to see the gentleman, but it was impossible. That afternoon, the actress confidently entered Adrian's class to talk. Without paying attention to anyone, She placed the document directly in front of him on the desk. The girl firmly asked the boy to sign, while the whole class stood paralyzed with fear. No one could understand why this lady spoke so informally with Sephra himself. The students even started whispering whether there was really something between these two. At that moment, Camilla noticed that the boy didn't even read it, but simply signed it. She simply brought him a contract, stating that he would actively help recruit dark mages. To this, Adrian replied that he seriously promised to do anything, so he didn't mind. Then the actress tugged Sephra by the sleeve and told him she wanted to show him something. Pedro, who perfectly saw all the actions of the girl and the boy, was shocked by this. No one believed that Adrian would actually do something to someone, because he had to. When they went out to the yard, Camilla, like last time, sat down and greeted Seer. The girl realized that they hadn't seen each other all day, and the ghost started avoiding her. But the lady foresaw this and prepared more delicacies for the spirit. This time, the actress brought some delicious chocolate chip cookies and handed them to Sierra. The boy was delighted with such a gift and immediately took the cookies. Without communicating with Camilla, Sierra at least started chewing with satisfaction. The girl realized that she wanted to keep feeding the ghost, as he reminded her of a hamster. Then, Adrian sharply called the lady and asked what she wanted to show him. The girl was distracted from the spirit because she had forgotten why she called Sephra. The lady reached into her pocket, took out a handkerchief, and then unfolded it, revealing its contents. Adrian immediately realized that the girl had a magic stone in her hand. The boy impatiently asked Camilla to give him the stone, and it immediately began to shine in his hand. The actress expected Sephra to demonstrate the stone's abilities, but was still surprised. As a result of purification, a very powerful magic stone was obtained, and Adrian smiled with satisfaction. The girl replied with a smile that this stone was the smallest, but that there were many more. Sephra asked with some concern what exactly the lady wanted. Without hiding it at all, Camilla honestly replied that she needed the power of a dark mage. This is because the mine with these minerals belongs entirely to her. The actress explained that the boy had just had proof that the mineral reacts to dark magic. Adrian asked if the lady wanted him to make the stone available to the white mages. Then the boy said he would give the stone to one person, which surprised the lady. When she asked who that person was, Sephra became sad and remained silent. Not wanting to talk, that same night, the boy brought a magic stone and placed it on his father's desk. The Duke was very busy with his own affairs, but still looked up to look at the stone. The father still didn't know exactly what his son had brought him, and therefore asked what he needed it for. Adrian simply replied that a girl said to give it to his father to study. The man looked at the stone indifferently, not understanding why it was brought to him. Suddenly, he noticed the peculiarity of this mineral and was very surprised. The Duke asked what the owner of this stone wanted, and the son replied that it was a deal. Then, the man asked Adrian to bring the lady, and the man promised to do it tomorrow. The son was not happy with the forced communication with his father, so he hurried to leave. But the Duke managed to call the boy before he left the room, because he had a question. The father asked in a rude voice how long he should wait until his son kept his promise. The man explained that he was very tired of everything and hoped that the promise would soon be fulfilled. Adrian perfectly understood what he was talking about, and this made him very angry. Instead of answering, he slammed the door shut and left the room, leaving his father alone. This was the first time the man had seen his son do anything at someone's request, especially a girl's. But what surprised the Duke the most was that he didn't call the guy, but came himself. The next day, Adrian brought Camilla to Sephra's estate. The lady imagined this castle a little differently, but it turned out to be very common and ordinary, and the servants were polite and no different from the attendants of other properties. When they arrived at the Duke's office, the girl was embarrassed that Adrian hadn't even knocked. But the actress's attention quickly shifted to the head of the family himself. The Duke seemed very tired and exhausted to her, and the lady feared that her son would become the same again. However, Camilla introduced herself correctly according to all the rules of decency. When the Duke said her arrival was unexpected, the lady didn't understand why. But the head didn't explain anything, but invited everyone to the table to talk. As soon as everyone was seated, the man immediately got down to business and asked what kind of deal Camilla wanted to make with him. The girl stated the conditions, and the Duke immediately began to improve them in his favor. To this, the lady said that the mineral she would represent was also needed by dark mages. But at the same time, she herself felt ashamed, as the head was bluffing, inflating the price. The man pretended to think hard about Camilla's proposal. In the end, he agreed to work with the lady on the condition that she promised him priority sales. The actress allowed herself to laugh, which caused confusion among those present, but pretended nothing had happened. At that moment, Camilla promised to draft a contract and return with it a little later. However, there was a reason why the Duke could not let the girl go so easily. The fact was that the divine beast Sephra was constantly lurking around him. All this time, Camilla tried hard to pretend she hadn't seen the beast. But somehow, the Duke still realized that the lady could see his wolf. The head was surprised, because he believed that no one except his family could see the beast. However, he didn't fully believe that this was possible. To change the subject, Camilla suddenly asked for permission to ask a question. The girl became very sad observing what she saw, so she couldn't remain silent. But unlike his daughter Zorfel, the Duke could not see ghosts around him. So, the lady asked why Seer was hugging her father so tenderly and forcefully. Up to that moment, the actress did not know the whole story and therefore did not fully understand what was happening. A few days ago, while watching the boy, Camilla realized that his story bothered her. As a result, so as not to be tormented by curiosity, the girl called Seer. She tried to ask permission to ask a question as delicately as possible, so as not to scare the spirit. He allowed it, and then the actress asked if Adrian had caused a wound on his back. The boy abruptly got up, threw away the food, and shouted that it wasn't like that at all. Feeling sad, the ghost remained silent for a while and finally admitted that it was the father. The spirit added that his dad said that all this was necessary to tame the divine beast. The history of the Sephra family greatly shocked Camilla, who previously considered her life difficult. The boy said that the Duke beat his older brother every day as discipline, and Seer received this wound when he covered for his brother on one of these difficult days. In the Sephra family, only through hatred and anger can one become the master of the divine beast. Horrified, the lady realized that absolutely all family members were raised similarly. Seer said that after that incident, they were locked up in prison for 3 months, and they were released only after his death. From what she heard, the actress finally decided that the Zephras were truly insane. The lady sincerely thought that everything happening was too terrible, but she couldn't help anymore. So, she decided to at least feed the ghost with as much food as possible. After this whole story, the lady thought that Seer hated his father for everything, but instead, the ghost tenderly hugged the person who supposedly killed him. The man also saw only black smoke, so he was surprised to learn that it was his son. Amazed, he asked several times if it was really Seer, and Camilla confirmed it. The father did not answer, and this behavior greatly angered Adrian. The guy, angry, asked if the Duke meant anything else while he still had patience. The man replied that it was nothing, and his older son even jumped up in a rage, because he believed that it was his father who killed the younger one. The Duke did not answer any of Adrian's angry comments, he just sat quietly in his place. And the boy became increasingly frustrated. He even started laughing at the powerlessness. In the end, Camilla couldn't stand it and asked Adrian to calm down. She asked not to pay attention to him, but the actress couldn't do it. All because, for some reason, the boy stood in front of his father and defended him. At the same time, the gentleman cried very loudly and sadly. But he didn't move from his place. The lady said that the spirit was apologizing, and Adrian was very surprised to hear this. To this, barely able to speak because of the tears, the boy replied that he himself had said he would. The girl didn't understand what the ghost was whispering about and asked him to repeat it again. And Seer said loudly that he knew he would die soon, and he himself decided to die by going down to the basement. When the boy got sick, he overheard his father's conversation with the doctor and learned that he had 3 months left. Therefore, he said that he himself would pass the last test because he knew he couldn't cope, and that his brother would become the head. The spirit really didn't want Adrian's lost time in prison to be meaningless for him. Sierra added that his death was not the Duke's fault because he knew nothing. It was also the first time the spirit saw the head of Sephra cry for any reason. The lady conveyed all the ghost's words, word for word, to the remaining 2 members of the Sephra family. To this, the Duke again said that he was very tired of everything and that there was no other way out. The man got up and said that the divine beast of their family was always in one place, and this place was the head's body, so they had to dig into it to find the egg. Therefore, the man seriously believed that feelings were useless in their family. Since childhood, his father did everything to ensure that Adrian could get rid of his emotions and feelings. The only thing that was truly needed was resentment and anger, thanks to which you can kill the head. Leaving the room, the Duke again asked his son to kill him and tear out the egg. All this time, the actress watched what was happening and tried not to move. The girl didn't know if she could hear all this, and therefore tried not to remind anyone. When the lady was finally allowed to return home, she changed her clothes and first went to Ravi. The boy was studying at that time and was therefore not very happy about his sister's arrival. Camilla said that she came like this because it is not necessary to come when something happens. After that, the lady fell silent and without saying anything else, stayed near Ravi. The brother didn't argue, but simply kept studying. Suddenly, the girl asked what kind of person her father was. That is, her biological father. The boy didn't understand why his sister suddenly became interested in his family past. The actress replied that she simply remembered, but in reality, it was not like that at all. She wondered if the father of this world was as strange as this one or not. Although the actress has been observing Camilla's life for 20 years, she has never heard anything about her birth. Unfortunately, Ravi said that he remembers nothing about his biological father. But the girl couldn't explain to her brother why she needed that information. The boy remembered that the ring that the maids once buried in the ground was given by his father to his mother. Since the brother had no more information, he asked his sister to leave. But Camilla, although somewhat hesitant, was able to find a new question. The lady asked him if he was busy, which angered the boy because he had already said he was busy. Smiling maliciously, the sister asked if she could make Ravi even busier. The boy even managed to get scared by the lady's tone, but she simply took a magic stone out of her pocket. Ravi did not immediately see the mineral, and therefore did not recognize it as a strong magic stone. When the boy looked closer, he was very surprised by what he saw in her hands. The brother asked where his sister got the mineral from, but she replied that it was a secret. And then Camilla quickly left the room so that no more questions would be asked of her. During classes at the academy, the actress sat at the last desk and smiled while preparing a contract. She was very happy because the only thing left for her to do to fulfill her dream of escaping was to raise money. The night before, Durin had greatly helped the lady in drafting the correct contract, but the Duke's signature was necessary to put it into force. Here the girl was distracted from her thoughts by Sierre, who came to her alone for the first time. It was clear from the ghost that he was very out of breath and that he was very scared of something. The lady even accidentally shouted the boy's name to the whole class, although no one saw him. More calmly, the actress asked if something really happened to Adrian since the spirit was here. And the ghost, crying sadly, asked at that moment for his brother to stop fighting. The fact is that one of the students was walking quietly down the hall until he noticed a silhouette in front. This silhouette turned out to be Adrian from the well-known, strong, and closed Sephra family. The student heard that the Duke's son hadn't been doing anything lately, so he wanted to approach him. The boy approached Adrian and deliberately loudly began to praise his father behind his back. Sephra couldn't help but react, so he turned and rudely asked the student to shut up. To this, the fool replied that he was just trying to be friendly, and there was no need for such aggression. Once again, he called the head of Sephra a great man, and added that he was happy for his existence in the empire. This further infuriated Adrian, and he repeated his request to shut up. But the student, instead of listening to the threat, decided to show that he was above this. Therefore, the boy kept pressing about Sephra's illness, saying that he doesn't understand anything in his life. The student proudly stated that even if the director of Sephra is supported, it doesn't mean that the same will happen to his son. Adrian could no longer bear this, and hit the boy in the face with all his might. He flew several meters and fell to the ground, because he could not protect himself from the blow. However, Sephra could not easily leave his attacker in peace, and approached him. Grabbing the student by his clothes, Adrian said that he didn't understand anything in his life. And now Camilla was running to the fight scene to stop Sephra, who had gone crazy. The student who provoked this fight was not happy to have done this. To help him, the lady approached and threw a bucket of water at Adrian. Everyone around them was surprised to see Duke Sorfel's daughter taking such action. And the girl, without fear at all, told Sephra to calm down after what happened. Then the actress turned to the crowd of spectators, and they were very afraid of her. But the lady was not going to touch anyone. She just asked her friend to take the bucket back to its place. This acquaintance turned out to be Pedro, who did not expect her to dare to approach him with this. And Camilla was already taking Adrian away, telling him in a stern voice that he would come with her. When the boy and the girl left, Javelin, who was left alone, smiled confusedly. He didn't understand how it happened, that this girl was now following someone else instead of him. Meanwhile, Sephra will respond to one side. The lady was properly scolding him. Adrian only said that she shouldn't have interfered, as it was none of her business. But the actress explained that Seer was crying, and this really hurt the proud older brother. He fell silent and looked with some guilt at the black smoke coiling around him. But quickly, the boy turned around, and the actress asked him if he really didn't want to see his brother again. It was difficult for Adrian at that moment, because he found out that his father had his own reasons for doing this to them. Camilla tried to support the boy, but he asked her what she knew. The girl replied that she knew a boy who was almost strangled by his own father. This information greatly surprised Zephyr, as he didn't believe that a lady could have such a complicated life. The actress, raising her head, said that it was completely natural to hate one's father after all. The lady said that she understood the situation, and that feelings wouldn't just disappear. This was the first time Adrian heard someone with such sincere interest, and so he remained silent. Camilla at that moment, smiling sadly, advised the boy to let everything go. The Duke's son asked in amazement what exactly he should let go of and leave, and the lady expressed her feelings. But then she reduced the entire impression of her words to comedy, adding that the boy might not let go of anything. If the victim hates their tormentor for the rest of their life, then the pain will be with them forever. The actress didn't want to say anything more, so she focused her attention on the boy's hands. Only now did she realize that his right hand was bloody due to a recent fight. Without a second thought, the girl took her pocket handkerchief, which she always used. Then she carefully took the boy's hand in hers because she wanted to help him. While treating his hand, the lady asked her older brother to stop making the younger brother cry. After all, even if Adrian hurts even a little, Seer will immediately start crying. Hearing these words, the boy couldn't even say anything in response because he was ashamed. Camilla, upon returning home, realized that Sephra could simply use healing magic, and she didn't need a scarf. Recalling the story of her dream, the lady realized that it was at that time that the Duke of Sephra suddenly died. Adrian took his place, but the atmosphere around was unhappy and everyone started whispering. The lady remembered that Seer said that his father constantly asked the older one to kill him. Therefore, the girl decided that in a dream it was Adrian who killed the former Duke and took his place. Walking down the path, the girl noticed a female silhouette in front, sitting on a bench, and it turned out to be Leela, who, according to the dream, was the only person capable of controlling the furious Adrian. Camilla stood motionless, looking at the girl calmly reading, and thought she should talk to her more. At that moment, Leela overheard the students talking about how Jude, who offended her, had left the academy. The girl didn't know the reasons for this, but she wasn't happy, although this guy scared her a lot. Sometimes terrifying images of the evil guy still appeared in her head, but she wasn't offended. Instead, the blonde was very grateful to Camille for saving her that day. Leela wanted to give the lady a gift, but she hasn't been able to see her since. Then, two students approached the girl and told her that they had been looking for her for a long time. One of the students casually asked if Leela had done her homework. The blonde woman didn't immediately understand what was being said, as she had already finished everything a long time ago. Hearing this, the girls started saying they couldn't do anything. The students took turns listing the sad reasons why they didn't make it on time. Leela, with her mouth slightly open, listened as the girls fearfully said that they would definitely be punished. To this, the blonde girl herself offered help, telling them she would hand over a notebook with the homework. The students immediately became very happy and declared that their friend was simply the best. Leela asked the girls not to copy her homework, as was the case last time. Otherwise, they would all be punished again. Before one of the girls had time to promise this and receive the notebook, someone snatched the homework out of her hands. The girl turned around sharply and menacingly asked who dared to take the notebook from her. Leela instantly recognized the girl, who came to her aid this time as well. This girl turned out to be Lady Camila, who was now looking angrily at the students. Recognizing the daughter of Duke, Sephra, as her rival, the lady began to greet her politely. Then the girl demanded that they give her the notebook with the homework, which the actress took. But Camilla was not going to do that, because she knew that the notebook belonged to Leela. The student confidently claimed that her friend lent her this notebook, so she had the right to it. In response, the actress abruptly approached the interloper and asked if she really hadn't heard anything about her. The lady recalled that she can foresee the future, so it is better not to mess with her. She also added that sometimes she can even see the past, which turned out to be disadvantageous for her enemies. Smiling maliciously, Camilla offered to guess what these two girls were doing yesterday. Sorfel's daughter said that the students were having fun with the boys, and they were scared because it was true. The lady then added that the girls were only returning home at dawn, and therefore, they didn't have time to do their homework themselves. After this statement, the student was so scared that she even took a few steps back. The actress smiled maliciously at that moment and asked if she should tell them anything else. This was too much for the girls, so they hurried to escape to their homes. The lady learned all this thanks to Emmy, who was flying in her class, which she appreciated. Addressing Leela, the girl asked why they were hanging out when she was in trouble. The actress didn't touch the girl because she thought she got along well with others, but now she saw that it wasn't so. Camilla wondered if the boys had solved all of Leela's problems while she slept. In any case, the blonde was grateful to the actress and no one else. At that moment, in Duke Zorfel's office, an assistant was reporting that Jude's father's business had closed. The director was not happy because Jude's father had money left for a house in the village, but it was already too late. The assistant could not understand his master's actions, who for some reason destroyed someone else's business. And the father himself remembered his beautiful and lovely daughter Camilla, who was offended by this family. Then he asked how the girl was doing at the academy and if everything was fine. The assistant replied that the academy administration had pledged to strengthen their security. In response, the Duke asked to look for a guy like Jude so that he could recognize him at the academy. His employee asked what the head meant, but he did not answer. Then, the guy shared the news that the Sephra family would soon present a new magic stone. The man wondered where this family could find a new stone vein. The fact is that most of the stones were monopolized by one Duke, so everyone took minerals only from him. The assistant added that although the stones represent Sephra, their owner is different. Duke Zorfel could not understand how Sephra could allow someone to pressure him to sell. The man asked if they would get into trouble because of this, and the man promised to find out. In the Sephra duchy, at that moment, the head was diligently busy with all his affairs. Then he looked up from his papers because he saw that his son had unexpectedly come to him. Adrian did not immediately speak to his father, but looked at him silently for a while. As a result, the guy said that he was not going to kill the Duke, although it was supposed to be that way in his family. The Duke listened impassively as his son declared that he no longer hated him. For everything his father had done, Adrian was not going to let him die so easily. The boy said that from now on, there would be no divine beast in his family. Because it wouldn't bother him, Adrian was going to prove that he could be strong without the help of the family animal. Upon leaving, the son didn't even look at his father, because he no longer cared about the elder's opinion. When the door closed, the Duke remained sitting with a blank look, not returning to his affairs. In fact, although Adrian claimed he didn't hate, this was not true. However, he was still happy to have managed to set the ball rolling. A few days later, the boy was resting during lunch under the shade of the academy's trees. Then he noticed a basket out of the corner of his eye and heard a familiar female voice nearby. Adrian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the speaker who had approached him. Sitting next to her friend, Camilla asked him why he was so wet despite the heat. The boy clumsily explained that he jumped into the lake to cool off, as it was very hot. But the girl didn't blame him, instead drawing attention to his prominent muscles. The lady couldn't help but feel curious and gently touched Zephyr's shoulder with her finger. Adrian asked her what she was doing, and the actress, withdrawing her hand, explained that she was simply falling in love. Looking at the boy's muscles, Camilla immediately recognized that he had indeed trained a lot with the sword. Therefore, the girl praised Adrian for all his diligence, which was now visible on his body. Touching Zephyr's face, the actress noticed that for some reason it was still red. The boy moved away from the lady's hand, pushing it away because he wanted to scold her for her actions. But instead, he suddenly turned around and told the girl not to pay attention. Then, the actress changed the subject and asked why Sephra was training so hard. She also wondered why Ravi disliked this boy, but she didn't ask that question. Having mentally reviewed the altercation between her brother and Adrian, Camilla laughed sincerely. Sephra asked what was so funny, but the lady explained nothing to him. Then the boy asked what was in the basket, and he approached it. But the girl moved Sephra's hand away, saying that everything in the basket was not for him at all. Then, the lady called the ghost standing next to Adrian and told him that she had brought him food. Sir, upon hearing that something tasty was brought to him, instantly became joyful. The actress took a cake out of the basket and gave it to the spirit to eat quickly. At the same time, the lady noticed that Seer's face lit up as his brother's mood stabilized. Suddenly, the boy smiled somewhat sadly and said that he didn't have to eat now. After that, he jumped up and said that he wasn't hungry at all, although he was happy. He ran towards Camilla, which she did not expect at all, as the spirit had been avoiding her this whole time. But this time, for some reason, Seer himself kissed the girl on the cheek. The actress listened stunned as the ghost said words of gratitude for everything she had done. The lady realized that the spirit was about to depart to another world, and she called him enthusiastically. But it was already too late, as the boy disappeared into the air with a smile on his face. Finally, the ghost said that he was very sorry that his brother had such a fate. Sir also added that he was very happy that Adrian was his older brother. But at this point, the time for the youngest really came, as he said everything he wanted. Just before leaving, the boy turned to the girl and called her tenderly. He asked Camilla to take care of his brother, which the lady did not like at all. The actress shouted that they shouldn't ask her such a thing, but the spirit just smiled. When Camilla was left alone with Adrian, she concluded that she could only watch. The lady asked the boy if he was sad because his brother was finally gone, and Sephra replied that at that moment, he felt not so much sadness as tranquility. Suddenly, the lady handed the cake to the boy and said that she had prepared this product for him. But Adrian remembered that the girl said it wasn't his, to which she replied that she had changed her mind. Camilla raised her voice and said that Sephra simply had to eat this cake. And the boy, although he continued to refuse, concluded that it would be easier for him to accept the treat. He smiled sincerely at the corner of his lips, because he was pleased with the girl's care. This evening, Camilla felt very tired and was glad that the weekend had finally arrived. However, the lady's joy was short-lived, as it turned out that Chablon had come to visit her. Moreover, for some reason, Duke Sephra decided to visit Sorfel's estate. So the girl was trapped between the two men until her father's hand pushed them away. Duke Sorfel asked the guests why they had come without an invitation. Hearing the argument between the adults, the actress sadly thought that she wanted to go shopping. Camilla tried to sneak away on business, while the dukes talked among themselves. But Sephra and Javelin noticed and prevented the lady from leaving them. They admitted that the purpose of their visit was precisely Sorfel's daughter, so they did not want her to leave. The men dragged the girl into the room, and her father had no time to do anything about it. The actress was completely shocked by her friend's behavior, as she did not expect such pressure from them at all. Nearby, the lady noticed two sons of the dukes, who simply waved goodbye to her. Pedro did this because, despite his smile, he didn't want to help at all. Adrian remained on the sidelines because he did not want to interfere in such proceedings. As Camel was being dragged away, Javelin turned to Sephra and asked what he wanted to do. But the black-haired man was not in the mood to walk with the red-haired man, not even around Sorfel's garden. While the boys stood and argued whether they would go together or not, someone called them from behind. Pedro and Adrian fell silent and slowly turned to see who had approached them. It turned out that Rodville approached the Duke's sons and offered to walk around his house with him. On the boys' faces, it was clearly visible who was happy and who was not. But Zorfel was not going to back down. At that moment, Camilla was sitting in her father's office, and divine animals surrounded her everywhere. Javelin explained that he couldn't help but come to the lady, as his yeti was very capricious without her. The Duke also noticed that for some reason the tiger cub was cautious, but the actress quickly calmed King. Meanwhile, the girl's father scolded two adult men for following the example of their animals and bringing them to visit. Chief Zorfel recalled that he had heard that Duke Sephra had already met Camilla, and he asked if that was true. Sephra's chief was always a man of few words, and this time was no exception, so he simply remained silent in response. Javelin intervened in the dialogue and said that the divine tiger's size was much smaller than he thought. To this, Sorfel replied that his animal would soon reach its size. Adrian's father supported the tiger's owner, saying that the main thing is that it was born. Here Camilla's father asked Sephra to confess exactly where he gets the magic stones to sell them. Duke Javelin immediately joined this topic, but Sephra's chief still remained silent. Seeing them, the actress again concluded that it was better for her to leave quickly. Therefore, while the men were busy with their dialogue, the lady quickly ran out of the office. Closing the door behind her, the girl exhaled with relief as she managed to get out. As she wanted before, Camilla decided it was time to go shopping, but she noticed an acquaintance in the hallway. In the hallway, there was a butler, through whom the actress learned that Rodville, Adrian, and Pedro were together. Camilla could not imagine what these three could be doing, especially in the estate's garden. However, she dismissed her thoughts about it, as the lady had her own business. As she wanted, the girl went to the market to buy everything she wanted. Dorman accompanied the lady to help her select and transport her purchases, and the assistant was the first to notice that the boys from the estate followed Camilla directly to the market. The actress stubbornly pretended not to notice anyone and turned her back on the boys. But in the end, the lady couldn't stand it and turned around, coming face to face with the smile of a pleased Pedro. When asked what they were doing here, Javelin replied that he also wanted to see the market. Rodville said something concerned, that it was dangerous for his sister to walk alone. Unlike the others, Adrian briefly said that he was bored of being alone. Realizing that the boys simply had nothing to do, the lady decided to continue ignoring them all. While walking between the counters, Camilla unexpectedly noticed something interesting. Dorman leaned towards the girl and asked if she wanted to buy it, and she said yes. The assistant noticed that the lady was holding a men's product in her hands and asked if it was for the Duke. But the actress said with a smile that she would give these jewels to Ravi because he reminded her of him. Since she once received a bracelet as a gift, she considered the exchange to be mutually beneficial. Then, the girl felt her older brother's disappointed gaze behind her. Turning around, she remembered that the boys were following her and wondered if it would be good to buy just one gift. Suddenly, Adrian grimly asked why she would give gifts to her family. The lady did not answer him, but noticed a familiar silhouette nearby. It turned out that Leela was standing behind one of the counters and cheerfully waving at Camilla. The actress approached and asked what the girl was doing here, and she said she was helping her grandmother. The lady was surprised to hear that her friend was helping a man without even really knowing him. And that's it, despite the blonde being harassed quite often. Although Leela tried to persuade Camilla to buy something, she refused and left quickly. Dorman asked if the girls knew each other, to which the actress replied that she would now pretend to be strangers. When they left, the lady begged the assistant not to look back, so as not to delay. The fact is that Camilla remembered what would happen next and did not want to get involved. As expected, the grandmother Leela was helping was attacked by two guys demanding money from her. The girl immediately started protecting the old woman, but there was no one to protect her. The actress moved into the shadows not just for one reason, but because she knew who should come to the rescue. She glanced at her older brother out of the corner of her eye, as he was the one supposed to help the lady. After all, the first place where Rodville and Layla met was the market, after which they fell in love. Besides Sorful, Javelin, standing behind him, also watched the attack on the girl. Suddenly, Pedro's gaze became glassy, even though a smile was still on his face. He remembered his childhood, when he was constantly told that he was a very good boy. His mother taught her son that it is imperative to help all those in need and to be kind to everyone. According to the lady, this was the only way to become a good person, and no other way. And now, as the boy watched the attack on the lady, his memories mixed with the present. The bandits shouted that the grandmother had to pay them rent, although she had already given everything she could. Since Leela continued to defend the old woman, the guys decided to teach her a lesson. But at that moment, Pedro couldn't stand it and drew his sword faster than the thieves. There was still a hint of a smile on the boy's face, but his eyes remained empty. To Camilla's great surprise, instead of her older brother, Javelin began to defend his friend. Moreover, Pedro fought so brutally that the lady unintentionally hid behind the boy next to her. The bandits were defeated in less than a minute and were cowering fearfully on the floor. Covered in blood, Pedro turned around and, smiling cheerfully, asked if anyone else had gotten dirty. Camilla was covered by Adrian, so her clothes were fine except for her. Even after the end of the fight, the girl was in no hurry to get out from behind Seifa. The actress was horrified to realize that Pedro was smiling even when killing people. Upon returning home, the girl immediately sat down to study the map, and suddenly, Pierre appeared nearby. The ghost could not understand why the lady was looking around so carefully, but he remained silent. For her part, Camilla realized after yesterday that she was only surrounded by psychopaths, and that it was time to escape urgently. Then, the butler called the ladies' room and said that a dear guest had come to see her. The actress did not expect anyone, but she was also not against communication, so she asked to be let in. It turned out that Layla came to visit the girl and, sweetly smiling, offered to talk. The lady explained that she wanted to thank her friend. Otherwise, she still couldn't do it. The hostess invited the girl to sit next to her, but suddenly she hesitated. Layla said that the weather is very nice today, so she suggests hanging out outside. Camilla then noticed the basket in the blonde woman's hands, and that's why she became interested. As a result, the actress offered to go to the garden, and the girl happily agreed. Layla had never seen Sorfel's garden, so she was amazed by its beauty. Unexpectedly, the lady asked Camilla to wait for her in her place, and quickly ran off somewhere. Out of the corner of her eye, the actress noticed a ghost who appeared without knowing when. But he didn't want to leave. At that moment, Layla skillfully set the table and did everything very well. When everything was ready, the friend called the lady and told her to eat as much as she wanted. The blonde explained that she really wanted to thank her, but she only knew how to cook. So she brought food. Camilla asked in surprise if her friend had really prepared this food herself, and she confirmed it. Hesitantly, the lady dared to try unfamiliar dishes. Imagine the girl's surprise when the food she tasted turned out to be very delicious. Leela happily offered to eat another cake made with strawberries and blueberries, which she grew herself. The actress asked if the girl was also involved in agriculture, and she replied that she was just a modest farmer. Delighted that someone liked her food, Leela promised to cook something equally delicious next time. Camilla was surprised to notice that she was completely relaxed, and this made her smile. Sitting on the gazebo next to the chatty girl, the lady understood why everyone loved her in a dream. Leela, for her part, apologized for not contributing the best of what she knows, but suddenly heard the actress assure her that she liked it, something she didn't even believe at first. The lady sincerely praised the food and said it was very tasty. The blonde lady hadn't heard those words in a long time, so she was even stunned. The actress suddenly saw Pierre nearby, who complained that he also wanted to try what she was cooking. However, the girl hesitated whether it was worth feeding the ghost, because he might become too impudent. As a result, the actress couldn't resist and still let the spirit taste the food, since there was too much for her alone. Leela, who was absorbed in her joy, did not notice at all her friend's actions, who was feeding the spirit. The next day, the results of the midterm exams became known, and the students crowded around the board with their grades. As Camilla walked to see her grade, everything around her was already spinning to follow her. The point is that the girl took first place in the list of results. She periodically heard whispers around her to understand what other students thought of her. Emmy flew up to the lady and asked how she managed to improve her grades so much. The lady was not surprised by her result, as she had seen these exams many times in her dreams. She was much more concerned about the fact that Pedro and Adrian were also in the top 5. It turned out that Sephra was behind the girl and asked if she had ever seen the stupid mage. Camilla immediately named Adrian, and he decided to change the subject by asking about the ghost behind her. The girl said that this is the same spirit that once helped her find Sephra. Then, the boy asked why the ghost was always next to the lady, but she couldn't answer this question. Then, approaching Camilla, Adrian whispered that sales would start one of these days, and his father called to talk about it. The actress, without changing her expression, asked me to tell him that she would come soon. When Sephra left, the girl turned to him surprised, because she thought he did not communicate with his father. But she was even glad that the Sephra family communicated with each other, even if it was a little. At that moment, a cheerful Leela ran up to the lady, who sincerely congratulated her on first place. The girl asked for permission because she wanted to tell at home that her friend was great. The actress was not against it. The only thing that surprised her was that Leela loudly called them friends. The blonde immediately became embarrassed, as she decided that she had done something wrong. Camilla did not think about being offended. She simply realized that it was very unusual for her, because in that world she had no friends. Then, the lady noticed the basket in Leela's hands and asked what kind of food was in it. The friend said that she brought butter and jam again, since the lady enjoyed the last batch. The actress immediately remembered Pierre, who enjoyed the gift very much last time. Suddenly, a noise was heard in the hallway as the students began to shout cheerfully. Professor J. Beau returned to the academy after a vacation, but Camilla, unlike everyone else, was not happy about him at all. The man smiled sweetly and said that his health was much better now, thanks to the students' concern. Leela, as always, was very happy that the teacher looked healthy and cheerful. The actress suddenly could not contain her emotions, and therefore whispered that another person had been added. The blonde lady did not hear well and asked again, but the girl did not explain anything to her. Due to the teacher's return, Camilla's mood was irreparably spoiled for the rest of the day, and she walked silently. Returning home in the evening, the lady decided to visit her brother and asked if he was busy. The boy, as always, was lecturing and conducting experiments, so he was not distracted right away. In the end, Ravi realized that his sister would not leave like that and said that he was not busy. Sadly, the actress said that she knows there is a man who is a murderer. The boy suddenly jumped towards the girl and asked what exactly she saw in her dream. But the lady explained that these were not her dreams at all and that she had nothing to do with this situation. The brother let out a sigh of relief, although he did not fully believe Camilla's words. The actress was very frightened because she realized too late that her brother reacted very sharply to everything. Having calmed down, Ravi asked why his sister started that topic of dialogue. The lady said that one of her friends accidentally found out about the existence of the murderer, and her brother advised her to write a statement. However, Camila explained that there was no evidence of murders, which greatly surprised the boy. The actress shared her concern that the murderer might continue to kill others, but Ravi suggested that the lady should simply not pay attention to anything, since she would not be able to help. The brother explained this by saying that if you cannot prove it, then it is better not to interfere so as not to get hurt later. Camilla partially agreed with the boy's logic, but was still sad that she had to stand still. Deciding to thank her brother for the advice, the lady took the jewelry out of her pocket and placed them on his desk. Ravi did not expect his sister to bring him anything, so he opened the box with some suspicion. Inside, the boy saw the fox decoration and sadly said that he had nowhere to wear it, which angered the girl. Since the brother was very excited, he got angry at his sister in response. Suddenly, the boy suddenly calmed down when a question arose in his head. Ravi frowned and asked why the lady brought him a jewel with a fox. The actress had no answer to this question because she did what she felt. Therefore, Camilla quickly ran out of her brother's room, and he did not have time to catch her. Although Ravi thought that such decorations were useless things, he could not help but smile. As a result, just as her brother advised her, the lady decided to pretend that she had seen and heard nothing. But it was impossible to avoid it, because as soon as the girl arrived at the academy, Professor J himself, Bo, called her. Camilla had no idea what the professor wanted, but she tried to be polite. Smiling, the actress was terribly scared inside, because she knew she was communicating with a murderer. The man explained that he called the girl because of her homework, which she submitted last time. The lady asked what was wrong with her, and Javo, with bright eyes, said that, on the contrary, everything was very good. He asked where the girl got these materials from, and she said it was from her father's library. As the teacher fell silent, but still did not let Camilla go, she herself asked if everything had been told to him. The professor asked to see the original materials from the library, but the lady said it was not possible. The girl did not realize, but after her refusal, the man looked at her very closely and seriously. Unexpectedly, the teacher asked if Camilla could help him, which surprised the actress. The professor immediately began to talk nonstop about how useful the lady's knowledge would be to him, since she had read all these books. The girl clarified whether the teacher was forcing her to agree to participate in the help, and since she could choose, the actress immediately refused to cooperate with J. Bo. Smiling, the lady said that they would see each other in class and quickly left the office. Already in the corridor, Camilla realized that if she knew nothing, she would agree to cooperate. However, despite his cute, harmless, and beautiful appearance, the professor had something terrible behind him. A total of 7 ghost girls were behind him, which was a creepy sight. But most of all, the actress was frightened by the evil looks of the spirits with which they looked at Jabo. The teacher was not the first person haunted by ghosts, as this was not a rare occurrence. However, it was rare for the number of spirits haunting someone to gradually start increasing. As happened with the professor, since there were originally 5 girls, and now there were 7, Camilla was sure that their deaths were committed by J. Bo. The lady was thinking so much during the lesson that she did not immediately notice how a hand was reaching towards her from behind. The professor, noticing that the girl was distracted during his lesson, approached her from behind. The actress was very frightened because she did not notice the teacher's movements at all. But Javo sweetly asked if the lady was okay, after which she sighed with relief. The man said that the student could come to talk to him alone at any time. Camilla thanked the teacher for this opportunity, knowing that he helps so many people. Casually, the actress turned her gaze forward, upon noticing one of the spirits in front of her. A girl unknown to her looked very angrily directly at the professor, but he did not see her. The lady noticed that the ghost only had one earring on one side and decided to use it. Therefore, turning to Jabo, Camilla told him that she had recently lost her earring. Then, the girl specifically described exactly the jewelry the spirit was wearing. But the teacher looked at the student in confusion because he did not know what she was talking about. Realizing that she had not offended the teacher, the actress said there was nothing to worry about. Returning to the board, Javo again asked the lady to consider his proposal for cooperation. This time, Camilla said she would think about it, although she herself was very cautious. The girl realized that she could not stand idly by, so now she needed a plan. To do this, the lady began to search the entire academy for Amy, who was usually near her. But not today. Suddenly, Pedro approached Camilla and asked what she was looking for so eagerly everywhere. The girl was not going to tell the boy about her adventures, so she simply replied that she was looking for someone. Javelin offered his help, but the actress flatly refused to search with him. So Pedro began to guess who the lady was looking for, which started to make her very angry. Turning sharply to look the boy in the eye, the girl addressed him. Beyond Camilla, she always fell in love with Pedro's smile because he was the first to smile at her with such kindness. But the actress did not like that smile, so she said directly that Cheblon should never do that again. The boy froze because he did not understand what the lady was referring to, but he was surprised. The manager told the girl that the soul did not feel natural in his body. Therefore, the actress knew that Pedro's smile was fake and asked him not to show emotions he did not feel. When the lady admitted that the boy was a good person, she unconsciously squeezed her hand. Javelin was shocked by the girl's words and therefore even forgot to follow her. Camilla took advantage of this and quickly went to look for Emmy without an intrusive companion. And the boy wondered if he had really shown insincere kindness and courtesy. Throughout his childhood, Pedro tried to be kind and good to everyone around him. He did not do it for himself, but for his beloved mother, who could be proud of her son. Very often people told the woman that she should be very happy to have such a noble child. And my mother, despite her weak body, truly smiled sincerely every time she heard those words. She never stayed long for tea, because she needed special treatment due to her weakness. And Pedro was always by her side, and tried to help her in everything he could at his age. The boy believed that if he showed his best side, his mother would be happy. And the woman, however painful it was for her, always tried to smile sincerely upon seeing her good son. Mom always said that if her son laughs, she will definitely have a lot of fun too. That's why Pedro always tried to laugh as loudly and cheerfully as possible for her. The mother also said that a son should be kind, so he always tried to help everyone, and in everything. Furthermore, the boy did not even show signs of hostility, forgetting about his own emotions in general. Pedro tried very hard to be the best person his mother said he could be. And even after the woman's death, kindness became so familiar to the boy that he continued to use it in communication. From then on, the only emotion Pedro showed to everyone and himself was a smile. Thanks to the boy's smile, there were always many people around him who respected him. However, there was one situation where the boy went against his mother's words, and he did not help. Then Camilla fought with another girl, and Sorfel's daughter started crying. Javelin just smiled maliciously at the sight, as he was already tired of the lady following him everywhere. So, instead of helping her, the boy decided he was too tired and walked away. However, he did not have time to go far when he felt uncomfortable, and therefore decided to return and continue helping. But when Pedro entered the room, burning with shame, neither of the fighters was there anymore. Even after that time, Camille continued to run after Javelin, and he tried with all his might to avoid her. For a while, the girl disappeared for unknown reasons, and then they met at the cemetery. But then the lady did not even look in Pedro's direction, which surprised him greatly. Cablon thought the girl would continue to chase him, but this did not happen. Moreover, Camilla did not even greet the boy in the hallways, as if he were an empty space. Her constant impatience and anxiety disappeared, as if the lady had become a completely different person. Thoughts about the girl's changes tormented the boy, and he began to observe her more and more often. And for some reason, he even started to be annoyed by the fact that Camilla was often with Adrian. As Sephra mercilessly beat the stupid and sarcastic student, Pedro wondered why the lady was friends with him. Therefore, Javelin did not even intend to stop the fight, just watching with a smile from the sidelines. Adrian was the kind of person who did not pay attention to others and lived his life as he pleased. Instead, Pedro tried to please everyone and therefore now felt strange. When Camille appeared near Sephra, Javelin was disappointed by the end of the battle. But what surprised the boy the most was that the girl suddenly asked him to take the bucket to the place. At that moment, everyone left, and he remained completely alone in the middle of the academy hallway. Pedro could not understand how exactly this happened, because he was good and kind to everyone. The boy could not contain his emotions and laughed out loud, but it was a hysterical laugh. In fact, Pedro became sad when he realized that he was not indifferent to the opinions of others. He even wanted to stand between Camila and Adrian because he was jealous of them. But the girl left him alone so rudely that the boy even remembered his childhood. Pedro sincerely did not understand what exactly he was not supposed to be, according to the lady. Camille said that Chabalon was a good person, but that did not help her. There was no hint of past love or good attitude in the girl's gaze. So Pedro could not even respond, but felt that he had discovered a part of himself that he did not even know he had. Javelin could not find an answer to the question of whether it was possible to be a good person if kindness did not come from the heart. As the boy thought, if two students he liked saw him, the girls approached to invite Pedro for drinks with them, but they froze in fear. He turned when he heard familiar voices and deliberately showed them his facial expression. Javelin wanted to know what he looked like now, as he was sure he was not smiling. Perhaps the true essence of the boy was reflected on his face at that moment. But not for long, because literally, a second later, Pedro smiled brightly and said he accepted. And it was with the lady. The students recovered from their surprise and happily led the boy behind them. And Javelin managed to put a cheerful smile back on his face and left it in place. This time the boy smiled and laughed more than ever, no matter what he heard. At that moment, Camila was still unsuccessfully looking for Emmy, who for some reason did not appear. The lady had already searched all the places she remembered, but there was no result. Suddenly, the girl heard a familiar voice asking her who she was looking for. The actress turned around and saw Emmy, whom she had been looking for all this time throughout the academy. Camila asked in annoyance where the ghost had been all day, but the spirit just laughed. So, the lady said she had a request for an Emmy and therefore needed her help. The ghost was very surprised and happy at the same time, as she had wanted to help with something for a long time. Instead of answering, the girl led the spirit behind her and soon pointed to teacher Jabo. The actress asked if Emmy had seen those ghosts that constantly flew around her. Shrinking tightly, the ghost lady replied that she had already seen them all more than once. Not realizing her friend's state, the lady asked her to find out when and why those girls died. Camila also added that if it is difficult for Emmy to communicate with the dead, she can take them away. Then, the lady noticed how the ghost looked at that moment and was surprised. The actress asked excitedly if her friend was really so scared as to help her with this. Automatically putting her hand to her throat, Emmy said that there was no need to ask those spirits anything. Only then did the lady notice strangulation, marks on the ghost girl's neck. Emmy said that Master J. Bo was once her beloved older brother. From the memories of this, it was clear that the ghost felt bad, but tried to control herself. When Camilla returned home, she was not happy with the butler who warmly greeted her. Rube noticed the lady's mood, but she explained nothing to him because she was very tired. The man offered to make hot tea, but the girl even refused. Rube said that the lady looked tired, to which she replied yes. The lady really wanted to eat her usual lunch, but it was from that world. And that opportunity did not exist. The butler did not understand anything, but asked if Dorman could help with this, and the girl fell into thought. She recalled with disgust how the assistant had recently changed almost everything in her room for the new season. Seeing that the dialogue with the lady was not going well, the butler decided to take his leave. But the girl stopped him. Before speaking, Camilla first looked around to make sure no one was nearby. Then she approached Rube and told him that she had a favor to ask of him, but not as a butler. Instead, the actress said she needed Black Shadow, and the man was very surprised to hear this. The girl, for her part, explained that she needed the help of the person in charge of this organization. The butler was so astonished that he did not immediately know what to say in response. Rube decided to pretend that the lady was mistaken and simply laughed at the name. But Camilla slapped the butler on the shoulder and told him that she knew he was the boss. The lady reminded me that she was very tired now, so she suggested they talk later. And the butler stood there, astonished in the middle of the hallway, not knowing what to do now. The fact is that an organization called Black Shadow was a secret spy organization for the Zorfel family. Its inhabitants were scattered throughout the continent and kept strictly secret from everyone. Not even all members of the organization knew each other, but nevertheless, they gathered information for the head of Zorfel. It is clear that no one would tell Camila about the existence of Black Shadow. But it turned out that Darren was the former boss and told the lady everything. The girl always noticed that the ghost knew too much for a butler, and only now understood why. When Darren was the head of the organization, he named Rube as his successor, and as the current head of Black Shadow, a little later the current butler arrived at the lady's room. Camila understood that it was very dangerous for her to call Ruby this, but she had no other choice. Getting straight to the point, the lady handed the documents to the butler and asked him to find out about these people. Ruby asked who they were, and the girl said that all those people were dead, and that she needed to know why. The actress was somewhat sad because she had just started doing this. However, she now learned from Emmy that the killer was definitely Master Jabo. The ghost knew exactly about her brother's actions, as she periodically observed him. Emmy said that they both grew up in an orphanage, and then she was adopted by a rich family. There she was treated very cruelly, and even perceived as a mere servant. 8 years later, her brother found her, but her adoptive parents asked for a very high sum. Javo worked hard because he tried and wanted to save the necessary money as quickly as possible. But the professor still did not have time, as his sister had already died, and the boy was left completely alone with all the money he had accumulated, but which he no longer needed. Emmy's adoptive parents claimed that she committed suicide without their knowledge, but this was not the case at all. But then the ghost could not escape, which is why she died. And the brother realized this, and therefore, he began to incessantly kill other girls. Camille could admit that Bo went crazy after the death of his only sister. However, she could not understand why the professor was killing completely innocent people. Therefore, the lady really wanted to know why the professor did this all this time. For this, the girls needed the skills of the head of the Black Shadow, who obtained information. Rube promised to find out everything, but asked permission to ask the lady a question. The butler wondered how exactly the lady found out about him and his organization. It is clear that Camila could not tell the man about the ghost of the former butler. Therefore, she decided to lie by saying that she herself observed everyone on the estate and saw a lot. The girl said that strangers call Rube the boss and that his father appreciates him. The butler asked disappointedly if that was all the lady did to gather information. The man did not believe this could happen, but Camilla recalled that it was she who found the beast's egg. This argument proved effective for the butler, who obediently fell silent. Rube admitted that he should not be doing this, but it is a very special case. The lady also asked to keep this situation a secret from her father, and the man agreed. The butler said he would put this matter first and do the rest a little later. When he left, the actress let out a sigh of relief, as she never had time to rest. When communicating with Rob as Black Shadow, the atmosphere of their dialogues was very different, which exhausted the lady. 4 days later, Camille went to Bo, who was very happy that he had agreed to her investigation. The man immediately asked to copy some moments from the books for his work. The girl promised to briefly summarize all the materials and see him a little later. Although the lady smiled on the teacher's face, as soon as she turned away, the smile disappeared from her face. She still found it difficult to look at the ghosts flying behind the smiling professor. Thanks to Rube's work, the actress was able to find out what all the murdered girls had in common. And after that, the lady finally realized that Bo was a complete psychopath. All the girls had 2 things in common. One of them was that they were adopted, and according to the second line, each of them was bullied at home in one way or another. It turned out that the master killed everyone whose lives reminded him of his sister's fate. Moreover, Camilla was the next target, although she never expected it. The girl could not even think that from the outside it looked like she was being bullied. The Duke noticed that the lady was nervous and asked if something bad had happened at the academy. The lady said everything was fine, but for some reason, the father indicated that there was something else he wanted to discuss. The man suddenly asked how his daughter's clothes looked on her, because she was going to wear them to the next imperial meeting. The actress did not understand why her father wore such clothes even then, but said they looked good on her. Suddenly, the Duke added that he was worried that her robe was missing something else. With a smile, The man said it would be even better if he had some kind of ornament hanging on his shoulder. Camila hesitantly agreed with her father, still not understanding the reason for such behavior. Then, the head hinted that something like a fox or a tiger might suit her. The girl wondered if it was because the tiger was her family's divine beast. Then, the actress noticed something that greatly surprised her, and immediately everything became clear to her. It turned out that Ravi was wearing a fox ornament that she had recently given him. Only now did the lady realize that her father had made such a fuss about jewelry after seeing them on her brother. She would never have thought that the Duke liked such things, but his expression said otherwise. The man, once again, hinted that a tiger would definitely suit him well, and the lady finally realized that he was also asking for a brooch for himself. Unexpectedly, the older brother also entered the dialogue and suddenly spoke with great confidence. The guy said that something like this would look very good on a gentleman's uniform. Camilla was not happy that she also had to give the brooch to Rootville, but there was no other option. Therefore, with a slight sigh, the actress decided that she would buy 2 more brooches for the family. The next morning, Camille arrived at Jabo's teacher's house as planned. The girl perfectly understood that she would have to control herself so that he would not find out anything. She was somewhat afraid to enter the house of the killer who had tortured 7, but it was already too late to retreat. Now that the lady knew absolutely the whole truth, she could no longer ignore anything. Javo opened the door very cheerfully as soon as the girl knocked. The man apologized for taking Camilla's time on her day off, but he urgently needed materials. Quickly looking around, the actress realized that the murderer's house looked even more mundane. Meanwhile, the teacher went to have tea, and the girl took the opportunity to look around. Suddenly, Camilla's attention was drawn to what she had been planning to look for throughout the house. It was a small box on the shelf that Emmy had talked about, so the lady was definitely going to take it. Javo quickly set the table and said he had chosen quite good tea. The girl did not know if she would like it, but she was sure that all of this was a trap. However, the actress pretended not to suspect anything and smelled the tea, saying it smelled good. The teacher insisted that the student try it, and she froze when she brought the cup to her lips. At that moment, the professor did not say a word, but carefully watched the girl drink tea. When this happened, the lady fell unconscious with her head on the table, dropping her teacup on the floor. Javo allowed himself a predatory smile, because there was no longer any need to pretend for anyone. The man approached the girl and told her that he would help her, and that soon her life would be much better. But the actress did not lose consciousness at all, so with a sharp movement, she broke free from the professor's hands. The lady pushed the man with all her might, and then grabbed the bracelet her brother had given her. The decoration instantly entangled Javo, and he could no longer move. The professor could not understand how this happened at all, because everything was under his control, and Camilla tried to catch her breath in fear, as she ran a very big risk by catching the murderer on her own. At one point, the lady really thought she would die from her own mistake, because she came here herself. The actress tried to calm down, convincing herself that she was no longer the girl she used to be. The professor, still tied up, shouted asking why the girl was not losing consciousness. The lady replied that she had learned in advance about the murderer's plan, according to which he would lure people home. He would mix sleeping pills with tea and then kill. Suddenly, Javo became sad and whispered that he did not think the girl would immediately find out about his actions. The professor lowered his head and shut himself off, not wanting to talk to his student. The girl said that killing him would not make anyone happy. The teacher reacted to this and said that it was better to die than to live with a fake family. Camille suddenly asked if that was why Bo killed all the other girls. The man did not deny it and added that all those ladies also wanted to be happy. Bo added that he himself felt happiness when he saw that they became happier after death. The actress was frightened by the man's words, which she believed in a lot, but they seemed like nonsense. The murderer's sister materialized near the lady and said that all this was happening because of her. Emmy explained that her brother considered himself guilty of her death, and by killing others, he absolved his sin. For Jabo, death was not pain, but an escape from the evil and cruel reality surrounding him. That is why the professor began to kill the most unfortunate, in his opinion, to save them. The actress was saddened to hear the teacher's story, but could not forgive him for his guilt. The girl said that all the sister's excuses for her brother are simple nonsense. No matter how you look at it, Javo remained an ordinary serial killer of girls. The man happily noted that talking to the air is a sign of mental disorder. But when the lady still did not want to die, the teacher became very angry. He said that it was better to die than to live like this, which greatly angered the girl. She grabbed the man by the hair and rudely asked why, and for whom the professor dared to make such a decision. Javo could not answer why he himself decided who was happy and who was not. Camilla, approaching the professor, angrily asked if she should tell him the truth. The teacher asked in surprise what kind of truth this girl could tell him. Smiling wickedly, Camilla asked if the murderer remembered a girl named Lady Dubru. The thing is, she was in love and was supposed to get married after graduation. As for Lady Lurie, she sponsored the orphanage every month with her pocket money, because her precious little brother was there, whom she wanted to take with her when he came of age. Even the ghosts were surprised how meticulously Camille managed to study their biographies. Listening intently to the lady, some spirits even began to cry, showing for the first time something other than hatred towards her murderer. The man, meanwhile, shouted that everything said was absolutely impossible. But the actress said she wasn't lying, and she didn't understand why the teacher decided he had the right to choose others' happiness. The lady decided to teach the murderer a lesson, and so she abruptly freed him from the bracelet's bonds. But not to freedom. Before the teacher had time to come to his senses and flee, the girl used the bracelet again, but in a different way. Camilla deliberately began to strangle the teacher, but this was enough for him to beg to be saved. The actress, angry, asked the gasping man if he was happy now. In response, Jabo could not say a word. He only muttered inaudibly and desperately tried to catch air with his lips. Since suffocation did not bring him pleasure, the lady let go of the professor, who was still choking. As the whole game was over for Camilla, she called the butler. Rube immediately appeared at the door and confirmed that he had filmed absolutely everything happening in the room. The man admitted that for the first time in his life he was so nervous, but the lady was pleased. She ran to the locker and started taking something out of it, which Rube did not expect. The butler asked what was in the box that my lady found on the top shelf. Sadly, Camilla said that it contained the personal belongings of the girls murdered by Jay. Bo. Now the main question for the lady remained whether the ghosts could break free after all. However, for now the spirits still stepped aside and wept for their lost happy lives. So that the investigation could be conducted correctly, the lady handed all the evidence to Rube. Leaving Jay Ball's property, the actress exhaled with great relief as she was nervous. She was very happy that now no one else would die, which was the most important thing in this whole story. But for Camilla herself, the story was not over yet, as upon returning home, she was forced to raise her hands. When Ravi deliberately lied that his sister had given up, the girl immediately became strongly indignant. And the boy did this because he was very angry with the lady for her actions without his knowledge, and since the actress's father gave as punishment to keep her hands over her head. It was not only her brother who was angry. Unfortunately for the lady, the butler could not help but tell everything that happened to him. Therefore, now the father threateningly asked what his daughter was thinking. Involving herself in all this, the girl tried to justify herself by saying that she took the guard with her in the form of Rube. But this did not help. The Duke was so angry that the lady hurried to admit that she had made a big mistake. Like her father, Camilla was frightened by the look of her older brother who couldn't understand. Ravi suddenly realized that his sister had once told him about the murderer in the name of an acquaintance, but she was actually asking about herself. The boy said he was a fool to believe the lady's story because she had no friends. Approaching, Ravi noticed that his sister had small bruises on her neck from the strangulation. He carefully extended his hand and cast a spell to completely heal the girl. Camilla sweetly thanked her brother immediately, but he still continued to insult her. At that moment, the boss initiated the dialogue in such a serious voice that the lady was surprised. The man asked if the girl told nothing to her family because she thought they wouldn't believe her. But the actress objected that she didn't tell because she didn't have the necessary proof. The Duke became very angry and even hit the table with his hand, as he was against his daughter becoming bait. Camilla was very scared because there was a lot of similar cruelty in her past. Suddenly, the father approached the lady, but instead of hitting her, he gently stroked her head. He explained that his soul still hurt, and the girl felt sad about those words. After this, the boss told his daughter to go rest, because she was most likely very tired. When Camilla left, the Duke suddenly smiled, which surprised the brothers who remained in the office. The man proudly concluded that his daughter was just like him, as she could not ignore injustice. A little later, the court began to consider the case of Bo for the murder of the 7 girls. The teacher himself decided to admit his guilt because he was crushed by the fact that he did not make anyone happier. Moreover, the judge had all the evidence against the teacher and Bo had no chance to escape punishment. As a result, the man was sentenced to the most severe punishment, the death penalty. The teacher's trial went quickly, and the death penalty was immediately executed. Camilla was present, although she really did not want to watch someone take a life. Suddenly, next to the lady, a female voice asked if everything was finally over. It turned out that Emmy also came to watch her brother's death and was glad that he was finally at peace. But the actress asked if it was really over, which surprised the ghost. The girl asked if the spirit knew the reason why nobody knew about the girls' deaths. The thing is that the adoptive parents of all the victims hid their deaths from the public. And now Camilla was going to tell everyone the truth about what was really happening. Therefore, now the lady needed a specific answer from Emmy to be able to move on. The actress asked who exactly the spirit adopted to find those people and take revenge on them. Exactly 1 week later, at the Sephra estate, the father was playing chess with his son, and they put the ball in checkmate. This was not the first time Adrian lost, so this time the Duke was satisfied with the progress of their games. Suddenly, the boy asked what his father was thinking about, implying a question about the divine beast. The boss answered nothing, because he believed that he had done everything within the permissible limits. But the son did not understand how the Duke could so easily lend his moon to Camilla when she asked for it. When the man answered that he believed in his own son, and therefore gave the beast to his girlfriend, Adrian fell silent. At that moment, the butler announced that a long-awaited guest had arrived at the Sephra estate. This guest was Camilla, who immediately checked that the men were playing chess. The girl explained that the purpose of her visit was not to check, but to return what she had borrowed. This borrowed item was the Sephra family's divine beast, named Luna. And Adrian and the Duke played chess because it was their promise to the girl. A few days earlier, the director said that he wanted to thank Camilla for seeing off Seer's soul. He gave the lady the opportunity to choose any wish, and she thought deeply. Then, the actress said she would like the Zephyrs to play chess for an hour every day. She explained her wish by saying that Seer would like to see something like this. And now the girl was laughing at Adrian because she found out he had lost once again. Moving to a serious topic, the lady thanked the boss and said that she was able to complete everything. The man only realized that the beast was not against Ira, against violence, although she was raised with its help. These were Camilla's words, and the Duke remembered them because such things offended him. The son added that truth is what most often hits the bones. As for the moon, the lady needed it because it knows how to create images of the deceased and show illusions. And the girl used this ability to greatly frighten Emmy's adoptive parents. Then Camilla noticed Adrian's gaze on her and asked what the boy wanted from her. The Duke thoughtfully watched the discussion between the boy and the girl, who studied together at the academy. As a result, the boss specifically asked his son to accompany the lady to the exit of his property. While walking down the hallway, Sephra suddenly asked which ghost the lady had helped to worsen her condition. The boy explained that he heard that Camille had a physical fight with Javo, which was not true. But the girl quickly explained that the fight was an exaggeration, which Adrian really didn't believe. Suddenly, he changed his expression and whispered something quietly, but the actress didn't hear it. Camilla asked her friend to repeat what she had said, as she was interested in knowing. Then, Adrian loudly and clearly asked her to call him, "You next time to ask for help." The lady was surprised that the boy offered her his candidacy, because she didn't believe he wanted to help her. As soon as she asked why she should call Sephra, he quickly walked away. Since they were already at the main door, the actress tried to call the boy, but Adrian quickly escaped and didn't even turn around. The lady decided to leave her friend alone and left the estate when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Emmy found her friend and now assured her that everything had finally ended. Camilla asked worriedly why the ghost was still following her instead of leaving. To this, Emmy replied that she only came to say goodbye, as she was about to go on a trip. The girl's spirit thanked the lady from the bottom of her heart for everything she had done for him. The actress smiled in response and wished the ghost a very good trip and good impressions. Emmy promised to visit her friend someday and tell her all the places she had seen. The actress accompanied the ghost with a smile until he became completely invisible. Camilla hoped that if Emmy returned, she would be happy and satisfied with the path she had taken. A couple of days later, A noble party with a group of guests was held in honor of Duke Javelon's birthday. All tables were set according to etiquette rules, and were literally overflowing with delicious food. Several classical music orchestras were set up along the Great Hall. Among the guests were Camilla and Duke Zorfel. The girl specially chose one of her best outfits to shine among everyone, and she achieved the desired effect, while the ladies surrounding her looked at her in amazement. In fact, the lady did not want to come, but Javelon sent her a personal letter, and it was impossible to refuse. But Ravi and Rodville skillfully managed to decline the festive banquet for various reasons. The Duke noticed that the room was quite cool and informed his daughter about it. Camilla was glad to have the opportunity to communicate with her father in person, which is rare now, but even this sure event had reasons to worry the lady. And this reason was called Eliseo Javelon, who was Pedro's sister. But before meeting her, the girl sweetly greeted Duke Javelon and thanked him for the invitation. The birthday boy happily said that he was looking forward to the Zorfel family and considered them important guests. Pedro congratulated the girl and said that she was especially beautiful today. The lady was again not particularly pleased with the boy's words, but she smiled sweetly and thanked him in return. At that moment, young Eliseo peeked from behind his elbow and smiled sarcastically. Playing the role of a good girl, she happily ran to Camilla and hugged her very tightly. The girl said that she really missed her, but for some reason, the lady hadn't come for a long time. The actress remembered very well that, although Javelon's daughter was smiling, she strongly disliked Zorfel's daughter. At that moment, the servants announced the arrival of Duke Sephra, and he walked majestically through the center. Turning her attention to Sephra, the lady noticed that Adrian had not come for some reason. She assumed that the boy must not have wanted to run into Pedro. Sephra's boss noticed the girl, and she came to greet him, as it had been a long time since she had entered. A divine wolf immediately appeared in front of Camilla, and the girl affectionately scratched him. Suddenly, a divine eagle appeared nearby, and asked with great suspicion why the lady and the wolf were so close. Furthermore, Yeti noticed that Luna was wagging her tail in a friendly manner, even though they did not know each other. At that moment, the Duke settled things a bit between themselves, arguing on several occasions. The fact that Camilla was surrounded by 3 important dukes at once was quickly noticed by the crowd. For the actress, such looks were something normal, so she was not scared at all. Besides the people surrounding her, Eliseo was also closely watching his daughter Zorfel, and the girl disliked what she saw so much that she even forgot to smile for everyone. Flying happily towards the lady, Eliseo invited her to have some tea together in the garden with her best friends. But Camilla stopped the girl, telling her that she would give the gift to her father first, and then everything else. The girl approached Duke Javelon and gave him a polite bow, as decency required. Then the lady, smiling artificially, took a small box for the man out of a secret pocket. Inside the box was a beautiful brooch, skillfully made, with a magic stone inside. The man immediately understood what was special about this gift and was incredibly surprised. To everyone else, the lady explained that the brooch contains protective magic, which could even save the Duke. The crowd did not believe the girl's words, because it was very difficult to place strong magic in this decoration. Here Duke Sephra confirmed the reliability of the brooch, saying that he was the one who put magic into it. Duke Zorfel asked in surprise if his daughter had really come to Sephra's estate. In response, the man said that it was with the girl that they created a business to turn magic stones into brooches. Camilla's father said that it turns out Sephra knew all this time about the lady's occupation, and he also had to know that the man also received a brooch, which he now proudly displays. The actress immediately felt embarrassed about how the brooch with her divine beast looked on her father. But she had to advertise her brooches, and therefore said that everyone wants their loved ones to be protected. The father was surprised by his daughter's words, but at the same time proud of her. No less than Duke Zorfel. The lady's remark also made Pedro think, and he froze, not expecting this. Camilla herself could barely contain her smile, because she gave the brooch to Duke Javelon to tell everyone about it. At that moment, the birthday boy carefully examined his gift and analyzed it. In the end, the man smiled happily and said that he really liked the brooch. Eliseo, who was left completely alone and without anyone's attention, could not stand this. The girl was very angry because Camilla was now the center of everyone, and not herself. Javelin's daughter concluded that Lady Zorfel had become much bolder since their last encounter. Therefore, the girl dragged the lady behind her to the gazebo, where her friends had already gathered. The actress smiled, although she herself warily expected some kind of trick, because there was always one. Once upon a time, Eliseo gave a gift to the previous Camilla, telling her that her brother would like it very much. The girl convinced the stupid lady that if she wore this, Pedro would immediately confess his love to her. The girl dreamed of this more than anything in the world, because she was madly in love with Javelin. Eliseo added that he knew his brother's tastes, so the lady only needed to do what he told her. But on the day of the party, Camilla had not even taken a couple of steps when everyone started talking about her terrible outfit. The sister specifically pointed to the girl who had gone to her brother to look at her. Pedro turned around, already prepared for Sorful not to leave him a single step. But when the boy looked in her direction, the girl, burning with shame, ran away. This situation greatly angered the actress now, but she could not change anything, since she was in a different world. But now, the lady was going to be more careful in the company of young people who wanted to harm her. Eliseo asked if Camilla missed them, and she assured with a smile that she missed them very much. In her head, Sorful already knew exactly what to do with all these villains. Chabelin's daughter was the first to speak, and praised the lady for her good grades on the exam. The surrounding girls immediately started saying they were very surprised, because they didn't know their older friend was so smart. One of her friends suddenly remembered that Sorful's grades hadn't been very good before, and that's why strange rumors appeared. The actress glanced at the speaker, but at the same time, all her words did not hurt the girl. The girls continued to whisper that they had heard that someone even passed the exam dishonestly. Eliseo shouted louder than anyone that she would never fail in the same way in her life. For the actress, it was painful to see how they tried to play the role of a girl. Because her acting was much better, looking at her reflection in the tea, the lady realized that Sarah, in another world, was now much weaker than she was here. Therefore, the lady proudly declared that the girls would also do well to cheat once. Immediately, a deathly silence reigned at the table, as the friends did not expect such a turn. Sorful added that the girls' grades really needed to improve, because she knew them. The friends fell silent, embarrassed, as they had nothing to object to hear. Eliseo was surprised when the older student advised her to improve her knowledge by cheating. Camilla, smiling, advised the girls that instead of organizing a concert here, they should think about studying. Chablon got up from the table and said that his sister was going too far. Smiling maliciously, the actress asked, "And what if the baby really starts crying?" Eliseo's anger took her breath away, and she could only stare at the lady. The girl immediately realized that she wanted to get out of the situation by bursting into tears. But don't forget that in her past life, Camilla was a much better actress than Eliseo now. Therefore, before the girl had time to cry, Sorful threw the teacup to the floor with a smooth movement. The cup broke, which made Javelin forget about his tears and look in amazement. At that moment, hearing the noise, Dukes Sorful and Javelin rushed to the gazebo. The boss rushed worriedly towards his adult daughter, noticing that she was standing with her head down. The man noticed Camilla's tears and carefully asked what happened to her here. The girl, shedding tears, said that they told her she had cheated on the exam. The lady apologized for not being good enough, as such rumors appeared. The Duke hugged his daughter tightly to comfort her and asked who was saying such unpleasant things to her. Without saying anything, the actress pointed her finger at the group of girls led by Eliseo. Javelin did not expect his daughter to be among those who mock someone. Hearing her father's cry, the girl decided that he was on her side, and therefore, she cheerfully ran to him. But then, the Duke threateningly asked how his own daughter dared to treat his guest so rudely. Eliseo was completely paralyzed by shock, because she believed her father would protect her. But instead, Javelin apologized to the Sorful family for his daughter's rudeness. And the girl felt as if she were completely alone in this world. She clenched her teeth with disgust and anger, but no longer got indignant, realizing it was useless. Filled with resentment and humiliation, Eliseo turned around and fled as fast as possible. Camilla just thought that the girl would have to try harder next time. A little later, the lady left the main party and felt much better afterward. Suddenly, she saw something in front of her and was surprised to see that there was a sword inside. The girl stopped in front of the sword because for some reason it seemed familiar to her. An image of a ghost with the same sword coming out of his chest appeared in the lady's head. Then, Camilla heard a voice behind her saying that the previous clan leader was depicted on the stand. It turned out that he approached Pedro and told him that his previous leader was the founder of fencing in their family. Then, the lady asked what the boy could say about this sword on the stand. Javelin said it was a protection sword, and the lady thought that not only are there protective animals, but also swords. Pedro added that this sword was very valuable, as it was even mentioned in ancient records, and he himself chose its owner. The girl asked who the owner of the sword is now, and the boy replied that there is no such thing yet. Looking at the portrait of the head, the lady was surprised that not even he, who found the sword, could become its owner. Camilla did not know the whole story, but this piece of chapter biography seemed strange to her. At this point, Javelin said that he learned about Alicio's incident and asked if Sorfel was okay. To this, she replied with a smile that she was completely fine, as she had staged a performance on purpose. Camilla explained that she wanted to get Pedro's sister in trouble for everything that happened because of her. The boy was very surprised by this, but it was not clear on his face whether he was condemning the girl. The actress sadly concluded that no one had any idea that Alicia was harming Sorfel's daughter. Javelin asked confusedly if they didn't get along, but the lady replied that it didn't matter anymore. The girl explained that she no longer needed to try to be good to absolutely everyone. The guy couldn't answer, because that was exactly what he was still doing. Aquilos distracted Alicio from the dialogue, who approached and called his sister for something. The girl very sadly asked for forgiveness, and also said that her friends wanted to apologize too. Knowing full well that this could be a trap, the actress agreed to move forward. In confirmation of the thoughts about a trap, Alicio's fist could be sighted, which she was clenching tightly. Camilla couldn't even stand it and laughed at this sight, which surprised the girl. Chamberlain asked what was wrong, and the lady replied that she was wondering what else she was doing. Alicio realized that Sorfel's daughter did not believe in her remorse, and therefore behaved cautiously. Camilla read the girl like an open book, as she could not contain the emotions on her face. Angrily, Javelin shouted that she was the daughter of an important duke, which only made the actress smile. This careless attitude further enraged the girl, and she began to shout very loudly. Pedro heard his sister's shouts and approached to find out what was wrong. At that moment, Alicio pushed Camilla with all her might so that she would fly downstairs. Since the lady was near the edge, she couldn't even grab onto anything. Horrified, Pedro shouted the name of the falling girl and ran to try to catch her. The actress knew that if she had dodged, Alicio would have fallen and she would have been blamed for it. Therefore, she was now falling with a smile on her face, as all the blame for her injuries would not be on the girl. Only at the last moment, the girl realized what she had done, but it was already too late. Only after falling did the lady open her eyes in amazement, as she felt no pain. She realized that she did not hit the ground, but someone caught her, so the girl felt no pain. It turned out that Pedro, who was nearby, managed to run and catch Camilla, and now he was asking her if she was injured. The actress thanked the boy and said that thanks to him, she is completely fine now. Javelin exhaled with great relief, because he had been very scared. Only after this, the boy turned to his sister with a very threatening look. As she was expecting severe punishment, Alicio brought her hand to her mouth in shock because she had never seen her brother like this, and she thought that he would be on her side. A couple of days later, the Javelin family officially apologized and sent a lot of gifts. The girl was placed under house arrest, so she was not allowed to leave her room for some time. Duke Sorfel was not happy that Alicio got away with such a simple punishment, but his daughter forgave her. The girl was much more worried about Pedro's angry look then, because the boy had no reason to be so angry. The fact that the boy's order was strange was confirmed by his sister's fear, since even she had never seen him angry. That same evening, Camilla was trying to figure out where to put that huge pile of gifts. Then someone knocked on the door, and the assistant said that he had brought the books the lady was looking for, which immediately cheered her up. The girl asked to bring them, and was very surprised when the servant entered with a large number of books. The actress incomprehensibly asked if all these were books about the protection sword, and the boy confirmed it. The lady even thought about abandoning the idea of studying the sword's history, since she had too much time to devote to it. However, she was still worried about the sword's history, so the girl had no choice but to read. At that moment, both the portrait and the sword itself seemed very familiar to her, so Camilla wanted to get rid of that feeling of déjà vu. She even asked Darin if he could tell her something, since he was even compiling this information. But the ghost said he only knew that the head lived a long life and could not add anything about the sword. Therefore, the actress essentially had to study all the information she was interested in from scratch. After a couple of days of reading, Pierre flew to the lady and noticed that she was reading a book in an ancient language without a translator. The ghost explained that he studied ancient culinary recipes, and that's why he can understand a little of this language. To this, the lady boasted that she had managed to study it to the highest level. Therefore, the girl's reading was very fast, and literally, today the assistant handed her the last book. Unexpectedly, Camilla heard from the servant that someone else was interested in the protection sword and had read all these books. When she asked the question, the boy replied that several years ago, Rodville studied all this. Therefore, literally a few minutes later, by order of Mrs. Dorman, she found her brother and told him that the lady wanted to see him. Then the eldest son, Sorful, to the surprise of all the swordsmen present, said that he was canceling his training. Moreover, the boy added that he would cancel absolutely all training today, and that the boys could be free. This surprised the coach so much that he froze and even asked several times again. The boys around also did not immediately believe what they heard and could not go home for a long time. Less than an hour later, the brother was already having tea in his sister's room, which surprised her, as she expected him in the evening. Looking at the boy, the girl did not understand why she hadn't realized before that he wasn't angry with her, as he was in the dream. Breaking the silence, Rodville suddenly asked why exactly his sister decided to call him. The lady got straight to the point and said that she had heard that the guy was reading a book about the protection sword, and now she is interested in any information about what her brother might say after reading it. Rodville did not answer immediately because he was lost in thought, and then said that he only understood one thing from all the books. Each of them told about the place where the protection sword is located, sought by everyone. In antiquity, when civilization was just emerging, an organization called the Teaching of Eve was very popular. She was a group of believers who claimed that eternal life could be obtained by worshipping the goddess Eve. Since the teaching promised to give strength that would lead to immortality, many people were inspired by it. But no one thought that this religion had a big and bold drawback. The thing is that eternal life was given for a reason, but in exchange for a sacrificed life. In the end, the doctrine sowed such strong discord that a difficult war began, and bloody. However, soon a hero appeared who put an end to the long war and destroyed the evil, whose name was Mars. It was he who once created a magical and powerful sword, and named it the protection sword for the weak and powerless. But as soon as he won the war, the hero immediately disappeared, and with him his powerful sword disappeared. The story finished, the older brother added that for a long time no one could find it. Many people reached that very place, but for some reason only Fild could see and take the sword. Camilla was very happy that Rodville knew the entire history of the protection sword perfectly, because now she could talk to him. Everyone knew that although the former head of the family, Javelin, managed to find the sword, he did not choose it. With insinuations, the brother made it clear that only one conclusion could be drawn from this situation, but he never expressed it. The girl perfectly understood that this was done because it was impossible to interfere in someone else's family. But this did not mean that, after many years, the lady could not find out the truth. So she went to the ghost with a sword in her chest. Camilla called him with some rudeness, but this was the only way to let the spirit know that she was addressing him. After kindly greeting the boy, the lady asked if by any chance he was Javelin Gino. The sword, which seemed so familiar to the actress, was right under her nose from the beginning, because it was in the spirit. The boy did not seem very surprised that the girl was talking to him and confirmed that he was Gino. Camilla was very happy that the ghost had a language of communication that was more understandable to her than she thought. Getting down to business, the lady asked if Javelin knew that the protection sword chooses its owner. When the spirit nodded, the girl asked if Gino knew why it took people so long to find the sword. Without letting the ghost even think, the actress herself replied that the sword could only be found by someone recognized as its owner. The lady continued saying that the Fild gentleman who returned home with the sword was not recognized, and the guy listened attentively. Camilla assumed that the true owner of the sword was killed a long time ago, even when the sword was found. And the girl was completely right, since initially the Duke had 2 twin sons. Therefore, after these words, the ghost told his story, saying that a protection sword once pierced his heart. During that time period, the boy often dueled with his brother while their parents watched. My father always praised Gino because he was a master swordsman and loved swords. The only thing the parents did wrong was compare their sons and say that Mihai was much worse than Gino. Even though he was older, the older brother got angry every time, realizing that as long as the younger brother was around, he would not become the head of the family. And proof of this was another defeat of Mihai, who ended up falling onto the grass. Gino kindly asked why his brother had his head in the clouds, because they had serious training. As a result, the younger brother was the winner again, as his father happily proclaimed. When the boys decided to go to the location of the protection sword, Gino happily shouted that they had found it. But at the spot indicated by his brother, Mihai saw nothing but emptiness. The guy looked around carefully and confused, but it was all in vain. Gino, meanwhile, said that the sword is here. You just have to try to pull it out carefully. Not even a minute had passed before the youngest was able to pull a magic sword out of thin air, which made him very happy. Accepting its new owner, the weapon proudly emitted a magical light around it. Only now did the elder realize that only his brother could see this protection sword, but not him. Confused, Mihai asked Filled for permission to hold the sword, and the boy immediately gave it to him. But as soon as the elder took the sword in his hands, its glow immediately faded, and it became noticeably heavier. The younger one innocently commented that the weapon seemed to like him much more, and then asked for it back. In response, Mihai, angry and confused, asked why only his brother is always and everywhere chosen. According to the boy, Gino received the love and care of his parents and the recognition of those around him throughout his life. The brother decided that if it weren't for the younger one, he would have gotten everything. This realization made Mihai swing his sword with all his might towards the man who always wished him well. Without hesitating for a minute, the elder pierced the younger one with a weapon straight into the heart, which he did not expect. Gino understood what was happening too late and couldn't fix anything. And Mihai, of course, and so as not to leave evidence, also mercilessly threw his brother straight into the abyss. The boy watched his opponent fall for several seconds, which made him feel better. Only a little later, the elder realized what he had done, feeling his brother's blood on his face. He fell to the ground in shock, because due to an excess of emotions, he was not yet ready to return home. And next to his hand lay a protection sword, which from that moment on, never emitted light again. When Mihai returned home, everyone around him decided that he was Filled, as he was considered the better of the brothers. To avoid further questions, the elder himself confirmed that he was the one who died, and not the younger one. The only person who could quickly understand everything was the boy's father. He told his mother, and together they constantly watched their son, but they did not try to expose him. Instead, the father decided to remain silent and only distanced himself from the new Gino, all because he could not afford to lose his only living son. As a result, Mihai, under his brother's name, was the good head of the Javelin family for the rest of his life. At that moment, the ghost finished his story and smiled, saying it was funny that people remembered them by other names. Camila incomprehensibly asked why Mihai lied to everyone and passed himself off as Gino for the rest of his life. The girl couldn't even imagine how this guy lived. Everywhere, she heard the name of the man he killed. To this, Gino replied that his own brother chose the punishment for the murder, and he paid for everything. Then the girl asked why the ghost was still here, and he replied that he really liked the sword. Since the lady didn't understand, Gino smiled happily and said that he liked the sword so much that he couldn't leave. The guy sadly said that he had never used it to its full potential, as he had no worthy enemies. The actress realized that she couldn't keep his spirit in any way, and this saddened her even more. Gino, genius and founder of the Javelin family fencing, received the title of Master Swordsman at the age of 12. After thinking, Camilla realized that even in the current era, there were not that many sword masters. Among those she knew were only her father, her brother, and Adrian, even though many practiced fencing. Although the girl was not sure about the accuracy of her idea, she still called the boy. As soon as he turned inquiringly, the actress asked him with a smile if he wanted to use the sword correctly. To do this, a little later, Camilla approached Rodville and told him she wanted to fight him. There were many boys who were good at fencing, but the lady had a reason to turn to her brother. He was the only one who wouldn't take the girl's words as a mere joke. Rodville asked why his sister would fight him, and she replied that she wanted to test what she could do. The boy worriedly said that the lady might get hurt, but she insisted, and sent him to warm up. When both changed clothes and warmed up, the brother asked to be notified when the girl was ready. Only now did Camilla regret what she had started, but there was no turning back for her. With a sigh, the actress recalled how she went through wanting to become a sword master. So now she will find out what it's like, even if for a short time. The girl turned to the ghost, taking advantage of the great distance separating her from her brother, and asked if he was ready. Gino could not refuse such an incredible opportunity, so with the lady's permission he moved inside her body. As soon as he did this, the boy instantly felt much better because he could fight. The ghost in the girl's body took a fighting stance and said she was completely ready for battle. Rodville, who didn't expect much from his sister, nodded his head and allowed her to attack first. Without wasting time, Gino immediately ran straight towards the boy because he wanted to cross swords as quickly as possible. The first blow was so strong that it almost pushed his older brother back, but he managed to resist. The boy was very surprised by such pressure from the girl, but managed to repel all her blows. The only thing I can't explain, brother, is exactly when Camila managed to master this technique. Time passed and they were still fighting in the middle of the training center, and no one dared to stop the boy. And the girl, Gino, was incredibly happy, as it had been a long time since his last sword fight. He decided to perform one of his tricks and suddenly lunged under Rodville's arms, surprising him. Then the ghost attacked directly, but the elder son, Sorful, dodged him at the last moment. Javelin realized that he really missed that feeling of fighting a worthy opponent. From their tenacious battles, even entire columns of dust rose throughout the field, which slightly harmed visibility. Rodville paused and admitted that his sister's fencing skills were very good. At this point, Gino decided to end the fight, although he regretted being interrupted in such an interesting battle. The boy was glad that he could at least hold the sword he loved so much. But as soon as the spirit left the girl's body, she fell to the ground completely unconscious. It happened that the physical stress of the battle turned out to be excessive for Camilla's body. The ghost apologized for getting carried away, but this did not help the actress, who was losing consciousness. Some time later, the Duke loudly reprimanded his son for allowing this to happen. The lady was still unconscious, and the father asked how Rodville could have let this happen. The man stated that he could not just let this incident go, even though his son was guilty. Since they were going to punish his brother, who had nothing to do with it, Camilla still opened her eyes. The girl did not want Rodville to be punished because he decided to help her. Therefore, although she still didn't feel well, the lady was able to say that she herself asked for training. The Duke thoughtfully rubbed the bridge of his nose, while the son remained silent about the fact that the initiative was his daughter's. As a result, the man approached and hugged the girl tightly, happy that in the end she was fine. The father said he was scared because first the incident with Alicio happened, and now this training. Camilla was surprised to learn from the Duke that he had been very worried about her all this time. For some reason, the head of the Zorful family was convinced that the lady would never open her eyes again. However, the Duke reminded his son that he should have watched the condition of his rival in his sister's form. But at that moment, it was important for the man to make sure his daughter was fine. So he stopped arguing. When the father left, Rodville asked if his sister was okay, and she replied affirmatively. At that moment, the lady was very grateful to her brother, because she understood that trouble could arise. And that's why she kept everything a secret. Left alone, Camilla sighed with relief because there was one less problem, but she had to move on to another. The fact is that this whole time, Darren and Pierre were properly reprimanding Gino for his action. The boy honestly admitted that he couldn't control himself, so everything happened. But then he realized that these ghosts were essentially nobody to him, and he asked why he should listen to them. Therefore, Camilla decided to side with the butler and the cook, and asked Gino to be kind to them, because to her they are like family. Both spirits were immediately moved by the mistress's words, but they managed to hold back tears. When all the shouting subsided, the boy approached the lady and apologized for his behavior. He also sincerely thanked the girl, because she was able to hold the sword in her hands after a long time. The actress said she was delighted to be able to help, and then the ghost added that next time he would be more careful. But the lady didn't want a next time, so she asked if it wasn't time for the swordsman to go to another world. But he said he didn't want to at all. A week later, the girl found out exactly how to apologize to her brother for the training, and she brought him pudding. As soon as she entered the office, the lady immediately began looking around, since she had never been there before. Approaching her brother's desk, Camilla placed the pudding on the table and told Rodville to try it, since he would definitely like it. While the boy was eating, The girl awkwardly asked him if he didn't want to ask her anything. And the brother thought about it. This whole time, the actress expected the eldest son to ask her at least some question. But this did not happen. Meanwhile, it was very strange that Camila, who had no talent for fencing, fought on par with the sword master. To his sister's proposal, the brother asked if she would answer if he asked her a question. The girl assured that she would definitely answer, and then the boy asked her with a smile if she would lie. After this question, the actress was forced to remain silent, as she realized that she could not talk about ghosts. Realizing this, Rodville said that the lady might not answer if it was difficult for her to talk about something. The only thing the brother wanted from his sister was that she not lie to him about anything. Because of this, Camila smiled sincerely and joyfully, as this situation greatly simplified her life. Since her brother helped her a lot, the lady promised to cook something delicious for him next time. Then the actress saw flowers in a vase called Baby's Breath and asked if he was giving them to her. And the boy confirmed. The girl was surprised that Rodville still kept these flowers and considered them very beautiful. But the lady could not understand why the boy liked dried flowers so much. Instead, she realized that a lot of time had already passed in his office and decided to go to hers so as not to be distracted. When Camila left, Rodville, thoughtfully, turned his gaze to the flowers that he had once been given. It is unknown what the boy was thinking about at that moment, but slowly a smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the actress was walking around the estate and thought with satisfaction that the pudding could not turn out bland, because Pierre was preparing it. Suddenly, Ravi approached his sister and asked why she had come to this area of the estate. The lady explained that she had brought the pudding to Rodville, and the brother immediately asked her why she wasn't sharing it with him. Since the girl didn't answer anything, the boy decided to be sarcastic and said that he wouldn't mind training more so as not to faint during training. To this, the actress confidently stated that even in that physical condition, she could defeat her brother. Unexpectedly, the lady suggested to Ravi that if he beat her in a sword fight, she would also make him pudding. The boy did not understand why his sister was so confident, but at that moment, Gino listened attentively to their dialogue and smiled.